Shroud of Eternity, Sister of Darkness, Book 2 of the Nicci Chronicles, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Julianne Elliott. Chapter 1. Rotting human flesh glistened in the sunlight, discolored by the bruised hues of putrefaction. The sunken eyeballs had turned to jelly. The jaws hung slack, gaping unnaturally wide because of the hideous scars that had slashed the cheeks all the way back to the hinge of the jaw. Nicci did not at first smell the decay in the thin, cool mountain air. Dressed in her trim black travel dress, she stood back and regarded the 4 severed heads, propped on high wooden poles, 2 on each side of the rocky road. "The preservation spell is fading," she said clinically, not afraid. The sight of death had never impressed her. "I don't know how long these heads have stood here as a warning, but they will fall apart soon. More birds and flies will come." The chill breeze ruffled her blonde hair as she turned to her companions. Next to her, Nathan Rahl propped a hand on the ornate pommel of his sword as he stepped closer to the gruesome display. Formerly a prophet and a wizard, Nathan had lost both of those abilities after the star shift, when Richard had sealed the veil of the underworld. That fundamental change in the universe had eliminated prophecy and reset the rules of magic, with as yet unknown consequences. "I thought the Norakai were ugly enough in life." He stroked his clean-shaven chin with thumb and forefinger. "Death has not improved their appearance." Nicci remembered when the ruthless, scarred raiders attacked the fishing village of Renda Bay. The brutal slavers had killed many, burned part of the town, and seized captives. Their ships, featuring fearsome carved sea serpents at their prows, had been sleek and powerful, their midnight blue sails guided by magic. To make their faces look more like serpents, the Norakai intentionally slashed their mouths wider, sewed up their cut cheeks, and tattooed scales on their skin. Through wild and unbridled use of magic, Nicci had driven the hideous raiders away from Renda Bay, while Nathan and their young companion Bannon had fought with swords. Defeated, the Norakai had retreated out to sea. A question loomed before them as Nicci and her companions descended the faint road out of the high country. Why were these severed heads here, so deep inland on the far side of the mountains? That made no sense to Nicci. "I hate the Norakai," Bannon muttered as he stared. His low voice sounded much like the growl emitted by Mura, the restless sand panther who paced near the rotting heads. "I hate them for what they did to the poor people of Renda Bay, but I hate them even more for when they raided Kyria Island and took my friend Ian." His voice hitched. "And they tried to take me, too." He wiped perspiration from his freckled forehead and pulled back his long red hair. With an angry kick, Bannon knocked down the nearest pole. The uprooted pole fell over slowly, and the severed head tumbled to the ground, striking a rock beside the trail with a hollow crack. The jaw split open and fell off. With the preservation spell disrupted, the long-stalled decay set in swiftly, making up for lost time. Nicci watched the stinking skin liquefy and run off the skull like tallow. The eyeballs pooled and glistened, then also soaked into the dirt, leaving only a stain of putrefaction. Having knocked down the head, Bannon at first looked queasy, then his face hardened with satisfaction. He turned toward the other 3 poles, reaching out to do the same, but Nathan held up a hand. "Now, my boy, perhaps we should think this through. Whoever placed this warning must have done so for good reason, and as you well know, the slavers are no friends of ours." His nostrils narrowed, but he did not seem at all bothered by the ghastly sight or repulsive stench. "It suggests that whoever stuck these heads on the posts might be our allies, or at least the enemies of our enemies. We wouldn't want to spark their ire." Bannon nervously rested his hand on the hilt of his serviceable sword, sturdy. "Sweet sea-mother, I wasn't thinking." "Not thinking. Ah, that is the bane of many an adventurer," Nathan said with a supportive smile. and we have many adventures ahead of us. Nicci said in a harder tone, "My companions should always think before they act. It will save us a great deal of trouble in the long run." Beside her, the sand panther ventured close to the remains of the now disintegrated head, curled her whiskers in a disgusted sniff, and growled again. Her long tail lashed from side to side. The symbols branded into Murrah's tan hide bore a strange resemblance to the exotic letters scrawled on the warning placards at the base of the other poles. Without further comment, Nicci gazed down the switch-backed mountain road, a path once well-traveled but now overgrown. The road hooked around outcroppings and wound over the next ridge, descending toward their destination, an unexpected and magnificent city they had glimpsed from the high pass of Col Adair, a wondrous place that seemed to vanish and reappear like a mirage. The smell of decay turned her stomach sour. "Rather than stopping for a midday meal, I suggest we eat pack food as we walk. We have miles to cover before nightfall." "I am indeed excited to find the city," Nathan said, "even if we still don't know what we need to do when we get there." "But we're willing to try," Bannon said. "If it helps you get your gift back, we can all celebrate." Nathan swung his pack down off a shoulder to remove some of the dried meat they had carried since Cliffwall. "Don't forget, my boy, finding that city might also be an important part of Nicci's mission to save the world." The sorceress made an unkind sound, glancing back at him with her piercing blue eyes before striding away from the 3 remaining heads. "I never put too much stock in what a witch woman commands me to do. Predictions and pronouncements may well come true, but never in the way one expects." She looked at the white-haired former wizard. "You assumed you would be able to use magic again the moment we reached Col Adair, but that turned out to be only a first step." "Ah, but now we know the truth of Red's statement," Nathan said. "We assumed, and assumptions benefit no one. Her words in my life book promised that from Col Adair I would behold what I need to make myself whole again. I simply didn't pay close enough attention. Now we understand the true meaning of what she wrote." "Or at least the next step of what she meant," Nicci said. Thoughts of the mysterious witch woman filled her with distaste. Before they had departed from the dark lands on their long mission, Red had written in the mysterious book she gave to the old wizard, "Future and fate depend on both the journey and the destination. Col Adair lies far to the south in the old world. From there, the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again, and the sorceress must save the world." "Your part seems pretty clear," Bannon said as he caught up to Nicci. "Your mission is to save the world. What could be more important than that? We have to follow instructions." She paused on the path while Murrah ranged into the hills, hunting on her own. Nicci said to the young man, "The right sort of person doesn't need an obscure prophecy to tell her to save the world. The right sort of person would do it because it is the proper thing to do. She would do it for Lord Rahl." Nicci squared her shoulders, brushed dust from the black fabric of her billowing skirts. "And I am the right sort of person." A powerful sorceress and former Sister of the Dark, Nicci now swore her life and her abilities to the cause of Richard Rahl. She loved him like no other, and would never love any other. But she had resigned herself to the fact that his one true love was Kaelin. It was a love against which no other woman, including Nicci, could ever compete. But Nicci could still give him her unwavering loyalty. Back in Dahara, Richard and Kaelin were both concerned when Nathan proclaimed that he wanted to help the people in the war-torn Darklands. The old wizard had been imprisoned in the Palace of the Prophets for 1,000 years, considered too dangerous to be free. But after escaping, he had fought hard on behalf of Dahara. He had asked to be sent off on an adventure, with the excuse of calling himself the roving ambassador for Dahara. Though the tall, handsome wizard was no fool, in many ways he was like a child in search of excitement. Knowing he was bound to get into trouble, Richard had asked Nicci to accompany him as his bodyguard and protector. She would do whatever Richard asked her to do, even if it cost her own life. Nicci had realized that her best way of serving the man she loved, and saving herself, was to go away, far away, and be independent. She would help rebuild the world, secure and strengthen the far-flung corners of the Daharan Empire. In that way, she would help Richard. In that way, she could love Richard. Eventually, the Daharan peacekeeping army would spread south to establish beachheads and outposts. In the meantime, Nicci was like a scout, a one-woman vanguard strong enough and confident enough to take care of problems in these outlying territories. If she did her job properly, and she intended to, Lord Rahl and his army would not need to intervene. The pines thinned as the hills opened up, and the terrain became chaparral, rolling grassy slopes, scattered with ferocious thistles that were nearly as tall as trees. The enormous purple thistle flowers attracted fat bumblebees. Islands of low, dark-leaved oaks filled the hollows and ran up some hillsides. A spray of grasshoppers clicked and leaped out of the way as the travelers trudged through tufts of grass. A snake slithered away in the underbrush, curling and coiling as it disappeared into a thicket. With Murrah ranging ahead, the three travelers spent most of that day descending the primary ridge. They camped for the night in a sheltered valley by a fast-running stream. Bannon managed to catch 5 small trout, and even though it was barely enough to make a meal for the 3 of them, the young man tossed the 2 smallest fish to Murrah. The sand panther regarded him with cautious gratitude, then tore into their silvery scaled sides. Nathan hunched close to the crackling fire Nicci had ignited with her magic. "How many days do you think it'll take for us to reach that city, sorceress?" "You're assuming the city even exists," she said. From Kol Adair they had seen the elaborate skyline, the high towers, the geometrical rooftops. But then the image had vanished. It could just be an illusion, or a projection from elsewhere. Nathan shook his head, sank his chin into his hand. "We must believe it is real. That's what I beheld from Kol Adair, as Red's words said. Therefore, it is required to exist. The witch woman said so. We will keep walking as far as we need to." His azure eyes turned away, as if in shame. "I have to get my gift back, and at present that is our only clue." Bannon spread his cloak on the ground and curled up on the soft leaves near the stream. "Of course we're going to the city, so let's get rested." He yawned. "Shall I take the second watch?" Nicci arranged a sleeping spot for herself. "No need," she said, as Murrah locked feline eyes with her own. She and the sand panther were spellbonded, connected in ways no one else could understand. "Murrah will guard us, so we can rest well. No harm will come to this camp. She'll warn us of any danger." Next morning, they toiled up the tree-covered slope to the next ridge, regaining the hard-fought elevation they had lost the day before while descending into the valley. They worked their way back and forth up the steepening path to the crest. Nicci was sure the mysterious city should be just past this last ridge, on the broad plain that extended beyond the foothills. By noon, after fighting their way through trackless oaks and sparse spruce, they topped the high point. Once the trees cleared enough for them to get the full view, they looked ahead as the vista opened out before them. "Dear spirits," Nathan whispered. Bannon stared, rubbed his eyes, and continued to stare. Beyond the foothills, they could see an open plain that ended abruptly at a sheer drop-off to a wide river, as if the landscape had been torn and then separated vertically. But there was no city at all. The great and fantastical metropolis they had seen from Kol Adair was not there. The plain was not empty, however. What they did see was an army, a vast army, that spread across the foothills and the plain in a blur of human figures, in numbers to rival the largest force Nicci had ever seen when she served Emperor Jagang. She knew full well how much destruction such an army could cause. She squinted into the distance. taking in the alarming sight. That must be 500,000 fighting men. Bannon touched the hilt of his sword, as if considering how many of them he could fight single-handedly. Then I'm very glad you're here to save the world, sorceress. Chapter 2. Standing on the ridge, far from the unexpected army, Nicci took her time assessing the situation, considering what to do next. This could be a problem. With irrational optimism, Nathan adjusted the ornate sword at his side. Or maybe not. A conflict has two sides, and as far as I know, we're not a party to either. We have no enemies here, so deep in the old world. We're just travelers from afar, and we pose no threat. Nicci shook her head, standing close to a low, bent oak. If I were their commander, I wouldn't take the chance. I'd assume that any wanderers might be spies. But we're not, Bannon said. We're innocents. Sometimes Nicci found the young man's naivete refreshing, other times annoying. Why worry about a few dead innocents if it protects a military campaign? When Jagang's army had been on the move and blundered into guiltless travelers who found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, Nicci had dealt with the matter herself, and it had never turned out well for those travelers. Nathan bit his lower lip. But we don't know, sorceress. This army could be the same people who put the heads of those Norakai on stakes, and therefore they are the enemies of the slavers. And if that is the case, I'd happily call them allies. Nicci gripped one of the gnarled, lichen-patched oak branches, feeling the roughness against her palm. I don't want to take the risk. We need to be cautious until we learn more. While gazing ahead, Nathan absently touched the center of his chest, as if trying to find the missing gift inside himself. He hung so much hope on the obscure writing in his lifebook, on his need to find the mysterious city that had somehow vanished. But if there's a chance, we have to go there. Find out what happened to the city. Maybe one of those soldiers knows. Then I can learn why I lost my gift. Nicci turned her gaze toward Nathan. Did I tell you what the Sisters of the Dark believed was the surest way to strip a wizard of his power? Skin him alive so that the magic could bleed out of him, drop by drop. She set off again. They did it to several gifted young men in the Palace of the Prophets. Nathan trudged after her, his expression indignant rather than queasy. I can assure you that isn't how I misplaced my gift. After gliding through the tall grasses, Mura now circled back. The big cat didn't seem bothered by the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were too far away to pose any immediate danger. Nicci watched the massed military force for a long time, listening to the rustle of the dark green oak leaves. She narrowed her blue eyes. Something isn't right here. Have you noticed? She pointed to the lines of countless soldiers spread out below. With that many people, we should see constant movement, patrols or scouting parties heading out or coming in to report, foot soldiers drilling. There is no smoke from cook fires. And listen, you can't hear a sound. She stepped out of the camouflaging oaks, no longer afraid of being spotted. Look, where are their tents, their pennants? A fighting force of thousands of soldiers would leave a great mark as they moved across the landscape. They would destroy the terrain. She looked over her shoulder. If they came over the mountains, we would have seen the scars of their passage, the hills and grasslands trampled to muck by thousands of feet. Maybe they came from another direction, Nathan said. North or south. Why are there no fires? She repeated. There should be tents, picket lines of horses, supply wagons, material stockpiles. The others had no answer for her. Only one way to find out, Bannon suggested. If we're careful, we can work our way through the hills, stick to the trees, and remain unseen. With so many soldiers across the plain and in the foothills, we're bound to come upon outlying groups, maybe scouts camped in the woods, messengers, perimeter patrols. If we find a few people by themselves, we could ask questions. He grinned uncertainly, but let his hand stray to the leather-wrapped hilt of his sword. Nicci nodded slowly. That's a good idea, Bannon Farmer. We'll approach through the trees. Keep your eyes open. Murrah can range ahead and warn us. As soon as we come upon a lone member of the army, we will capture him and ask questions. She allowed herself a thin smile. By force, if necessary.
If necessary indeed.
Nathan raised his eyebrows.
But I would prefer not to start a war with 500,000 soldiers. At least not until I get my gift back.
I thought we would just talk with whomever we found, Bannon muttered. Having traveled together for so long, they easily worked their way through the chaparral foothills, among the hissing brown grasses and swaying tree thistles. Where possible, they kept to the patchy shelter of scrub oaks. A cascade of grasshoppers sprang out of their way. Distant birds chirped. But they heard no sound at all from the huge, distant army. Nicci spotted a dark scar where a grass fire had blackened a swath of bone-dry hills before burning itself out. In these driest months of late summer, she could imagine how the chaparral might become an inferno. Her greater concern, though, was that the burned area offered no cover. Nathan paused next to a spiky thistle tree, shading his eyes to study the vast and oddly motionless military force.
I believe you're right. My vision has always been exceptional. So much time staring at the rest of the world from high towers, I suppose. I've been focusing on specific groups of soldiers, and there isn't any movement. None at all. I can make out hints of their uniforms, which are of an ancient sort, but their colors are all gray.
He sucked on a tiny drop of blood that welled up on his palm where a thistle spine had pierced him.
Their armor reminds me of...
His brow furrowed.
Remember after we worked our way inland from Renda Bay? You'll recall that I took a side trip to an ancient watchtower. Through the tower's blood glass, I observed huge armies. I think they were the armies of Emperor Kurgan, Iron Fang. His General Utros conquered much of the world in his name, sweeping across the continent. From that watchtower, I saw the ancient warriors through time and magic.
He nodded slowly.
Dear spirits, the soldiers ahead remind me very much of those warriors.
But the ones you saw were from thousands of years in the past, Bannon said.
So I thought. And I can't be sure about this army until we get closer.
They continued toward patchy forests where they could hide, and the questions in Nicci's mind made her more and more uneasy. She could not make sense of what she was seeing. She vividly recalled Jagang's armies, the stench, turmoil, and mayhem, like miasma. Thanks to the acoustics of the foothills and the open plain, she should have been able to hear a distant murmur of shouts, the clang of steel from practiced swordplay, or the bash of armorers hammering metal, the screams of captive women being dragged into soldiers' tents, work crews with spades digging latrines or burial trenches for executed prisoners. There would have been the smell of funeral pyres, the smoke of cook fires, the lilt of music or bawdy singing, shouted orders from officers or grumbled complaints from losers in gambling games. But Nicci heard only the silence of the wind, the snickering grasses, the click and buzz of insects. None of the din and chaos generated by a huge army. Murrah bounded back from her explorations, crashing through the underbrush, not prowling, not stealthy. Nicci relaxed. In a cleft in the foothills ahead, several runoff streams converged in a glen thick with tall scrub oak and scattered pines. Bannon pointed toward the brush, the overhanging branches. Look, I see soldiers there. Not many. Maybe we can talk to them.
I see them as well,
Nathan said.
Only 4 or 5 men.
His whispered voice had an undertone of hope. A chill prickled Nicci's skin as she spotted several figures huddled in the lattice shadows of branches. They crouched together, possibly at a camp, maybe as lookouts for the army. She had not noticed them, and Murrah had not sensed them, but these concealed warriors had likely seen the three approach. It may be too late already, Nicci saw no movement. We'll investigate, but be careful. She touched the daggers she kept on each hip, but her greater weapon was her magic. Bannon and Nathan drew their swords, and they moved together through the grasses to the patch of forest. Bannon ducked under a low-hanging branch, pushing leaves out of the way. "It looks like a good place to camp," he whispered, far too loudly for Nicci's tastes. "Maybe that's why they're here." Nicci shushed him, but she agreed with the assessment. An outlying party of soldiers could have taken shelter here in the tree-filled glen. But where was the smoke from a campfire? 5 ancient warriors waited for them under the oaks, gathered around a central point. Mura padded forward, sniffing, but she showed no fear, no concern at all. Nicci halted, staring at the human figures. The burly warriors wore scaled armor, thick shoulder pads, greaves, and armored boots. Pointed, clefted helmets covered their heads. They carried short swords. One man squatted halfway down, leaning toward an object that no one could see. All 5 were petrified, turned to the whitish gray of stone. "They're statues," Bannon gasped, with a quaver in his voice. "Like the spell the Adjudicator used." Cautious, Nathan stepped closer. The stone warrior directed his blank gaze toward a cleared spot in the forest floor. "I'd wager that area held a campfire long ago. See? Age has erased it, but there are still a few stones left in a ring." The statue warriors wore bland expressions, their thoughts frozen in place when the petrification spell took hold. Nicci ventured closer as tentative answers pelted her like cold hailstones in a summer storm. No fires, no movement across the entire army, utter silence. "I wonder if that whole army has been turned to stone across the plain." Nathan looked both fascinated and unsettled. "The magic required to work such a spell is beyond anything I've ever heard of. Not since the Great Wizard Wars 3,000 years ago." He spoke with distant admiration. "Ah, that was a time of titanic, unbridled magic." Bannon rapped the blade of his sword against the shoulder of one petrified warrior. Sturdy's steel sent a bright, chiming note into the silence. 1,000 years, 3,000 years, and they're still intact? Will they ever awaken?" He looked at Nicci, his face suddenly struck with remembered grief. "We revived the statue people in Lockridge when Nathan defeated the Adjudicator. All those statues trapped with their guilt." "That was a much smaller thing, my boy. The Adjudicator used his corrupt magic only on those he found guilty, one at a time." Nathan shook his head again. "The scope of this effort is breathtaking. So many thousands of men." Mura sniffed at the stone boots, but found nothing of interest in the marble figures. Restless, she glided off into the spreading oak forest, picking her way among windfall branches and thick mats of brown leaves. With curiosity replacing his tension, Nathan walked around the tableau of petrified soldiers, inspecting them like an art patron reviewing a new statue garden placed in a king's courtyard. "I studied ancient war chronicles back at the Palace of the Prophets. The armor is familiar to me. This badge here, see the stylized flame design?" He tapped the breastplate on one of the guards. "Such a symbol appears in the tales of Iron Fang." He stepped back, put his hands on his hips. "If only these men could talk. Think of the stories they would tell us." "I'd rather they remained silent," Nicci said. "Because if they could talk, then the entire army could talk, and I doubt their first priority would be talking." Bannon remained mystified. "But if they came to conquer that great city, there's nothing to keep them here. The city is gone." "Except for the fact that they may all be statues, my boy," Nathan pointed out. "They're not going anywhere." "That's a good point." Nathan's voice grew more erudite. "On the bright side, if those countless soldiers are stone, then that vast army is no threat to us or to anyone.
We should be able to walk among them and find clues to where the city has gone. No more skulking about. It should be perfectly easy. The moment he uttered his ill-advised comment, a crashing sound broke through the trees at the far side of the glen. Branches snapped asunder, and a huge hairy creature appeared, uprooting spindly scrub oaks and casting them aside. Nicci spun into a crouch, cupping her hands to touch her gift and pull forth magic. Nathan raised his ornate sword, with Bannon right at his shoulder. Mura bounded out of the trees from the opposite side of the glen, racing toward her companions. The monster paused to snuffle the air, assessing the intruders. The beast was the size of an ogre, but shaped like a nightmare-distorted bear. It let out a deep bellow, spreading its jaws wide to release ropes of saliva that drooled onto the ground. It reared up and extended paws filled with hooked claws like the tines of a rake. The thing charged toward them like a bestial thunderstorm. Chapter 3. The beast was too enormous for the thickets of scrub oak to contain it. The thing slashed with a battering ram arm, catching some meddlesome branches with long hooked claws. With a heave and a louder roar, it shredded the wood, leaving only strips of splintered oak, like ribbon frayed by a seamstress into a decorative tassel. With a backward yank, it uprooted the spindly trees and hurled them sideways. The creature crashed toward them, grunting and snorting like the bellows in a blacksmith shop. Bannon ducked among the statue warriors, as if they could protect him. "What is that thing?" "We learn something new every day." Nathan planted his black boots in a widespread stance, bracing himself. He grasped the ornate hilt of his sword with both hands for a stronger grip. "But I suppose we fight it in the usual way." Nicci stepped in front of the two men and curled her fingers, felt her skin tingle as she awakened the gift inside her. "Stand back." The monster reminded her of an enormous rabid bear, or it had once been a bear. Its body was covered with matted cinnamon fur, clumped with drying pus and blood that leaked from oozing sores. Its blazing eyes were wide set in the blocky skull. One side of its face looked melted, like candle wax left too near a flame. The eye drooped in its socket, sliding down its face. The cheek had peeled away to reveal a horror of fangs in its elongated snout. Thick saliva dripped out, mixed with blood from its cracked gums. The furry body was armored in places with smooth, curved plates, like the shells of lobsters that fishermen sometimes delivered to Grafin Harbor. The hard plates were grafted onto the bear monster's body, and in many places its hide was marred with branded symbols and geometric spell designs, much like the scarred runes that covered Mura. The creature came on wildly, intent on attacking them, hurting them, killing them. Nicci saw that the beast wasn't just a ravening predator in search of food. It was in indescribable agony. Judging from the mutilation of its body, especially the festering brand marks on its hide, she knew that some human, some evil human, had shaped this creature. No wonder the beast wanted to kill anyone it encountered. Even though Nicci understood its reflexive attack, she did not intend to let the monster harm her companions. With barely a thought, she called a sizzling, turbulent sphere of wizard's fire into each hand. The molten substance would engulf the bear monster and turn its repulsive form into putrefied ash. She hurled the fireballs, one after the other, as the monster crashed closer, knocking lichen-covered trees out of the way. The first blazing sphere struck the beast, and merely curled around the furry body like hot fog, before spilling into the shattered trees on either side. The wizard's fire ignited the dense scrub oak, but did no harm to the creature. The second fireball slammed into the bear monster, only to roll off like water from oiled skin. The beast kept coming. "It's immune to wizard's fire," Nathan cried. Nicci didn't wait. She had an arsenal of other spells. She reached out with her gift to stop the bear's heart, which would drop it in its tracks. Often, under extreme circumstances, she had wrapped a living heart with her magic and clenched to still its beating. But now her gift slid away again.
She couldn't touch the heart, couldn't reach inside at all. The beast stormed closer, undeterred. Just as the bear was upon her, she thrust both of her hands forward, palms out, and pulled the air together, thickening the wind to create an invisible battering ram that slammed into the oncoming monster. It staggered, paused only a moment, and lumbered forward again. The runes branded on its hide glowed faintly. Nicci knew what was happening. Mura was impervious to magic as well, thanks to the scar markings on her tawny hide. This bear had been branded with the same protective runes. Then it was upon her, slamming a huge paw down. As she tried to duck to the side, the blow clipped her shoulder, and the force numbed her as she rolled. Nathan dove into the fray. "Leave it to us, sorceress. Come, my boy. You haven't used your sword in days." Yelling, Bannon came toward the beast as Nathan darted in, stabbed with the sword, and cut a long gash in the creature's forearm. The bear snapped its misshapen jaws and swiped at the old wizard with its uninjured paw, but Nathan darted out of the way. He spun on one foot with unexpected grace and stabbed again, but his sword did little more than provoke the creature. Bannon attacked from the other side, swinging sturdy in a horizontal arc that caught the tip of the bear's massive paw, clipping off 4 knife-like claws. Nathan swung his blade down hard. The steel struck one of the armor shells and glanced off. Everything happened in a few seconds. Nicci lunged back to her feet and saw that the blaze ignited by her wizard's fire crackled in the underbrush, catching deadfall branches and the carpet of dry leaves. The fire would spread, and if it reached the dry, grassy hills, the inferno would be unstoppable. But before they could fight the fire, they had to halt the attacking monster. Since her magic could not harm the bear directly, Nicci used her gift to wrench one of the stunted, burning oaks from the ground and threw the uprooted projectile at the bear. In a crash of sparks and smoke, the tree struck the monster, spraying fire onto its fur. Bannon and Nathan scattered out of the way as the monster tore the burning tree apart and came at them again. Nicci set aside her gift and instead drew the 2 daggers she kept at her sides. In order to inflict harm with the short blades, she would have to be well within the monster's embrace. She did not intend to be crushed in a furious hug, her ribs snapped like twigs, but she watched for opportunity. Nathan hacked with his sword again, but the monster caught him with a backhanded blow. The old wizard flew 20 feet, and his limp body crashed into a thicket of scrub oaks, where he lay stunned. A tawny shape flashed past, and Mura sprang upon the monster. Though the panther was much smaller than the enormous bear, Mura was a killing machine, trained in some distant combat arena. Nicci bounded into the fray, both knives held in front of her. As she stabbed, one blade clattered against the implanted armor, but her other knife cut through the tough fur. Striking like a viper, she jabbed and jabbed again before springing away. Mura attacked with claws and scimitar fangs, tearing at the sword gash Bannon had made in the thing's belly. The panther ripped the wound wider until entrails spilled out. As it roared, the monster sprayed ribbons of saliva. Its intact paw raked a line of scratches down Mura's hide, but the big cat didn't stop. Bannon stabbed his plain sword into the creature's belly, driving the blade deep, all the way to the spine. Using both bloody paws, the bear clawed at the blade, then swatted at Bannon. As the young man reeled out of the way, his sword slid out of the wound, now slick with gore. As Mura continued to maul, Nicci worked her way close enough to the monster's head that she could smell its fetid breath. She plunged one knife into its left eye, drove the point through the socket, cracking the thick bone, and into its brain. Pounding the pommel with the flat of her hand, she hammered the knife deeper and deeper. Even that didn't kill the bear, but Nicci used her other dagger to slash its throat, cutting through insulating fat and sawing through the tendons until she found its jugular. The razor-honed edge severed the vein, and spouting blood drenched her. Mura pulled away, dragging long cords of intestines out of the creature's torn belly as if the big cat had found a new toy. Bannon's eyes flashed with the frenzy of the fight, a battle trance that sometimes caught him. With a wordless yell, he raised his sword high and plunged it point first into the bear's chest, cracking its breastbone and piercing its heart. The tortured creature shuddered, gurgled, and finally died. Bannon's shoulders heaved up and down as he hunched over the beast, clutching the leather-wrapped hilt. When he looked down at the bloody mess, he began weeping, not just from relief and terror, but out of real sympathy for the poor creature. I would have preferred a cleaner kill. A stunned Nathan extricated himself from the thicket, clawing leaves and branches from his hair and clothes. He held a hand to his throbbing head. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help. I was sidelined like an injured player in July. Even as the dead bear still twitched, the crackling flames of the growing fire caught Nicci's attention. The scrub oaks burned quickly, and the mounded dry leaves on the forest floor provided a wealth of fuel. The flames rushed through the spindly branches. The blaze had already swept past the 5 statue warriors, blackening their petrified features. Nicci drew several breaths, calming herself to focus on her Han. A forest fire was something she could fight, a problem her gift could solve. She called up the wind again and swirled a curtain of air around the rising flames, encircling the fire. A cyclone of dry leaves blew all around them. Holding up her hands in a circular motion, she made the wind spin faster and faster, sucking the air away from the flames. She channeled it, choked it, drove the fire into a whirlwind pillar, which she tightened into a thinner spout, shooting a jet of flame high into the sky. Bannon and Nathan ducked against the rising storm, letting the sorceress work her magic. Mura flattened her ears against her head. Around them, branches crashed and whipped. Twigs flew in all directions. At last, the remnants of the fire flickered out, leaving only curls of smoke that dissipated as Nicci let the magic die away. The storm faded, and the oak branches stirred, as if in a sigh of relief. Charred leaves drifted to the ground. Using his fingers to brush the tangles from his white hair, Nathan smiled at Nicci's work, accepting it with little more than a shrug. Thank you, sorceress. That could have turned into a bad situation. If I had my gift back, I'd have done it myself. You'll be restored soon, Nathan. We will find the city. Bannon remained doggedly optimistic. His hazel eyes sparkled as he looked over at Nicci. Still, that was very impressive. Nicci was not profligate with her compliments, but she was honest. Your sword work was also very useful. In fact, she was embarrassed by her own failure to fight with her gift, annoyed to feel helpless. She could relate to Nathan's plight. Seeing those branded symbols, I should have guessed earlier that my magic wouldn't work on the monster. Coppery blood and a rank, gamey stink hung around the dead carcass in front of them, overpowering even the smell of smoke. Mura prowled through the underbrush, keeping her distance from the creature as she guarded against any other attack. Unabashedly curious, Nathan knelt beside the dead bear, rapped his knuckles on the strange armor shells grafted to its hide. Dear spirits, what would have created such an appalling creature? And why? He looked up, blinking. If a wizard had a gift powerful enough to manipulate flesh, why would anyone use it for such an awful purpose? Still staring at the fallen beast, Bannon wiped the tracks of tears from his face, smearing some of the blood on his skin. Back on Kyria Island, I knew boys who liked to pull the wings off of flies and roast beetles by dangling them into a flame. Sometimes they did terrible things to poor cats and puppies. He shook his head. There is no answer for why people do terrible things. Nathan stood, brushed leaves from his black trousers, adjusted his brown cape. He regarded Nicci, whose face, hair, and black dress were plastered with gore. You look a mess, sorceress. I'm sure I do, she said, arching an eyebrow at him. Turning slowly around, Nicci surveyed the blackened trees, the smoldering trunks, the last smear of smoke that wafted into the air. The fire would have been visible for miles, and our fight with the creature would have drawn much attention. So much for our attempts at stealth. We seem to have announced our arrival. Bannon and Nathan looked around warily. Farther off, through the forest of low oaks and the scattered taller trees, they heard branches breaking, a murmur of voices. Mura crouched, growling, her ears pressed back. She sniffed the air as if she smelled death. As the voices came nearer, the sand panther bolted away, disappearing into the underbrush. Bannon stared after the cat. Mura didn't flinch when that monster attacked us. What would scare her now? Nathan swung his sword loosely, ready to keep fighting. Perhaps we should be frightened as well, my boy. Not frightened, Nicci said, holding up her 2 daggers. Prepared. She stood her ground and waited for the ominous strangers to arrive. Chapter 4. The approaching strangers did not try to hide. Rather, they talked in loud, raucous voices as they came through the woods. One of them let out a rude laugh. They rustled leaves, pushed branches aside, and made their way toward the sooty remnants of the forest fire. Nicci realized they must have seen the cyclone of flames that had roared up into the sky before being snuffed out. 3 colorfully dressed figures came through the thicket, slender, aloof young men who looked poorly prepared for the wilderness. Nathan actually laughed when he saw them. They are just youths. The strangers looked to be about 20, no older than Bannon. As if on a casual outing, they strolled through the underbrush dressed in exotic, old-fashioned clothes, billowing shirts with loose front laces that showed off their chests, silk pantaloons dyed dark green, bound at the waist with wide sashes of contrasting colors, red, blue, or purple. Dangling from their shoulders were short half-capes lined with exotic spotted furs, utterly impractical for a warrior, or even hard travel, Nicci observed. Each of the newcomers carried a long wooden cudgel tipped with an iron ball. Such cudgels could be effective weapons, but the youths held them like swagger sticks. Nicci, Nathan, and Bannon faced them in the clearing near the smoldering ashes and the bloody carcass of the bear monster. The young men paused, surprised to see the bedraggled, blood-encrusted companions. The first youth, obviously the leader, sniffed. By the keeper's crotch, who are you? He stepped forward, self-consciously straightening his fur-lined cape. He had blue-black hair, dusky skin, and deep brown eyes. His generous lips were curved in a confused frown. We didn't expect to see anyone else out here. He wore a loose red shirt with a wide purple sash. Casually, he rested the iron tip of his cudgel on the ground. Nevertheless, we are here, Nicci said, still trying to assess whether these out-of-place strangers might be a threat. He spoke with an odd and archaic accent, but his words were still understandable. More conciliatory, Nathan spoke up. We are travelers from afar. We've come over Col Adair, and before that, we crossed the desolation, the mountains, the valleys, and even the sea itself. He paused a moment, drawing out the suspense. We come from the New World. That's far away, said the second young man, who had reddish-brown hair and a smear of similar color on his cheeks, where wisps of thin whiskers made a half-hearted attempt at a beard. I thought you just came from one of the mountain towns to the north. A third young man had a squarish face and dark hair shorn close to his head. He showed no more interest than the other 2. Where are you going? What are your names? Nicci interrupted before either of her companions could answer, not wanting to give away too much. Our destination is wherever our travels take us. We are exploring the old world. My name is Nicci. My companions are Nathan and Bannon. The first young man tapped his swagger stick on the ground, stirring forest detritus. I'm Amos. He showed little warmth or welcome. Not suspicion, as Nicci might have expected, but simply distance, as if they were of no importance to him. He indicated his 2 friends. This is Jed and Brock.
Last time the Shroud came down, we decided to spend some time outside, and now we have to wait again. Brock, the young man with the close-cropped dark hair, looked curiously at the mangled mess of the bear carcass, its gouged-out eye, the glistening entrails draped over its abdominal cavity. Another combat bear got loose. Amos snorted. Chief Handler Ivan is an idiot. My mother and father both say so. One of the only things they've ever agreed on. Jed scratched the wispy red hair on his cheeks. We heard it hunting in the hills last night, so we stayed away. He glanced at the blood-spattered travelers. You took care of the brute for us. Rather messy, Brock added. Dear spirits, you know what this creature is? Nathan asked. You've seen such a monstrosity before. You know where it comes from? Amos frowned. Of course. Didn't you hear what Brock said? It's a combat bear. Nicci struggled to keep the edge from her voice. And we have never seen a combat bear. Of course you haven't, the young man answered in a flippant voice. And our fleshmancers have created far worse than this thing. Jed rubbed a fingertip down the cracked, sooty trunk of one of the blackened trees. We saw the spreading flames and were worried there might be a wildfire on the hills. We could have been trapped out here, but then we saw the cyclone that extinguished it. Someone has an excellent mastery of magic, Amos said, looking intently at the three of them. Who was responsible for that? Nicci did it, Bannon offered, apparently trying to impress the strangers. She's a sorceress, and Nathan is a wizard, too, or at least he usually is. Now Amos looked at the travelers with a different measure, his aloofness fading. You're gifted, then? He turned to Bannon. And what about yourself? Bannon held up his blood-encrusted sword. I am a swordsman and an adventurer. Good to know, said Brock with a thread of sarcasm. Bored with the conversation, Amos strolled over to the 5 statue warriors, who were now smeared with soot from the fire that had washed over them. Jed thought there might be an encampment up here in the trees, scouts and spies. After taking the measure of the nearest fire-blackened statue, Amos stepped back and, with a vicious grimace, swung his iron-tipped cudgel. With all his might, he smashed the metal end into the statue's helmeted face. The loud, ringing crack rang out in the forest. Part of the stone helmet and chiseled nose broke away, leaving a scar of bright, fresh marble. Nicci was startled by the unexpected violence and readied herself in case they attacked her or her companions. Bannon yelped in surprise. But Jed and Brock chuckled along with their friend, raised their clubs, and battered the faces of the 5 stone warriors. Ornate, swooped helmets splintered and broke. Aquiline noses, heavy brows, and close-pressed lips burst into sprays of rock powder. Nathan gasped in confusion, uncertain whether he should stop them. Dear spirits! The youths did not rest until they had ruined the faces of all 5 statues. They laughed and congratulated one another over their risk-free bravado. Nicci felt the bear's blood drying on her cheeks, and where it had soaked her black travel dress. Why would you do that? She asked in a cold voice. Keeper's crotch because they deserve it, Amos said. We hate them. General Utros's army. They've been here for 1,500 years, back when Emperor Kurgan meant to conquer the world, bring everyone under his control. We all know the history. So when our protective shroud went down, my friends and I came out to have fun, to make our point. Brock added, We've been roaming for days, doing what we can against the Stone Army, just in case. Nathan gave them a look of clear disapproval. Nicci added in a sharp tone, You can vandalize stone soldiers, but that does not mean you are great fighters. Amos sniffed. But this is the only chance we have, and we're not going to pass up the opportunity for revenge. We've all been waiting so long. The 3 young men looked at one another. Brock said, Should we make our way back across the plain? Plenty more statue soldiers along the way. No telling how soon they will drop the shroud again, Jed said, sounding suddenly nervous. We don't want to miss our opportunity and be trapped out here for even longer. Plenty of time to go back and be cooped up again. Amos glanced at the burned area. I just wanted to see who had used sorcery over here. Let's go home. But where is your home? Bannon asked. This land has been wide open and empty during most of our travels. We haven't seen anyone since we came over the mountains. Are you from a village in the hills? Brock and Jed laughed. Amos rolled his eyes. Oh, there are plenty of towns. But do we look like hill villagers? Where then? Nicci asked in a sharp voice. The city, obviously. Nathan perked up. Yes, we saw the city. Can you tell us how to find it? The young man laughed again. Of course, that's our home. They made it sound as if Nathan were impossibly stupid. And what is the name of your city? Nicci pressed. If these youths didn't start responding to questions, she would enjoy coercing answers out of them. Why, it's Ildikar. Amos treated her with scorn as well. How can you not know the grand city of Ildikar? Chapter 5. Hearing the name of the almost mythical city, Nathan felt a thrill of wonder and excitement. Ildikar. Gooseflesh prickled his skin, and he realized he was grinning like a young lad facing the prospect of more candy than he had ever imagined. Ildikar. From the legends of ages past? He looked at the three young men with much greater interest than he had at first accorded them. It's said to be a wondrous metropolis. Our fine and perfect society has endured for thousands of years, Amos said with a sniff. But Ildikar is not a legend. It is our home. Then where is it? Nicci asked with more skepticism than wonder. We glimpsed a city from high in the mountains, but the plain is empty. Except for all those statue warriors, Bannon added. Amos, Jed, and Brock laughed at a private joke that no one else understood. Our city is right there at the edge of the uplift, protected behind the Shroud. Don't underestimate the wizards of Ildikar. Burning questions crowded in Nathan's throat, and he followed the young men as they wandered out of the charred oak grove. Amos swung his iron-tipped stick as he walked along, bashing dead twigs out of his way. They emerged from the woods into the open chaparral, strolling down the grassy hills. Together, Jed and Brock made a game out of smacking the tops of the thistle trees, scattering feathery petals and sharp thorns. The youths seemed carefree and aimless, in no hurry to get back to Ildikar, despite Nathan's obvious intensity. The former wizard let his imagination run wild, and he looked at Nicci, exchanging silent questions. He couldn't stop smiling, sure that he would find his answers after all. Ildikar was said to be a bastion of innovative magic from ages past, filled with powerfully gifted men and women. If the city had petrified, the talented General Utros before disappearing into the fog of myth, surely they had the resources to restore his lost gift, exactly as the witch woman had said. He let his hopes soar, and he tried to sound avuncular. I would love to hear more of an explanation, lads. I spent centuries in the Palace of the Prophets, up at the northern boundary of the Old World. Perhaps you've heard of it? The palace was built thousands of years ago. No? Ah, well. The palace is gone now, anyway. I studied all the histories, especially recountings of the mid-war. He nodded sagely, then paused to see if they had any reaction. Ildikar features prominently in that history, you know. The three young men did not seem overly interested. He couldn't even tell if they were listening to him. Bannon tried to keep up with the strangers, as if hoping to find kindred spirits in the young men his own age. The wizard Nathan told us about Emperor Kurgan and his iron fang. He spread his lips and tapped his left canine tooth with a fingertip. And how General Utros tried to lay siege to Ildikar, and the silver dragon they captured to use as a weapon, but it broke free and attacked them, before the city vanished. His words came out in a rush. Nathan appreciated the enthusiasm, but he wished Bannon would contain himself until they knew more. He interjected, catching up to Amos. Yes, lads. How did you three escape? Escape? We came out of the city when the Shroud flickered.
Amos answered. As the wizards test their blood working, it's due to disappear again soon. No need for us to hurry. We'll have plenty of time to get back. Brock decapitated a dry thistle, sending puffs of feathery seeds into the air, while Jed thrashed through the grasses, chasing after a rustling sound that might have been a snake or a rabbit. Nathan looked over his shoulder at the burned patch in the hills behind them, wondering if he would see Mura following, but the sand panther had disappeared into the sparse chaparral. He wondered why she was more worried about these three aloof young men than the horrific bear monster or the raging forest fire. These youths did not seem to pose any threat. Nicci plucked persistent burrs from her black skirt. The city we glimpsed from the pass shimmered like a mirage. It seemed unnatural. It's magic, Amos said. Depending on the strength of the Shroud, Ildikar winks in and out of existence, in and out of time. The Shroud goes up and down as the wizards try to hold the ancient spells. My friends and I are out here exploring because we had the chance to do so. It lets us get our revenge on the enemy soldiers, Brock said, swinging his iron-tipped club viciously through the prickly stem of a thistle. A few at a time. I hope the city reappears soon, Jed said. We've been out here 3 days, camping and wandering. I could use a good bath and a decent meal. Pack food leaves much to be desired. Amos gave a sly grin. I thought you'd be more anxious to visit the Silk Yaxen. His two companions laughed hungrily. Brock added, Keeper's crotch. I'd want to be clean and rested before expending all that energy. As long as the girls are clean and rested, that's what matters most to me, Jed said. What's a Silk Yaxen? Bannon asked. The youths gave him a withering glance. Maybe we'll show you someday. Together, they waded down the slopes through grasses and weeds. Not needing to hide from the enormous army, they made good time. Once they reached the plain filled with thousands of statue soldiers, Nathan stared at the motionless ranks. The stone figures were everywhere, flash frozen in the midst of their normal activities while prosecuting a major war. A war that had never reached Ildikar. They came upon a group of 4 cavalry riders, their massive destriers wearing full battle gear. Nathan recognized the ornate components of equine armor, the chanfron to protect the horse's head and face, the crinnet for the neck, the petrol for the sides and flanks. Worked into the metal and leather was the stylized flame symbol of Emperor Kurgan. The right foreleg of one of the war horses was upraised, as if the mount bounded off in a gallop, but now the statue stood precariously balanced. The soldiers astride the destriers wore exotic, antique armor, which gave them a fearsome appearance. Large padded helmets with a crest above the forehead, a nose guard and sweeping pointed chin guards, a smooth metal cuirass covering their chests, lapped leather thigh guards worked with metal discs for extra protection. They held curved swords, upraised, ready for a charge. Their round shields were also emblazoned with Kurgan's flame. Bannon paused to admire the statue cavalry. They must have been riding out on a sortie. Amos pressed both hands against the stone horse with the raised foreleg. Help me with this. Jed and Brock joined him without question, and Amos looked at Bannon. You can pitch in too. We'll let you. Unsure, Bannon took his place next to the 3 youths. What are we doing? All 4 of them planted their hands against the stone horse. Doing our part to fight the old war. Amos and his friends pushed, making the stone horse wobble. Bannon's uncertain assistance did little. Nathan expressed his biting disapproval. That's a historical artifact, lads. You shouldn't. It's an enemy soldier. Amos gritted his teeth, and his cheeks flushed with the strain. With a final heave, they tipped over the stone horse and rider. The heavy statue crashed to the ground, breaking the horse's foreleg and cracking the statue soldier in half. The young men stepped back, congratulating themselves. Only about 100,000 more to go, Jed said, and sauntered onward. They moved through the large, silent camp, where innumerable ancient warriors were frozen in the midst of frenetic activity. Many of the statues wore armor, ready to fight. 2 burly men stood with gauntleted arms crossed over their chests, like implacable guardians, apparently standing watch. "Why are there no tents or banners?" Bannon asked. Nathan realized the answer. Any such things would have decayed over the centuries. Even if the soldiers themselves turned to stone, the other trappings rotted away long ago. He shaded his eyes in the bright afternoon, scanning across the tableau. 10 fossilized warriors sprawled in a circle on the ground, where weeds and grasses had grown up around them. From their positions and state of undress, he surmised they had been at camp, sleeping around a fire, covered with no longer existent blankets. Others squatted nearby, arms extended toward the center of the circle, as if they had been holding sticks, roasting meat over flames. One man stood with his hands at his crotch, gazing toward the ground, preserved in the act of urinating. Amos and his companions found this intensely amusing, and they used their iron-tipped staffs to batter away at the stone hands and pulverize his petrified manhood. They came to a clearing among the fossilized soldiers, perhaps a place where a large supply tent had disintegrated with time, leaving an unoccupied area. "Here's a good place to make camp," Amos said, then looked at Bannon. "Did you bring supplies?" "I hope you have decent food," Jed added, "and enough to share." Nicci gave them all a hard look. "You should have prepared better for your expedition." Amos frowned at the criticism, but Nathan shrugged out of his pack. "We have food. Happy to share." He undid the strings and opened it to reveal the spell-preserved venison steaks they had carved from one of Murrah's recent kills. The strangers gave appreciative grins. "Fresh meat sounds good," Brock said. Working together, they gathered armfuls of dead weeds, grass stalks, and fallen branches. Nathan laid out a circle of stones he collected, and the Ildakaran youths piled the debris in the center without finesse. Looking at the unruly heap, Bannon bent down, getting to work. "Building a fire takes a little more skill than that. Dry grass, then twigs for kindling, with larger branches built up around it." Amos rolled his deep brown eyes. "Why bother?" With a gesture, he released a flicker of his gift and ignited the piled debris. The crackling grass and twigs quickly built into a healthy fire. "Or I suppose that would be faster," Bannon muttered. Nicci also usually started their campfires. As dusk fell, they roasted meat and hunkered down to eat. But Nathan's attempts to elicit further conversation resulted in few details. Adding their part to the dinner, the young men pulled out honeyed wafers and dense grain cakes from their packs, sharing them. Nathan found them to be flavorful, but the young men claimed they were tired of eating the stuff. As the darkness deepened, Nathan gazed across the sweeping expanse, which reminded him of the Azrith Plain in Dahara. The open grassy prairie extended to the steep drop-off at the river that bisected the vast plain, and even the immense open space seemed barely large enough to contain the countless soldiers that had come to conquer Ildakar. Taking a second honeyed wafer, Nathan gestured with his chin toward the distant river. "That looks like an extreme uplift. Normally, a river like that would have carved a wide valley, but it seems to have cut the plain like an axe. Those are enormous cliffs above the water." "It didn't happen by accident," Amos said, licking venison grease from his fingers. "In order to defend Ildakar, the wizards Duma combined their magic to raise this side of the plain, lifting it up like a giant swatch of sod hundreds of feet above the Kilraven River. The sheer bluffs prevent any attacks from the water." "Only fools would attack Ildakar," said Brock, chewing on his blackened meat. He plucked a lump of gristle from his mouth and inspected it between thumb and forefinger before flicking it off into the grasses. "General Utros and his army learned that lesson." "How can anyone attack the city if they can't find it?" Nicci asked. "Where did Ildakar go?" "That was part of our genius," Amos said, without elaborating further. As night insects in the grasses set up a soothing chorus of songs, Nathan pondered what he knew from legends and history. If the wizards of Ildakar could do such astonishing things, surely they could help him recover his gift. First, though, they had to solve the mystery of the vanishing city. The next day, long after sunrise, they set off across the plain, wandering among the petrified soldiers. At random times, the three young men found stone warriors that caught their attention. One squatting man, with his stone trousers around his stone knees, had fallen over onto the ground when the latrine he was using had weathered into dust. Amos and his friends broke that statue into pieces. They targeted particularly fierce-looking warriors, stone men who looked hungry to conquer Ildikar. Amos and his friends used their iron clubs to batter the eyes, noses, and mouths, leaving the faces chipped and featureless, which they found hilarious. After all he had read about the glory of Ildikar, Nathan was disappointed in their attitude. He surveyed the countless figures that covered the open plain. "I suppose General Utros is one of these statues. It would be intriguing to find him, just to look upon his features, for the sake of history." "How would we know who he is?" Bannon frowned at the broken statue the others had just smashed. "These warriors wear no identifying badges." "Dear boy, I assume that if we looked long enough, we could find one with a general's garb or armor, probably near the center of camp in a command tent." Nathan brushed the front of the ruffled shirt he had worn since leaving Cliffwall. "But there would be no tent left after all these years. Alas, no tables, no remnants of charts, no banners." Nicci looked ahead at the distant river and the sheer cliff drop-off. "If your wizards were so powerful, why were they afraid? Uplifting half the plain, tearing the landscape to create huge cliffs above the river, that is not an act of confidence." "It was a demonstration of our invincibility," Amos said. "The Kilraven River brought trade from distant lands, but as times grew darker, it also brought foolish invaders who sought to conquer the city. So the wizards created the high bluffs and dragged the river closer. They reshaped the landscape like a potter manipulates clay. Ildikar has stood for all this time, and we are stronger and greater than ever." With a grunt of effort, he shoved another stone soldier over, toppling it into the weeds. As they approached the uplift that loomed above the river, Nathan wondered how they would ever descend to the water, if that was their destination. The boys refused to explain, and seemed to find Nathan's persistent questions annoying. When they were within a mile of the drop-off, in the heat of the afternoon, Nicci expressed her frustration. "So where is this city?" Her black travel dress was flecked with tan seeds, burrs, and dry grass tips. Amos said, "We're in the right general place, but I don't know exactly when the Shroud will come down. There's nothing we can do to hurry it." "We might have to camp again tonight." Jed sounded disappointed. "I'd rather—" As if some lookout from within the unseen city had spotted their approach, the air suddenly shimmered and changed. Nathan caught a sharp metallic tang in the air, as if lightning had struck nearby. A sizzling sound like millions of swarming gnats grew louder and rose to a persistent drone that made his teeth rattle. Then the expansive view of the empty plain dissolved, the air itself peeling away to reveal what had been hidden behind a camouflaged barrier. When the shimmer faded, Nathan stared at the enormous and breathtaking city of Ildikar directly in front of them. Chapter 6. Nicci stopped in her tracks, staring at the city that had not been there moments before. Bannon staggered backward. "Sweet sea mother!" The crackling hum in the air faded as details sharpened into perfect clarity. A walled city as large as Tanimura unfolded from behind a wall of time. Countless layers of buildings were perched on a mounded uplift that rose like a plateau sculpted from the plain. Nathan shaded his eyes as he gazed upward to take it all in. Dear spirits, even the wildest legends did not do this city justice. I see why Ironfang insisted that it be conquered. It is Ildikar, Amos said, as if that explained everything.
Many outsiders have tried to possess it, and no army has ever succeeded.
Since the three young men offered no details, Nathan turned to Nicci and Bannon.
Ildikar was the most prominent city in the southern part of the Old World, a cultural wellspring for arts and crafts, a focus for research into the magical arts. Many of the greatest scholars and discoveries in ancient times came from here.
He stroked his smooth chin.
In fact, many of the seminal works in the Cliffwall archives originated from Ildikar, 3,000 years ago.
Our city has only grown greater since. Amos adjusted his fur-lined half-cape and strode forward across the unmarked plain toward the great gates in the towering wall. That's because we were protected behind the Shroud. If Ildikar had remained vulnerable, we would have been conquered by General Utros, or any number of other warlords. Nicci nodded in admiration at the imposing stone walls that surrounded the uplifted city. Her blonde hair drifted in front of her face. If Emperor Jagang had known about Ildikar, he surely would have sent Imperial Order troops down here to conquer it. Then Jagang, whoever he was, would have failed as well, Amos said. By shielding our city behind time, we avoided the wars, the devastation, the hardship over the ages. We have had 15 centuries of isolation to build a perfect society. He paused in front of the nearest stone soldier, a man with a drooping mustache and a wart on his nose. With a sneer, he swung his staff to smash the head of the statue. Releasing their pent-up anger, Jed and Brock joined in, the three of them hammering until they shattered the petrified warrior into rubble. Nicci was impatient with their misplaced, destructive tendencies, but she did not chastise them, having seen far worse atrocities among Jagang's soldiers. Bored Imperial Order troops would rape, torture, and mangle living captives, just because they had nothing better to do. Restless vandalism couldn't hold a candle to that. Turning his look of obvious distaste away from the young men, he blinked, coming out of his reverie as he turned back to the amazing metropolis that rose up like an island on the edge of the plain. That city is alive. Let us go see Ildikar. They trudged across the grassland toward the stone wall. They walked on the weathered remnants of a great road that had vanished into little more than occasional rough cobblestones, overgrown with tufts of grasses and hardy weeds. Nicci studied the exotic, colorful buildings that clung to the slopes of the sculpted plateau, comparing it to Alta Rang and Eidendril. Ildikar was so large it loomed like a mountain of buildings, with steep streets, greenways, terraced gardens, orchards. The succession of rising walls and steep barriers formed concentric defenses that rose dramatically from the otherwise gentle valley. After all the colorless stone soldiers and the brown grasses of the plain, vibrant Ildikar was bursting with color. Purple and red pennants flew above crenellations on the stepped walls. Rooftops on the crowded whitewashed houses sported tiles of glazed red, ochre, or black. Some of the windows glinted with rainbows of colored crystal in the bright sunshine. Hanging gardens, verdant waterfalls of vines and vegetation, were draped over the wall. Behind the tall defensive barricade, the city's neighborhoods and districts were like the layers of an onion. Small dwellings, large warehouses, observation towers, gathering areas. Nicci thought of Richard's seat of power, the People's Palace, an enormous city within a single structure that overlooked the Azrith Plain. Ildikar was just as imposing, just as magnificent, but with strange, curving architecture that featured pointed towers and swooping arches. Approaching the outer wall, they came upon the weathered remnants of deep trenches, overgrown moats that must have been used to discourage cavalry attacks ages ago, but they had slumped and filled in with time. The group picked their way through. Amos gestured to the ditches. For years, Ildikar's traditional siege defenses were considered impregnable, but after the wizards erected the protective shroud, none of that was relevant anymore. The shroud was all we needed to keep the rest of the dangerous world away, Jed said. When they had first seen the city from Col Adair, Nicci now realized the Shroud dome was flickering, perhaps faltering, as the spell faded. From what Amos and his friends grudgingly revealed, the Shroud had been going up and down intermittently for years, well before Richard's star shift had changed the rules of magic. The three young men strolled along, yelling up at the walls. Even though they had talked about eating and bathing, and visiting their mysterious silk yakson, they seemed in no hurry to get home. "What if the city vanishes again before we reach it?" Bannon asked, picking up his own pace. "Don't we want to get inside?" Nathan also added his concern. "We've come a long way to find Ildikar. I wouldn't want to miss our opportunity." Amos shrugged, slowing his pace a bit just to be difficult. "Now that the Shroud has been dropped, the Savrina and the Wizard Commander won't work the magic again for at least a week. The city will be open to the outside world for now." Nicci was eager to learn more answers, to speak with representatives who showed more interest in the outside visitors. She no longer expected much from Amos and his companions. She had seen layabouts before. "We don't know how long our business will take." Nicci glanced over at Nathan. "The wizard has an important request to make of your rulers." "And Nicci's supposed to save the world," Bannon interjected. "A witch woman sent them here." "A witch woman?" Amos rolled his eyes again. "A minor sorceress? A trivial seer? Witch women don't have much standing in Ildikar. In our city, the gifted are strong." Nicci was glad to hear that, since she'd had enough of witch women. "Why were your wizards so much more powerful than any opponent? In those days, were there not other gifted enemies? Dreamwalkers? Shapers?" "Ildikar was different because our wizards banded together. Their secretive research had taught them magic and spell forms that no one else knew, and when they united their abilities, no outsider could defeat them." From the sounds of his words, Nicci guessed that Amos was just parroting what he'd been taught all his life. Nevertheless, it seemed to be true. They soon reached the first of the high outer walls and a towering double gate made of stone-hard wood, held in place with giant iron hinges. Each plank was the length of a full tree. The gate looked impervious to any kind of siege or battering ram. Nicci ran her gaze up and down the construction, trying to imagine whether she would have the power to blast her way inside, or to escape, if need be. Bannon looked intimidated. "Will they let us in?" Amos snorted. "They'll let us in. I'm the son of the Savrina and the Wizard Commander." He went to a smaller, person-sized door inset on the lower left side. He hammered with his fist. "Hi, Captain Avery. Are you on duty? Open up, I brought visitors." Nicci heard voices on the other side, then a rattle and clank as iron bolts were drawn back out of their sockets. She sensed a flash of magic as a different kind of seal peeled away from around the jamb. Then the smaller door swung open. A uniformed guard stood there, tall and handsome, with a red pauldron on his left shoulder. Brown leather armor lapped with iron scales covered his torso, but left his arms bare. His wide belt held a dagger and a sheathed short sword. Though the air was warm, he wore a cape lined with a wiry brown pelt from an animal Nicci could not identify. His high boots came to just beneath the knee. The guard captain looked at Amos, ignoring the strangers. "We've been expecting you back, young man." Amos and his two friends pushed through the gate. "No matter what you do with my mother, you don't command me, Captain." He glanced over his shoulder at Nicci, Nathan, and Bannon, who were still waiting to be introduced. "This is High Captain Avery, the head of the city guard. He'll know what to do." He turned back to the muscular man. "The woman is a sorceress, and the old one claims to be a wizard. Apparently, they have some business in Ildikar and have come a long way. I turn them over to you. Take them to my parents in the ruling tower." He paused and glanced at Bannon, considering. "You'll stay with them, I suppose?" Bannon brushed back his long ginger hair and made up his mind. "Yes, I will." Amos clearly had no further interest. "Fine. My friends and I have other things to do." Jed pushed forward. "Let's go to the bathhouse first. Slaves can bring food to us there.
I thought you wanted to visit the Silk Yaxen first, Brock said.
Tonight, Amos replied. There'll be plenty of time. Without a second glance, the three youths entered the bustling city, while High Captain Avery frowned at the three strangers. Come with me. After they entered through the wall, he slammed the door behind them, then threw numerous bolts to keep the barricade intact. Once they were securely locked inside, the guard captain said, "Welcome to Ildikar." Chapter 7. Nicci didn't like to have doors closed behind her, or locked. After the small common entry was sealed, she looked up at the tall ceremonial gate that towered above her head. The door seemed impenetrable, the layered wood adorned with exotic designs, even the rippling curves of denial-based spell forms. Nathan also pondered the wooden barrier behind him, his brow furrowed, but then he forced a smile. He said to Nicci, "We wanted to come to this city, and now we're inside. I will take that as a good thing." Taking the lead, she faced High Captain Avery. With her black dress, long blonde hair, and shapely form, Nicci did not look intimidating, even with a dagger at each hip. But the intensity of her blue-eyed gaze gave the guard captain pause. "I am Nicci, a representative of the Daharan Empire. This is Nathan Rahl, wizard and roving ambassador for Dahara." "And this is our companion, Bannon," Nathan added. The young man touched the sword at his side. "I help defend them." He glanced at the three youths, who slipped away into the crowds without even looking back at them. Avery regarded them with a narrow, stony face that was both handsome and aloof. He had close-cropped brown hair and sported a well-groomed mustache, but the rest of his face was clean-shaven. "We have come to Ildikar to speak to your leaders," Nicci said. "Then it is my obligation to take you to the ruling tower, up there." With a brusque nod, he indicated the top of the plateau, high above these lower levels of the city. A sleek tower rose from the summit, overlooking the streets below. "I don't know if the Wizards' Duma is in session, but the Sovrina and the Wizard Commander will be there." Leaving other guards at the gate, Avery commanded 5 of the armed men to accompany them as an escort through the streets. Ildikar was a city that throbbed with colors, exotic smells, and fascinating sights. They walked at a brisk military pace, as if Avery had no interest in delay or small talk. People watched them as they marched past, and Bannon turned from side to side as he drank in the turbulence of fascination. "This city is even bigger than Tanamura." Nicci assessed the streets and buildings around her. "Tanamura is more sprawling, but Ildikar is contained, everything compact, not an inch wasted." Nobles, merchants, and tradesmen wore loose, clean clothes with accents of rich colors, while others wore drab linen pants and rough tunics with frayed sleeves and necklines. Instead of well-tooled boots, the drab ones wore only sandals. Nicci assumed they were the lower classes, the workers, for they were carrying water jugs, pulling carts, lifting crates, or sweeping out gutters, and they kept their eyes averted. Following the guards along the winding cobblestoned streets, she noticed that even here in the lower level, the paving was well maintained. The walkways were swept. The brick homes were covered with whitewash, the roofs layered with baked terracotta tiles, glazed with bright colors, like the scales of a dragon. Workers climbed wooden ladders and stood on the roofs, repairing loose tiles or installing new glazed pieces to make striped patterns that could only be seen from the upper levels of Ildikar. Gold-trimmed purple banners hung from high buildings or bell towers. The banners bore the ubiquitous symbol of Ildikar, a stylized sun from which emanated jagged lightning bolts. The design looked powerful and dangerous at the same time. The streets formed an upward spiraling curve like a graceful snail shell that rose to the top of the tapering plateau. The most magnificent buildings occupied the upper level, grand villas and a prominent stair-stepped pyramid, as well as the high tower on the edge of an abrupt drop-off. "From a geological perspective, this is quite unusual," Nathan said. "The wizards of Ildikar must have extruded this high mound to make it a defensible fortress above the plain." Avery gave a curt nod. Yes. Rather than find a place that suited their needs, the wizards created exactly what they wanted right here. They uplifted half of the valley, then constructed this magnificent city, which has stood for millennia, and will stand for eternity. They reached a small square where alleys intersected with the main thoroughfare. At a fountain, where water spilled out of cast bronze river fish, women filled jugs of water. Others gathered to wash at hemispherical public basins, mounted on prominent walls, filled with trickling water supplied by aqueducts that ran throughout the city. In terraces along the city slopes, narrow strips of arable land held tightly packed orchards of dwarf fruit and nut trees. Narrow vineyards rolled up slopes, where precariously balanced workers picked the grapes and filled baskets slung at their hips. Agile children in drab clothes climbed the dense vines of hanging gardens, swinging out to reach among the foliage to pluck fruit. Flowers growing in pots on windowsills added a splash of color and sweet perfume to the air. Nicci felt a brief pang. The flower gardens reminded her of Thistle, how the spunky young girl had longed to see the world restored to beauty, including frivolous flower gardens. Nicci herself had been forced to kill the girl in order to obtain the weapon she needed. That black twist of grief and guilt made her pause briefly in her step. Then she focused her thoughts, hardened the walls around her emotions. She had long ago formed a heart of black ice, and she didn't want to let it melt now. "Are those olive trees up on that outcropping?" Nathan pointed, tossing back his shoulder-length white hair. "I do enjoy olives." "That's the Sovrina's private grove. You will find them especially delicious because the ground is fertilized by the bodies of slaves." Nicci felt a chill. "And that makes them taste better?" Avery nodded. "More vibrant, more plump, filled with life. I doubt the slaves would agree," Bannon muttered. The people in Ildikar seemed calm, although Nicci detected little mirth and heard no music. The conversations seemed businesslike rather than joyous. Nathan asked, "Do you get many visitors from outside, Captain? How often is the Shroud down so the rest of the world can see Ildikar?" "In 1,500 years, we have lost contact with much of the world. But we do receive some outside trade, mostly via the river, but also from some of the hill towns to the north. At present, few enough people know that Ildikar has emerged from behind the veil of time." "Then we are glad to re-establish a diplomatic conversation," Nathan said. "We wish to tell you about the Daharan Empire and Lord Rahl's new rule. I also have an important personal request." "Our leaders will hear you," Avery said, though he promised nothing more. "Sovrina Thora and Wizard Commander Maxim will decide whether or not you can stay in Ildikar, or if you must leave before the Shroud is restored again." Nicci frowned. "Your invitation is premature, Captain. We have not asked to remain here, and we plan to leave before we are trapped." Avery failed to grasp the reason for her concern. "I did not make an invitation, merely stated a fact. It is the Sovrina's decision." Heading away from them down the street, a young man in a plain tunic and stained pantaloons drove a group of lumbering beasts of burden, thick-shouldered, cattle-like creatures with brown fur. The beasts plodded away, bleating out mournful sounds, as if in a slow-motion march to an executioner. "Get those Yaksin out of the way, boy," Avery grumbled. "Use the back thoroughfares, not the main streets." "Sorry, my lord captain." The young man had a mop of brown hair and flashed a grin to reveal his missing front tooth. "The beasts need to drink at the fountain, and then I'll put them right back down the side street." "They shouldn't be drinking from the public fountain, not in the high levels of the city." "But the Sovrina says the water is for everyone." "Yes, she does." Avery's voice turned into a growl. "But water them in your place. These fountains are for gifted nobles and higher tradesmen. They don't want their water tainted by Yaksin spittle." "Apologies, my lord captain," the boy said without sounding contrite at all. He snapped the sharp tip of a switch against the hindquarters of the rearmost Yaksin.
The beasts moved forward, bleating out their dismal moans. Two of the creatures turned their heads to look back at them, and Nicci was shocked to see not the wide-set eyes and flat bovine visage of a stupid cow. Rather, the Yaxan faces looked eerily human-like, with the distorted expressions of damned men. Shaggy hair covered their heads, and thick beards ran along their chins. Their mouths were open, letting pale ribbons of drool run out. Blunted horns atop the skull seemed to be no more than decoration. Both Yaxan turned away and plodded onward. Nicci stared, shocked by what she had seen. Dear spirits, are they human? Far less than human, Avery said. They are Yaxan. After the boy had driven the animals away, the escort led them across the square toward a side street. When the buildings opened up above her, Nicci saw the ruling tower, which loomed above them at the top of the plateau, reminding her of the fortress lighthouse that rose over Grafin Harbor. Among the milling people on this side of the square, Nicci detected an excitement she hadn't noticed before. Men and women in the drab clothes of lower classes jabbered and whispered next to the more colorful merchants and nobles. When Avery and his guards pushed forward to investigate, someone let out a warning whistle. The crowd melted into private businesses, ducking into doorways and hurrying away like a flock of birds that scattered into the sky. Avery's expression darkened as he marched up to a brick wall just around the corner in a side street. Glinting silvery shards had been thrust like ornaments between cracks in the bricks. Other reflective glints protruded from the wood of the door jambs and window frames. "Look at the little mirrors," Bannon said. "Someone decorated this alley." Avery withdrew his short sword and used the flat of the blade to smash the mirror shards. He called to his men. "Remove them all. Search these streets, and make sure there are no more." He swept his sword again, releasing the sound of tinkling reflective glass. "Clean up every bit." "Are you afraid of your reflection?" Nicci asked, with a hint of sarcasm. The guard captain rounded on her. "I'm more concerned with rebels. The followers of Miramask did this. They want us to believe their numbers are greater than they really are, and they do this in the middle of the night to taunt us. We cannot let them gain a foothold." "Miramask?" Nathan mused. "Now that sounds like an interesting story. Would you tell us the tale before we reach the tower?" "No. As captain of the city guard, it is my duty to protect and defend Ildikar. If you want stories, ask the Sovrina or the wizard commander." He abruptly cut off his conversation as he marched at a faster pace. Near the top of the plateau, the sloping streets were filled with more gardens, orchards, and trellises. Avery did not speak another word until they reached the entrance to the ruling tower. Chapter 8. The high pillar of stone rose up from the edge of the sandstone plateau like the tusk of some ancient beast. Serpentine loops and lines carved into the tower's outer walls formed an intricate web that spiraled up to the pinnacle that overlooked the residential district and winding streets below. Nathan stared up at the sheer face of the tower. "Dear spirits, that's a web. A protective spell constructed into the tower. This place must be impregnable." "It is said to be," Avery replied, "but it has not been tested, since no one ever breached the outer walls of Ildikar." The broad summit of the plateau was populated with numerous palatial buildings, villas, and an imposing pyramid adorned with curved metal devices. Nicci wondered if the stair-stepped structure might be an astronomical observatory. They had a breathtaking view of the city below, with terraced fields and hanging gardens, fountains and reservoirs, glittering cisterns and enamel-painted tile roofs that spread out like a rainbow across the buildings far below. "I am impressed with these defenses," Nicci said. "A city endures if its people remember that there are always others who wish to destroy it." Avery stepped through the curved arch of the tower's entrance, and they followed him inside. Nicci felt the temperature drop by several degrees. Bannon wiped perspiration from his brow, smearing his long ginger hair out of the way. "It's much cooler in here." "The wizards keep it that way," Avery said. "Note the glyphs on the walls."
The strange designs carved into the interior stone blocks emanated magic, and Nicci realized these were concentration points of a passive spell. Transference magic? Nathan nodded. Yes, the glyphs drain excess heat from the air and channel it elsewhere, possibly to kitchens or fireplaces. Avery did not offer his opinion as he led them deeper inside to a dominant central staircase, a cascade of steps, hewn out of variegated stone, green-veined granite, white and black marble. The ornamental balustrades were carved like eels looping down the staircase. The stairs led up to a landing, then another flight of stairs, then a third landing higher in the tower. At the third landing, the stairs opened up into a wide receiving room. As she followed the guard captain, Nicci instinctively understood the psychology of the construction. Jagang had taught her much when he built so many enormous structures as he swept over the land. The steep stairs, the several landings, and finally the open gallery into a grandiose main room. The architecture was designed to delay supplicants, to leave them flushed and breathless by the time they faced the powerful rulers. But Nicci refused to tremble when she met the leaders of Ildikar, whoever they were. Inside the great chamber, slanted sunlight shone through high arched windows that dominated one of the side walls. The view through the thin panes of clear glass showed the sprawling city far below. Avery's boots made loud noises as he strode across blue marble tiles that were polished to such a sheen they looked like puddles of water. Like an island above the lake of blue marble, a raised dais featured 2 ornate and imposing chairs, on which sat a man and a woman. At each side of the main floor, 2 curved marble tables with empty stone benches were reserved for more council members, 3 or 4 on each side. Avery stepped up to the raised dais and dropped to one knee. His fur-lined cape spread out across his shoulders and back. Sovrina Thora, Wizard Commander Maxim, I bring you visitors from beyond the Shroud, from a distant land called Dahara. Sovrina Thora was a tall, willowy woman, so beautiful she seemed to be made of porcelain. She had a narrow chin, a rosebud mouth, and haunting sea-green eyes. Her lustrous hair was like threads of polished brass done up in intricate loops and whorls. Her fine gown of sky-blue silk was trimmed with bands of striped gray fur. The dress hung in a rippling band from her left shoulder, wrapped around her ample breasts, reaching her narrow waist. The fabric became a waterfall of skirts that draped over her bent knees and down to her ankles. On either side of her chair hung 2 gold wire cages that held flitting, chirping songbirds, but Thora seemed to pay no attention to the scattered birdsong. Next to her sat a handsome man of average build, presumably Wizard Commander Maxim. He had short brown hair, dark eyebrows, and a dark goatee. Wearing an impish smile, he lounged back in his throne, one knee crossed over the other. His black pantaloons seemed woven from obsidian fiber rather than silk. His shirt was open, and an amethyst pendant hung from a gold chain around his throat to nest among the dark curls of his chest hair. Drawing upon her promises to Richard, Nicci took charge and stepped forward, head held high. She summoned the presence of her personality as she faced the 2 leaders, refusing to bow as High Captain Avery had. We've heard of this legendary city, and we come with the news of Lord Rahl and the golden age he will bring to the world. Thora sat ramrod straight and looked directly at Nicci, ignoring Nathan and Bannon, and spoke in a strong, husky voice. We welcome you, but Ildikar is independent. We have little interest in the outside world, even though the outside world always had interest in us, Maxim interjected, cocking a grin. My dear Thora possesses no curiosity. He rose from the throne in a fluid, cat-like movement, stepping toward Nicci. Welcome to Ildikar. We are always eager to meet intrepid explorers from the hostile world outside of our protective bubble. He waved his left hand to indicate generalized but unidentified lands beyond the boundaries of the city. While Bannon hung back, clearly out of his depth, Nathan followed Nicci's lead. The former wizard fluffed the front of his ruffled shirt, adjusted his own cape, and tried to make himself presentable. He broke in, smiling.
We have much knowledge to share, and we can benefit greatly from one another.
He brushed back his long hair, seeming oddly uncertain, even nervous. Nicci knew how badly he wanted answers. Gathering his courage, Bannon stepped up to join Nicci and Nathan. Before she could caution him to remain silent, the young man blurted out,
We saw your city from Coladair. We came from over the mountains. I am from Kyria Island. Maybe you've heard of it?
Islands are in the sea, Sovrina Thora said. And the sea is far from here, miles downriver and beyond the estuary.
Then perhaps we should know more about it, my dear, said Maxim. Knowledge equals power.
We have enough power, Thora said.
Never enough power. You two must be married,
Nathan pointed out, striking a light tone.
Is that true?
For nearly 2,000 years, Maxim said. Even before General Utros came to lay siege to the city. Thora's icy expression indicated that she had stopped counting the years of marriage long ago, and simply endured. The doors opened on the side of the receiving room, and 6 wizards hurried in, gifted men and a woman wearing robes and amulets, carrying staffs or other obvious trappings of their position. High Captain Avery rose to his feet and stepped back.
The Wizards' Duma has arrived.
Still sitting on her throne, Thora said, Thank you for summoning them, Captain. The Duma members should hear what these guests have to say. She paused, in case any of it is relevant. Wizard Commander Maxim strolled down from the dais and crossed the blue marble floor to the long stone tables as the other 6 wizards took their seats. He swept his hands out in a grand gesture, looking back at the guests. Allow me to introduce the other primary wizards of Ildekar, Damon, Elsa, Quentin, Ivan, Andre, and Ren. Nathan gave a brief, respectful bow, but he raised his eyebrows in a question. An even number of voters on a council? You must all be in agreement. They are, Thora said. We used to have an odd number, but one sorceress decided to challenge the Sovrina. Very unwise. Maxim stroked his dark goatee. And as you see, she lost her bid. Poor Lani. He indicated a white statue standing on display opposite the wall of windows. A tall, regal-looking woman whose hair was in ringlets, all preserved in stone. Her face looked angry, her hand outstretched, her fingers curled as if about to release a spell. But she had been petrified in place. That happened a century ago, Thora said. No one has challenged me since.
We have done just fine without Lani,
said the wizard named Andre. He had a shaved head and a gray-brown beard tightly braided like a thick brush that protruded from the point of his chin.
We have our own work in Ildekar, each of us with our special areas of expertise.
Nicci looked from Maxim to Thora, noting the icy, invisible curtain that seemed to hang between them. She couldn't help but contrast this coldness with the depthless love that Richard and Kaelin had for each other. The Sovrina and the wizard commander clearly had no such bond, at least not anymore. 15 centuries of peace, mused Elsa, a matronly woman who wore deep purple robes. At one time we all banded together to defend Ildekar, and we succeeded. Now we have Ildekar, exactly as it is. Exactly as it is, Thora agreed. We preserved Ildekar. We built our own perfect society, just as we wish it to be. We saw the army outside, Nathan said. Hundreds of thousands of warriors turned to stone. That is quite an impressive display of your magic. They've been here petrified all those centuries? Challenging our city was the greatest mistake General Utros made, said Maxim. That fool Emperor Kurgan thought that if he had a big enough army, he could simply walk all over the world, take anything he liked.
Maxim tugged at the silk fabric of his open shirt, as if he'd grown hot in the chamber. But as you could see, even an army so huge was no match for the wizards of Ildikar. He strolled in front of the seated Duma members. While Iron Fang lounged in his capital and let his general do all the fighting for him, our city built up defenses that proved to be his downfall. Thora picked up the story, as if to upstage her husband. General Utros brought his armies over the mountains. According to our scouts, he started with an army 500,000 strong, but only part of it survived to lay siege to Ildikar. But how does one feed an army of such size? Or half that size, for that matter, the wizard Damon interjected. He had shoulder-length dark hair and long, drooping mustaches, each tip adorned with a pearl. Ivan, a gruff and burly man with thick black hair and an unruly black beard, hunched at his bench, as if looking for something to break. He wore a tan jerkin of animal hide, branded with strange symbols. With a sharp realization, Nicci thought the leather jerkin looked much like Mura's marked hide. Ivan grumbled. We may have done them a favor by turning them into stone. We should have left them to starve out there, or fester with disease, let them rot and die while we laughed at them from inside the city. By joining together, we defeated them with a single blow, Thora said, still sitting in her tall chair. We worked massive magic, unleashed power from the soul of our people. And oh, the cost. She looked at her husband with grudging respect. The wizard commander was the focal point for the petrification spell. Maxim used the magic and turned them all to stone. He seemed immensely pleased with himself. I was always the best sculptor in Ildikar, although my dear wife has potent magic as well, which she used against dear Lonnie. We stopped the siege and defeated Utros's army, but we knew more war would come, Thora continued. Emperor Kurgan might raise another force to get revenge, or if not Kurgan, then some other despot. We were weary of it. The Serena's porcelain face grew flushed. We were also bored with it, Maxim added, flashing a smile at Nicci. She stiffened. Was he flirting with her? The wizard commander continued. So, we removed ourselves from the perilous outside world. We built the proper spell forms throughout the walls of the city, and then raised a shroud that encapsulated us in a protective reality where we have remained safe for 1,500 years. He crossed his thin arms over his open shirt. Thora slid one slender leg over the other, rippling her sky-blue skirts. Thus, leaving us free to create our perfect society here. She looked down at the visitors, and her smile reminded Nicci of the curve of a sharp knife. Chapter 9. As they descended the last line of mountains heading west, far from cliff wall, the two young scholars paused to stare at the wide band of water ahead of them. Yes, they were on an important mission for the sorceress Nicci, but would wonders never cease? Oliver blinked several times, trying to focus his eyes. After all his years in the isolated archive, his vision was better suited for close-up reading, studying countless documents in faded handwriting by lamplight. This expansive landscape stretched his imagination. Is that the ocean? He asked with a clear sense of awe. I've never seen the ocean. No one from Cliffwall has, said Peretta. Not in our lifetimes. Standing all too close to him, the skinny young woman shaded her eyes against the slanting afternoon sun. She was a memmer, one of those who used their gift to memorize countless volumes of magical and historical lore from the wizard's archive. Unfortunately, that ability seemed to make Peretta think she knew everything. But that isn't the sea. She extended her thin arm, pointing a stern finger as if she were about to lecture him. It's just a river flowing down toward the ocean, exactly as the people of Lockreach told us. You can see the bank on the opposite side. Oliver squinted again. Yes, There was a bank on the other side, not even terribly far away. It's so much wider than the water running through the cliff wall canyons. Peretta sniffed. All we had was a stream. This is a real river. Oliver adjusted his pack on his shoulders. His muscles were sore from so many days of walking across the old world, and the straps had chafed his skin. And I've never seen a real river either. He knew he and his companion still had a long way to go to deliver their important message back to Lord Richard Rahl. Peretta flashed him a rare smile. Neither have I. The girl was quite pretty when she let the stern, know-it-all expression fade away. Peretta was 18 years old, gangly and awkward, even scrawny. Her best features, Oliver thought, were her large brown eyes and the ringlets of brunette hair that stood out like a spray of dandelion puff around her head. Despite his dim eyesight, he could see his companion quite clearly when he looked at her up close, and they had spent a great deal of time up close since leaving the hidden canyons that held the great archive. With the river in front of them, the two set off out of the foothills, following a worn track that grew wider, rutted from wagon wheels. On either side of the track, grasses, weeds, and flowers grew tall, interspersed with wild rose bushes or low willows. The very idea that others had traveled this way, maybe even recently, made him feel less homesick. They were such a long way from cliff wall. Oliver began to hope they might find a village up ahead, where friendly people would offer a good meal and evening conversation, not to mention nice lodgings, 2 separate beds, or even a single lumpy mattress if necessary. He and Peretta had learned how to make the best of their situation. They both had the same goal since the sorceress Nicci had dispatched them on their mission. The people of Cliffwall, and the whole world, owed a great debt to Nicci and her companions. First, the sorceress had defeated the Life Drinker, whose powers threatened to suck the world dry. After that, Nicci had destroyed Victoria and her destructive explosion of growth. That had cost the life of the poor orphan girl Thistle, and in great grief, they had laid Thistle to rest, overlooking the valley the girl had helped to save. But Nicci and Nathan had their own goals as well. In gratitude for their services, and also because it was the right thing to do, the people of Cliffwall had dispatched 2 volunteers to make the long journey across the uncharted continent to make their way up to Tanamura and the Daharan Empire. Oliver and Peretta carried letters to Lord Rahl, along with copies of the information Nathan had written in his life book. Most importantly, Lord Rahl and the Sisters of the Light needed to know about the wealth of magical knowledge held in Cliffwall. Caught up in the excitement of the moment, Oliver had volunteered to go on the trek, thinking of the possibilities of the wide world he had only read about. He hadn't known a whit about what he had agreed to do. Peretta agreed to accompany him, representing her fellow Memmers, who were often at odds with traditional scholars like Oliver. Because evil Victoria had been the leader of the Memmer faction, he wondered if Peretta felt driven by guilt or obligation. No one had questioned why either of them wanted to go. They just went. While packing for the journey, Oliver had combed through the archives, looking for reference works on the inhabited lands west of the mountains, the coastline, and the immense ocean. He was a fidgety, skittish young man, often sickly in his younger years. Growing up in the book-crowded tunnels within the Great Mesa, he had immersed himself in reading and cataloging. Cliffwall students were supposed to inventory thousands of volumes, simply marking down titles, organizing books, scrolls, and tablets. But nothing more. The archived magical lore was not to be used, because it was deemed too dangerous. And it was. Before true learning can begin, we must know the contents of our library, scholar-archivist Simon had once told them. Unfortunately, Oliver often became so engrossed in what he was reading that he would spend hours studying histories, legends, geography, and intricate magical lore, and entirely forget about the task of cataloging. Before leaving, he made a point of studying the known Western maps, and when he was ready to depart, an impatient Peretta had met him outside the canyon city. "I was already prepared to go." She tapped her forehead. "I have all the necessary knowledge up here. You didn't need to bother." Heading out of the canyons and the high desert plateau, The two had retraced their path, following Nathan's detailed descriptions and cartographical notes. Thanks to the Life Drinker's deadly influence for years, most of the settlements around the Great Valley had been abandoned, and little remained except for ghostly foundations of homes and empty streets. Up in the mountains, however, the two travelers found villagers, miners, farmers, shepherds in little settlements that seemed to have awakened from a deep and confusing sleep. They reached the town of Lockridge, and when Oliver invoked the names of Nicci and Nathan, the two travelers were exuberantly welcomed and given everything they could need. Now, many days later, as he and Peretta walked along the river road, listening to the gentle slosh of the current, Oliver considered the journey ahead of them, how far Nicci, Nathan, and Bannon had come from the Daharan Empire. His sore feet made him despondent about the countless steps still to be taken, but he chided himself with a philosophical adage he had always used as inspiration back in Cliffwall. You can finish even the thickest book if you read one page at a time, and you can read the entire library one book at a time, one shelf at a time, one room at a time. Oliver decided to view their journey in the same way. A speckled trout leaped out of the river with a splash, snatched a fly in the air, then plunged back into the water. Oliver paused to watch the dissipating ripples. "I'm impressed with this river," he said. "I know we're going the right direction, because rivers flow to the sea, and we need to get to the sea." "I already knew that," Peretta said, tossing her brunette ringlets. She marched ahead of him, leading the way along the dirt path. Heading downriver, they found more villages, and the people welcomed the weary travelers, who had no coins to pay for food or lodgings. They did have stories, however. More important, the villagers gave them directions, which helped the two orient themselves. Oliver knew their next main destination was the fishing town of Renda Bay on the coast, where Nicci and her companions had driven away the Norakai slavers. One afternoon they walked under the hazy sunlight, miserable in the humid air, which was far different from the dry desert. The river spawned lush vegetation, tall cattails and wild daisies, but also countless gnats and mosquitoes. Oliver waved his hand in front of his face, but did not succeed in driving them away. "I think they want to drink our sweat, as if there wasn't enough water all over the place." Peretta tossed her curls. "They're not after our sweat. They drink blood. I know all about it from one of the volumes I memorized." "Of course you do," Oliver muttered under his breath. She frustrated him. Sometimes he delighted in the girl's company. They would exchange stories to pass the time as they covered mile after mile. He would tell her things he had read, and she would recite passages from particularly interesting books. Then her mood would change, and she seemed to consider their companionship a competition. Oliver had to put up with it, not wanting to pick a fight. Once, though, she had stumbled in mid-sentence, forgetting words she'd memorized, and she reacted as if the mistake were a devastating failure. Tears brimmed in Peretta's dark brown eyes, and her lip trembled. She dashed into the tall weeds, insisting that she needed to use the bushes. She was gone a long time, and Oliver knew she was crying, but he didn't understand why. They continued along the well-traveled river road, reaching a point where the hills opened up. The two stopped as the river spread out in front of them, widening as it drained into a bay. The world ahead was an endless landscape of blue water, laced with white foamy waves. Oliver's stomach sank at the thought of all that water. He couldn't see any end to it, but not because his eyesight was weak. The water did extend forever, vanishing over the horizon. Next to him, Peretta stopped in mid-sentence, blinking her big brown eyes. With a gasp, she reached out to touch his arm. "Dear spirits, it looks like half the world is flooded." "I think that's the ocean," he said. Peretta nodded, and for once she didn't argue. "I believe you are correct." At the mouth of the river they found the village of Renda Bay, exactly as they were expecting. Feeling a spring in their step, they walked into the town, recalling the stories the visitors had told about the slave raid, how Bannon, Nathan, and Nicci had fought back the ruthless Norakai, leaving the villagers to pick up the pieces. When the people of Renda Bay saw Oliver and Peretta coming down the inland road, they reacted without surprise. Apparently, trade was commonplace up and down the river. As they approached, Oliver and Peretta raised their hands in greeting. Several people came forward, wearing curious expressions, and Oliver invoked the name that he knew would inspire a welcome. "The sorceress Nicci sent us here, and we are on our way to Dahara." "It's a very long way," Peretta said. "We hope you can help us." A murmur of recognition and surprise rippled among the villagers. Oliver looked around and saw the bright bare wood of new construction in the main town, as well as stone towers being built on either side of the bay's headlands. One broad-shouldered man with short, light brown hair grinned at them. His face looked weary, his eyes baggy, as if he had slept little in recent weeks. "I am Thaddeus, the new leader of this town. If you've been sent by the ones who saved us, then you are welcome here. How can we help?" Peretta stepped forward, speaking quickly. "We have vital information from Nicci and Nathan, as well as news of the Cliffwall Archive. We have strict instructions to report to Lord Rahl and the Sisters of the Light as soon as we can find them." Thaddeus nodded. "They gave us the same instructions before they departed upriver. We've already dispatched a pair of messengers heading north, but we don't know how far away it is, and you two will have much more of the story to tell." Oliver wiped sweat from his forehead, shooing away a buzzing fly before he answered. "We need a boat, and someone who can take us up the Phantom Coast to the cities in the north. That's a start." The town leader did not hesitate. "Then we will provide it. We would do anything to assist Nicci." Chapter 10. The Wizards of Ildikar welcomed the outside visitors with a fine celebration. After centuries of reading about the mythical city from ages past, Nathan reveled in being here in person. In walking through the spiraling streets, seeing the terraced gardens, the whitewashed buildings, the enameled roofs, and the magnificent high towers. He wanted to pinch himself to make sure he hadn't fallen into some kind of trance. But his interest in the glories of Ildikar was more than just academic. He also held on to a hope that the solution lay here, a hope that had blossomed inside him as soon as he glimpsed the metropolis from the giddy heights of Col Lidaire. From there, the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again. Now he knew what that meant. Nathan felt sure this place was where he needed to be, that the legendary gifted wizards could help restore him, make him whole. "There is no better reason for a grand banquet." Wizard Commander Maxim raised his voice and shouted loudly enough in the throne hall to startle Thora's caged larks. "Summon the cooks, slaughter a fresh yaksin, command the bakers to do their finest. We shall have a feast." Maxim flashed a quick, sarcastic glance at the Sovrina's icy demeanor. "As you can see, my wife can barely contain her excitement." Thora ran her hands down the blue dress that clung like oil to her body. "Ildikar will defend against all enemies, from within and without. But we are warm and kind to our friends." High Captain Avery stood next to the Sovrina, and Nathan noted that he showed a distinct fondness toward her. Although he was supposedly the military captain for the entire city, Avery seemed much more interested in protecting the coldly beautiful woman. Servants came forward, eyes downcast, voices muted. Under orders, they ushered Nathan, Nicci, and Bannon out of the ruling tower and across the top of the plateau toward a large, ostentatious villa. "This is the mansion of the wizard commander and the Sovrina," said one of the servants, a man whose demeanor was like a walking sigh. "You will each have a guest room, where you can wash and change into fresh garments, which we will provide. The banquet will commence in an hour." The man smiled politely, but without warmth. "I hope you are hungry." When his stomach growled, Nathan decided he was also in the mood for a feast. He was anxious to describe his problem, to ask the wizards for their help restoring his gift, so that he could use powerful magic again.
"An hour?" Bannon said. "A banquet that grand should take days to prepare."
The servant's eyes narrowed, showing crow's feet at the edges. "It should, but the council members will not wish to wait. As they have commanded, so we will provide." The grand villa was an enormous structure adorned with elaborate flourishes. Marble columns veined with red and gold stood tall, their ornate capitals engraved with prevalent spell runes. Purple banners hung down, displaying the sun and lightning bolt symbol of Ildikar. After the servants took Bannon and Nicci to their respective rooms, Nathan looked around his own chamber at the spacious bed, the gauzy hangings across the open windows, flower pots filled with scarlet snapdragons and a blush of geraniums that tumbled over the rail of the open balcony. A reflective basin of water hung on the wall, a hemispherical bowl for washing. When he dipped his hands in, Nathan shattered the reflection that stared back at him. Travel dust encrusted his face, and his long hair was stringier than usual. He washed quickly and inspected the garments the servants had laid out for him. It would feel so good to enjoy civilized finery again. An hour later, refreshed and wearing clean clothes in the Ildikaran style, Nathan Rahl felt like a new man again, though still not a wizard. His borrowed robe was made of heavy silk, a deep emerald green, trimmed with copper on the cuffs and hem. It was an entirely different look than his dashing travel clothes, but at least the robe was fresh. He straightened his damp hair with the tortoiseshell comb he had found among the debris after their shipwreck on the Phantom Coast. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that his hair had grown long enough that he could tie it in back with a ribbon. Finding no mirrors to assess his appearance, he looked at his reflection in the wall basin and decided that he was once again appropriately handsome. He cut a dashing figure, as befitted the roving ambassador for Dahara. When he joined Nicci and Bannon in the hall outside the banquet chamber, he saw that the young swordsman had also washed and put on a new maroon tunic, a black sash, and loose brown pantaloons, which he wore awkwardly. Nicci had been offered fine garments herself, but she had chosen to launder her black traveling dress, then dried it using her gift. Although it was a different cut from the more flowing Ildikaran fashion, Nicci remained strikingly beautiful with her blonde hair brushed and pinned back. She wore no jewelry, despite the many options her hosts had offered her. She didn't seem to need it. "You look glamorous just as you are, sorceress," Nathan said. She looked at him, raised her eyebrows. "My intent is not to be glamorous, but to engender respect." "Indeed, and your glamour and beauty engender a great deal of respect." "Then I also hope I can help you achieve what you need here, wizard. We would be glad to have you back in fine form." She turned, following the servants into the villa's banquet hall. He knew that Nicci had never been comfortable receiving compliments, nor did she often give them. Bannon was smiling as he tagged along. "I've never been to a city like this, and a banquet with royalty. Sweet sea mother, I wish I could tell everyone back on Kyria." "And who exactly would you tell? I thought you didn't have anyone left on your island." Nathan did not think about the pain that his comment would cause. The young man's expression fell. Back on Kyria Island, his father had been terribly abusive, had beaten Bannon's mother to death. Bannon's boyhood friend, Ian, had been seized by Norakai raiders, leaving the young man to deal with the guilt of escaping. No, reminding him about his island home did not bring fond memories. Deeply apologetic, Nathan squeezed Bannon's shoulder. "I'm sorry, my boy. We are off to see the world, as you wished, and Ildikar is our most important destination. We'll enjoy it together." Bannon reformed his bright expression. "Yes, we will." The three of them entered the enormous banquet hall, a broad chamber with open ceilings, and dangling vines of morning glories that drooped from an open ceiling. Lavish bouquets filled pots every 5 feet along the banquet table. Another golden songbird cage hung on a stand behind the seat reserved for the Sovrina.
The larks flitted about within their confinement, and a few deigned to sing. When Nathan looked at the extravagant food spread out, his stomach growled again. In the middle of a table sat a sizzling rack of herb-encrusted meat that dripped juices onto an oval basin. Baskets held knotted breads studded with berries and dried fruits, like jewels embedded in gold. Bowls were piled high with sliced fruits and curdled puddings. Other serving dishes held roasted potatoes and colorful root vegetables slathered with melting butter. Servants bustled about like ants from a stirred-up colony. While Thora and Maxim sat at the head of the table and High Captain Avery stood at attention nearby, the 6 Duma members were spaced along each side of the table. Nathan was surprised to find Amos and his 2 companions also joining them for the banquet. Seeing the 3 young men, Bannon smiled in greeting, then looked uncertain when they didn't seem to notice him. Elsa, the matronly member of the Wizards' Duma, sat wearing an ornate, lacy gray shawl and a silver dress around her sturdy frame. She looked up at Nathan and indicated the empty seat next to her. "Wizard, would you join me? The chair beside the wizard commander is reserved for the sorceress Nicci."
"I would be delighted to, my dear,"
Nathan said, taking the seat. Elsa was a woman who would be labeled handsome rather than beautiful. She reminded him of the prelate Annalena Aldurin, with whom he had spent so much time after they had concocted their escape from the Palace of the Prophets. Anne had been an interesting, if often frustrating, traveling companion, but he had grown tremendously fond of her. He felt saddened to recall that the Sisters of the Dark had killed her, but as a result of living for 1,000 years, losing friends and acquaintances was just something he had to accept. He fashioned a smile for Elsa and adjusted himself, tugging a slick wrinkle from his green robe.
"Delicious aromas, as well as fine company."
"Ildikar must do its best," Sovrina Thora said. "We are anxious to hear where you come from, and why you are here." Nicci sat upright next to Maxim, looking fine in her black dress. The plate before her was empty, while the Duma members waited to be served by the hovering servants. A tall man with long arms reached over with a curved knife, slicing hunks of the dripping savory meat from the large roast. He deposited a piece onto Nicci's plate before serving Nathan and then Bannon.
"The roast yaksin is marvelous, a true specialty of our city," said Maxim, smacking his lips. "Give me a slice of the rarest part," grumbled Ivan from his seat.
Beside him, the wizard Andre explained,
"Yaksin are specifically bred to yield the most delicious flesh. We have been meticulous with our breeding over 1,500 years of confinement, Each morsel will melt in your mouth."
He raised his plate to accept a portion from the roast. Not particularly interested in the food, Nicci said in a businesslike voice, "We've come from Dahara, where Lord Richard Rahl defeated the resurrected Sulakan, and before that, Jagang and the Imperial Order. After Lord Rahl's victory, we come to the Old World to describe his new peace and to ensure that there are no further tyrants." Nathan dabbed a napkin at his lips as he raised his voice.
"We've come for personal reasons as well. We believe a witch woman guided us here."
He pulled his life book from the leather pouch he always carried at his side.
"This is what set us on our course,"
he said, and read aloud the words that were written there.
"Future and fate depend on both the journey and the destination. Kol Adair lies far to the south in the Old World. From there, the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again, and the sorceress must save the world."
He smiled at them.
"We saw your city from the mountain pass exactly as these words predicted, so we think someone here may be able to help make me whole again."
Andre looked him up and down.
"And what part are you missing right now,
Nathan fidgeted with sudden uncertainty when it came time to actually explain his weakness, his failing. He coughed briefly into his hand.
"I recently lost my gift of prophecy, which was not a terrible thing, if you ask me. But something else also changed inside of me. I seem to have a little problem.
He swallowed, then covered it with a nervous smile.
Back in Dahara, I was a great wizard and a prophet. But when prophecy was banished beyond the veil to the underworld, that gift was somehow interconnected with my gift of magic. It has unraveled, and I am unable to use magic. When I did attempt to cast a spell, the consequences were...
He fluttered his hands.
Let's just say they were remarkable and unpredictable.
Maxim waved a hand.
None of us has been concerned with prophecy for centuries. Being cut off from the flow of time by the Shroud, we are not bothered by predictions and portents. We have had no prophets since the Great War, and we have not missed them.
The dark-skinned wizard Quentin picked up a raisin-studded roll, inspected it, then spoke to Nathan as he reached for the butter.
That makes no sense. The gift is intrinsic to a person.
He had a cloud of gray hair like smoke that clung to his head. He hasn't just lost his gift of prophecy. Thora gave a sidelong frown to her husband. He's lost his gift entirely. How is that possible?
I don't know, Nathan said. That's why we've come here, following the witch woman's clues. Someone in Ildikar must have the answer.
He looked around the banquet hall.
Someone? Anyone? That's quite worrisome,
said Wren, smacking his lips and dabbing juice from his mouth. But a drip fell on his maroon robes. He was a portly man with more than his share of chins.
We all have the gift, every one of us.
He blinked with sudden anxiety.
And if you could lose your abilities, Wizard Nathan, then perhaps we could too. What if it's contagious, like a fever?
Nicci looked around the table. I have traveled with him for some time, and my gift remains unaffected. Andre sat up, his brow furrowing deeply.
This bears further investigation. Wizard Nathan will be an interesting subject.
We should call him the former Wizard Nathan, Thora said. In Ildikar, those who possess the gift receive certain privileges. If this wizard is impotent, then we shall have to withhold judgment. Andre leaned over the table, studying Nathan like an unusual specimen.
I have many analytical spells, We'll have to run tests, sample your blood.
Elsa explained to Nathan. Andre is the greatest fleshmancer in Ildikar. His prowess is legendary. Andre took a bite of the juicy meat, speaking as he chewed.
Centuries ago, I helped create the Yaksin, for example. It is because of my work that they are so delicious.
Bannon looked up, curious.
What's a fleshmancer?
Andre stroked the thick braid of beard protruding from his chin.
I am the one who can manipulate and change living things.
Ivan added.
He's developed many interesting creations over the years. We use them in the arena.
With a chill, Nathan thought of the horrific combat bear that had attacked them in the hills. Any man who could create such a thing. Thora spoke up. Wizard Wren's concerns are legitimate. If a gifted person can lose magic, we need to know why. Is our own magic at risk? We need to solve the problem. She nodded to the fleshmancer. You have our blessing, Andre, and you have your orders. Study this man. The fleshmancer's gray eyes sparkled.
I would have done it anyway.
He quickly looked at Nicci.
But you still have your powers, sorceress. Unaffected, as you claim.
Maxim leaned closer to her and added,
You exude beauty, but I don't believe that is caused by magic.
This is who I am, Nicci said. And yes, my gift is still strong within me.
How wonderful, Maxim said. The class system in Ildikar is dependent upon a person's gift. Those of us from the noble ruling class have the most powerful gift, as is natural. The merchants and craftsmen have at least some hint of the gift, but few powers. And those unfortunates who possess no known abilities serve us as slaves. There's not much else the poor things can do. I don't have any ability with the gift, Bannon said. You're our guest, Amos interjected, seeming to notice Bannon for the first time during the meal. Don't worry about it. Beside him, Brock added, If you can use that sword, you've got a different sort of skill. Bannon blushed. I can use it. Nicci showed little appetite for her food. We can't deny that your city is impressive in many ways. Perhaps Ildikar could become a southern capital of the Daharan Empire. Nathan said, Lord Rahl has been consolidating the war-torn lands, giving the people freedom and new hope to live their lives as they choose. With the Daharan army and Lord Rahl's wise rule, we could help you a great deal. Maxim twirled his spoon in a crusted pudding and pulled out a mouthful, which he tasted. We know nothing about your Daharan Empire. Empires rise and fall with a sad monotony, Thora said. We've had enough of emperors. We want nothing like that here in our free city of Ildikar. Nicci gave them a skeptical look. Free city? You two seem like emperors yourselves. Nothing of the sort, said Maxim, too quickly. Ivan grumbled. A little late for that. We might have benefited from an alliance many centuries ago, but we've solved our own problem. Chief Handler Ivan speaks the truth, Maxim added. We could have welcomed your Lord Rahl's help when our city was first besieged by General Utros, but we took care of him with our own magic. He looked across the long table at Nicci. And you are supposed to save the world, sorceress? I applaud such a goal, but we've already saved ourselves. Ildikar is fine now. Ildikar is our perfect society, Thora said again. Nicci interjected soberly, That may be so, but I have never found a perfect society that didn't need saving. Chapter 11. Surrounded by the intimidating members of the ruling council, Bannon felt small and out of place in the banquet hall. He had seen Nicci do astonishing things with her gift, and he knew Nathan's potential. Those two had accepted him as a close companion, whether or not he had magic. He had become an important part of their group, and he certainly pulled his weight. But here in a grand city full of other gifted people, he felt insecure like when he had been a lonely boy on Kyria Island. He glanced at Amos, Brock, and Jed sitting near him. Even they had magical skill, as they had demonstrated while camping out on the plain, but Bannon felt that maybe he would fit in better with young men his own age. As the meal continued, he lowered his voice and leaned close to Amos. The Savrina and the Wizard Commander are really your parents? The three were preoccupied with their own conversation, but Amos lifted his dark eyebrows and turned to their guest. Yes. And that means I can do whatever I want. You like your quarters? Yes, they're the finest quarters I've ever stayed in. Jed picked up a decanter and filled his goblet with dark red wine, then refilled Bannon's, although the young man had sipped only about a third of it. The wine was strong and made him feel light-headed. It's good wine, too. Blood wine, Jed said. Bannon hesitated before taking another sip. Blood wine? You mean made from blood? The young men chuckled in unison. Not made from blood. The vines are watered with the blood of slaves. It gives the grapes a richness and body unlike any other vintage. Amos drank a long gulp, wiped his lips with the back of his hand. You can definitely taste the difference. A little nauseated, Bannon took only a small sip. The young men also ate plump olives from a bowl in front of them, and Bannon wondered if those were from the groves fertilized with the bodies of dead slaves. Amos spat out a pit, rolled it between his fingertips, then tossed it onto the floor. Living under the Shroud for so many centuries, we had to make use of every possible resource, and slaves were, of course, expendable. Bannon took a bite of one of the fruit-studded rolls, not wanting to ask what sort of sacrifices had gone into growing the grains or making the flour. "You must have a lot of slaves," he muttered, thinking of how Ian had been taken by slavers so long ago. "They replenish themselves because they're allowed to breed," Amos said. Under the Shroud, the normal course of time flowed around the city, bypassing the gifted nobles, like my parents and myself, and so we did not age. Our numbers remain constant, while the slaves grow old and die, or are killed in accidents. "Or die from diseases," Brock added. "Some of them run away every time the Shroud goes down," Jed muttered, earning a glare from Amos. "The mountain towns must have hundreds of escaped slaves. Slaves are encouraged to reproduce and maintain their numbers. We're generous and let them choose whatever mates they like." Brock picked up the story as he mopped up meat juice on his plate with a roll. "And for the past 10 years or so, we have another source for slaves, now that trade opened again with the outside world." "And you're sure you don't have the gift, Bannon?" Amos asked with a frown. The young man didn't want to admit that he could neither work spells nor release any magic. "I'm not a wizard, if that's what you mean, but doesn't everyone have at least some small hint of the gift? At least that's what Wizard Nathan said, since all of the pristinely ungifted departed." Jed snorted around a mouthful of buttered tubers. "Sounds to me like your Nathan is no longer a wizard himself, so he's not particularly useful either." "He is still a wizard," Bannon said defensively. "He lived 1,000 years and studied a great deal of knowledge. Many enemies have learned not to underestimate him, or me." He touched his side, where he always kept sturdy. Amused, Amos lifted his goblet of blood wine. "A toast to our new friend, Bannon Farmer, and all the adventures he has had." The others raised their cups, happy for the excuse to drink deeply, but it seemed that they were laughing at him. Bannon was forced to swallow more of the wine. It left a nice warmth inside his mouth and down his throat, and he tried not to think of the slave's blood that had watered the grapes. "I can tell you more about what we've done," he said. "How we saved the Great Cliffwall Archive and all the knowledge there." He nodded, saw he had their attention. Something deep inside him wanted to impress these young men. "Cliffwall? Never heard of it," Amos said. "One of the great archives of magical lore in the world. I helped Nathan and Nicci keep it safe." Brock added, "And what could you do with complex magical lore if you don't have the gift?" "I didn't save Cliffwall for me, but because it needed to be done. And I fought my own battles, too. I might not have the gift, but I helped Nicci destroy the Life Drinker, and I also fought against the vicious forest women created by Victoria." He shuddered to think of the lovely Audrey, Laurel, and Sage. They were so beautiful, but poisonous and deadly. Amos chuckled. "Keeper's crotch. Sounds like one of the Silk Yaxen." He looked over at Brock. "The one I warned you about?" The young man's ruddy complexion grew darker as he blushed. "She only scratched me, but she wanted to do more. She isn't there any longer. The Dacha disposed of her," said Jed. "Ruth. Her name was Ruth." "Ruthless, more like it," Amos added with a snort. Brooding, Brock used his knife to cut into his slice of meat. Bannon continued to recount his adventures. "When the Selka attacked us on our ship, I killed 20 of them with my sword. Terrible, bloodthirsty creatures. They slaughtered every sailor aboard the Wave Walker." "But you conveniently survived," Amos said. "I survived, but there was nothing convenient about it." He was about to launch into a recounting of his battles with the Norikai slavers at Renda Bay, but the other 3 did not seem interested. He faltered in his telling. "And, well, there were many other adventures and battles. I'll tell you about them some other time." Bannon and his companions had traveled long and hard to reach this important destination. He reminded himself he was in a fabulous city now, a place of legends, dining with the greatest wizards in the entire world. He had extravagant guest quarters, fine new clothes, and a feast unlike anything he had ever experienced. It wasn't so bad after all. "I wonder if your cooks know any good recipes for cabbage rolls?" he asked. "We used to grow cabbage on Kyria." We grow cabbage here, Jed said. It's slave food, and also fed to the Yaxen. Bannon felt belittled. Then I don't suppose I need to share the recipes. Amos laughed at his troubled expression, clapped a congenial hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Bannon. You're our new friend. We'll have lots to do together, and we'll take care of you. Just stick with us. Ildikar has remained unchanged for countless centuries. He found that hard to believe. Nothing new in all that time? Once you've achieved a perfect society, why would you change? Amos raised his goblet again. To Ildikar! The other boys agreed, making the toast a resounding call. To Ildikar! Bannon drank more, surprised to discover that he had emptied his wine glass. Jed refilled it again. Our new friend is much too nervous and reticent, Amos said. Blood wine will loosen him up. Then we can show him the greatest pleasures in Ildikar. Would you like that, Bannon Farmer? Brock asked. He felt intimidated at the prospect of the greatest pleasures, not sure what his friends might mean, but he didn't dare decline the offer. Nicci and Nathan would be preoccupied with the Duma members for some time, maybe days or weeks, as he tried to get his gift back. Bannon would be left out of all their important work. He smiled at Amos and his two companions and accepted their invitation. Yes, I'd like that. Chapter 12. The banquet courses continued for 2 hours, finally tapering into multiple desserts, then tiny glasses of potent liqueurs. Nicci glanced up through the open ceiling of the grand villa, where night moths flitted around the blooming vine flowers. The clear sky was awash with stars. After the main course, High Captain Avery took a plate of his own and ate standing beside Thora. Her normally icy expression melted, and she laughed at his whispered comments to her. She shared some morsels from her plate, although he had a full serving of his own. Our dear captain's loyalty and bravery are impeccable, and his strength. She heaved a small sigh. Avery is quite capable, and intensely devoted to the city of Ildikar. And devoted to the beautiful Sovrina herself, Maxim said with lilting sarcasm. He treated his wife's obvious flirtation with wry cheer that might have covered a hint of annoyance. He's certainly more capable than you have been in a long time, husband, Thora retorted. I'm still fully capable, my dear, just no longer interested, he said, and Thora's face puckered with disdain. Maxim lounged back in his chair. At least not interested in you. Perhaps that'll change, given another 1,000 years. By then you will be weary of every other woman in Ildikar, she said. Oh, I couldn't be tired of them all, Maxim said. And I could never forget that you are my wife and my love. Just look at you. He swept his hand toward the perfection of her face, the intricate nest of loops and braids of her hair. How incredibly beautiful you are. He took a long swallow of blood wine, lowered his voice. On the outside. Thora reached out to pat Avery's hand. He stood straight-backed, uncomfortable to be caught in the middle of this discussion. He adjusted the red pauldron on his shoulder. The other wizards around the table had consumed enough wine that their conversation flowed freely and loudly. Even Nathan talked loquaciously with a hint of a slur to his words. Taking his goblet loosely in his left hand, Maxim rose from his chair and stood beside her seat. The wizard commander had a gleam in his eye, a gleam Nicci didn't like. She was alert and on her guard. She had been used by many men, but had never pretended to call it love. Throughout her time as Death's mistress, she had been Jagang's plaything, and before that, a pawn tossed among the soldiers of the Imperial Order. Maxim leaned close to her shoulder. Over centuries of sheltered peace, the gifted nobles of Ildikar had much opportunity to hone our skills and develop the fine arts of sexual pleasure. He leaned closer, spoke in a husky voice. I dare say that most of our techniques have never been seen in the outside world.
You must be very proud, Nicci said. Perhaps you should use those skills to keep your wife satisfied. The wizard commander scoffed. Satisfying Thora is an impossible task. Ask any of her discarded partners. In fact, ask High Captain Avery. I am curious how he manages to do it. The Sovrina looked icy. He manages because he is well endowed with talent, and well endowed in general. A gasp and a titter went down the table. The banter delighted the other wizards, but Nicci was not amused, although she could not be offended on Maxim's behalf, because he didn't seem to care. You cannot make me jealous, dear wife, for I am as satisfied with our arrangement as you are. Maxim bent close enough to Nicci that she could smell the wine on his breath. I must inform you of our tradition on special evenings. The gifted nobles often join in pleasure parties, large and small, all of them intimate. You have noticed the immensity of this grand villa. We have numerous rooms with numerous beds, or floor cushions, or swinging hammocks. The possibilities may not be endless, but I don't believe we've explored all of them yet. Not in 1,500 years. I would be most honored if you would join us. Let me show you the true pinnacles of ecstasy. I promise we've developed countless masterful techniques. Nicci met his gaze with her clear blue eyes. She didn't back away, or flinch, or give any sign of warmth. I think not. I have many techniques of my own, and they aren't necessarily pleasurable. Maxim chuckled at that. I know what you mean. And there are those who take great satisfaction in receiving and giving pain. It is a different form of enjoyment, although many still consider it a sexual ecstasy. Nicci didn't budge. The Duma members at the table watched her closely. You mistake my meaning. I do not intend to participate in your pleasure parties. At all. But we appreciate the offer, Nathan interjected quickly. I should tell you that Nicci has been treated badly in the past, and I'm afraid the experience rather soured her on what others call pleasure. But if this invitation is important to you, and if it's a tradition, I may have to consider serving in the role. I am the roving Daharan ambassador. An awkward mutter ran around the table. Elsa seemed embarrassed for him. She gave the old wizard's hand a reassuring pat. Thank you for your willingness, Nathan, but there's a problem. You see, our pleasure parties are only for the gifted nobles. She let her words hang for a moment. Across the table, the fleshmancer Quentin broke in. As you made clear to us, you have lost your gift. It's gone within you. We'll still welcome you here in Ildikar, but you won't be allowed to participate in pleasure parties until your gift is restored. Elsa considered, then said, We have always had a tradition of allowing outside guests, under special circumstances. This may be an appropriate circumstance, so we wouldn't have to leave the poor man out. Think about it, Nathan Rahl. What if your condition is contagious? Thora asked. Especially by close, intimate contact. I assure you that is not the case, Nathan said. Gruff Ivan elicited a wave of laughter. Can he even make his wizard staff rise? Nathan, a man not easily embarrassed, folded his hands in front of him on the banquet table, adjusting the copper-trimmed sleeves of his green wizard's robe. Mock me if you like. I had hoped to receive more sympathy for my tragic condition, but after this fine and enormous meal, I might be more interested in a good sleep than wild hedonistic celebrations anyway. Amos and his companions got up from the table, bored with the conversation. We'll take Bannon Farmer and show him some fun. Don't worry about us. The young swordsman looked out of his depth, but afraid to say no. Nevertheless, Nicci was sure he could take care of himself. Like Nathan, I believe sleep sounds like a fine idea. We'll have more business to discuss tomorrow. She stood, and Nathan rose to join her, collecting his dignity as they departed, walking past the clean, sweet perfume of white flowers from an indoor hedge of night-blooming jasmine. As they left the banquet hall, Nathan dipped his hands in the small reflecting pool in the hall, shook off the excess water.
Thank you, sorceress. A clean, soft bed sounds like enough ecstasy just now.
Nicci made a non-committal comment. Though their quarters in Cliffwall had been comfortable, she kept thinking how she had shared her chamber with poor Thistle, how the young orphan girl had loved to curl up on a sheepskin on the stone floor.
In the morning, Fleshmancer Andre wishes to take me to his research pavilion so we can study my condition. I'll be happy to learn some answers.
I will be glad when your powers are restored and you're back to your old self, Nicci said. She bade him good night as she entered her room, pushing aside the purple fabric hangings that covered the door. She removed her black dress and donned the comfortable sleep garment the servants had laid out for her. As she lounged on the bed, savoring the cool sheets, listening to the whisper of breezes out in the night, she let a trickle of her gift flow out so she could extinguish the lamps. As she lay in the dim shadows, the room felt very alone without Thistle. She also felt alone without Murrah. The spellbonded sand panther had bounded away when Amos and his companions arrived. As their group traveled across the plain toward Ildikar, Nicci had sensed the big cat following them, out of sight. But she hadn't seen Murrah since. Now, as Nicci drifted, letting her thoughts flow, she did not slide into sleep, but followed the faint bond, reaching out into the night. She knew that Murrah prowled outside the city walls, hunting in the hills. She could detect the uneasiness in her sister panther's mind. Murrah had been afraid of the three young men, and now the cat's hatred for the great city shouted through her animal instincts and feline moods. Ildikar was dangerous. Ildikar was a place of pain and bad memories. Nicci had dreamed some of those memories before. She had recognized many of the arcane runes etched in the structures of Ildikar, symbols that matched the marks branded onto Murrah's hide. As she drifted closer to sleep, Nicci mused on the dichotomy that the sand panther was out there alone, roaming the wild, while Nicci herself was in a spacious bedchamber after eating a fine banquet. Yet Nicci feared that she might be the one facing more danger. Chapter 13. Amos and his friends were in high spirits as they left the grand villa, and Bannon followed them, glad to have the company after the banquet dispersed. Jed and Brock told off-color jokes, snorting with laughter as they wandered down the sloped cobblestone streets from Ildikar's upper level, winding into crowded lower streets of homes owned by wealthy nobles. The young men left the well-manicured wealthy district past orchards of sweet-smelling citrus blossoms, whose perfume made Bannon giddy. He found he had trouble walking, thanks to the blood wine he had consumed, though the very idea of the wine still unsettled him. "So, what exactly is a silk yakson?" he asked. "You haven't told me." He wanted to sound bright and inquisitive, but his words came out slowly, and he had more trouble forming them than he expected. Jed and Brock laughed at him, their lips curved in broad grins. Amos said, "You'll find out soon enough. There are many dachas in the Silk Yakson district, and I have my favorite." "We have a standing account," Jed said. Amos regarded Bannon coolly. "I'll even pay for you. This first time will be my treat for our guest from afar." He reached into a pocket of his pantaloons, pulled out a small sack and opened it, taking out 5 gold coins and handing them casually to Bannon. "Here, take these just in case." "Just in case what?" "In case you want special services." Amos chuckled. "Thank you," Bannon muttered. "My mother always said to say thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you showing me the city."
He realized he might be babbling, but his companions seemed not to notice. His boots were sturdy, and they held his ankles upright, but his steps were uncertain. The back of his head was packed with warm fuzz. Once, as boys on Kyria Island, Bannon and his friend Ian had watched a trading ship come into port with goods from Saramundi. Bannon's father went down to the docks while sailors unloaded crates of imported medicines, bolts of cloth, iron carpentry tools, new farming implements for the cabbage harvest. For their own part, the island farmers sold pickled cabbage in sealed clay urns, as well as a rough ale brewed from kelp that grew not far from the Kyria coastline. Bannon's father had met with the first mate of the ship, paid him coins, and walked away with 3 bottles of brandy from a distillery in Larrican shores. Bannon and Ian had followed him as he went back home, and stashed 2 of the 3 bottles in the woodpile behind their house. Then he had gone off by himself to get thoroughly drunk with the remaining bottle. Curious, young Bannon and Ian had moved the stacked wood and retrieved one of the brown glass bottles. They hurried with their prize to a sheltered little cove and sat there, daring each other to drink the rare and expensive brandy. It burned on the way down, and Bannon coughed. He had to force himself not to vomit. Ian took a larger swig, so Bannon felt he had to outdo him. After the 3rd swallow, he realized it didn't taste all that bad, and by the time the 2 had finished half the bottle, he felt both queasy and euphoric. His skin tingled. His head felt like a bubble, and the world was spinning. As the brandy affected him, some calling of the liquor made him want to drink more, to maintain this sense of warm and displaced contentment, or even to increase the feeling. By the time he and Ian finished the bottle, they were sick and in a stupor. Completely unschooled in the ways of drunkenness, they had realized it was nearly dark, but when they tried to get back up from the shore, they blundered and slipped and fell back down. By then, the tide was coming in, the water eating away at their sheltered beach. They were soaked, but too disoriented to climb up the crumbly cliffs. Somehow, after several tries, the 2 of them did manage to pull their way up. It was a miracle they hadn't drowned or fallen to their deaths. Bannon had doubled over and vomited up most of what he'd drunk. Ian found it uproariously funny. They went their separate ways, and when Bannon returned home, his father was outraged. The boy tried to pretend nothing was different, but he could barely speak, barely walk. His father snarled at him for being a lout, a drunk, and a disappointment. He had beaten Bannon, who collapsed into unconsciousness, more from the brandy than from the repeated blows. Bannon woke up a day later, bruised and in pain, his skull splitting with a roaring headache that drowned out all thoughts of his swollen eyes and cheeks. The things his father had shouted at him were just a hateful blur of words, and he eventually realized the man wasn't so angry because his son had gotten himself inebriated, but because Bannon had stolen the expensive brandy he intended to drink for himself. Bannon's mother tended him, dabbing his face with a wet cloth, singing quietly while she wept. She had leaned over his bedside, whispering urgently, "Don't turn out like him. He's a bad man. It's not all the liquor's fault, but the liquor certainly unleashes the demons." Bannon thought of this now while staggering uncertainly behind the 3 Ildecaran youths. His stomach was whirling. He hadn't really wanted the wine in the first place, but now he didn't dare vomit in front of Amos, Jed, and Brock. He clamped his teeth together and distracted himself with other thoughts until the queasiness died down. The streets of Ildecar were lit with glowing white spheres on top of iron posts, illumination that pulsed up from arcane symbols. The nobles' district was well lit, as if hundreds of night wisps had settled along the boulevards. But down here in the lower levels, the streets twisted and turned into a labyrinth packed with low candlelit buildings. Dark-leaved oleander hedges blocked the view from the street. "So tell us more about this cliff wall archive," Amos asked. "Is it a library of some sort? A village with a collection of books?" "It can't be greater than the libraries of Ildecar," Jed said. "Oh, it is," Bannon said. "Supposedly the greatest collection in the world. sealed away at the beginning of the Wizard Wars 3,000 years ago." "I don't believe it," Amos said. "Sweet sea mother, it's true. It's hidden in the winding canyons on the other side of Coladear, west of here. It was covered by a camouflage shroud for thousands of years, just like your shroud." "Then how did you find it?" Brock's voice had a clear challenge. "The camouflage is down now, and we had a guide." He thought of Thistle, how the spunky girl had given everything to take them there. "We needed to study the lore to find a way to destroy the life drinker." The three young men looked pointedly at one another, and Bannon wondered if he had said too much. With exaggerated good cheer, Amos clapped him on the back. "Bannon, my friend, you have such interesting stories." He sauntered up a tiled path between the dark hedges to a doorway, where a man sat on a stool, guarding the entrance. "This is our favorite dacha. The silk yaks in here have the finest breeding." Ahead, the interior of the building was lit with orange glows that provided enough illumination, yet also enough shadows. The man at the door sat on a comfortable wooden seat. He had a well-trimmed beard and patchy hair. His clothes were of a fine cut, but they were cream-colored and tan, not the vibrant dyes of the gifted nobles. A small brass pot at the side of his stool was filled with coins. The man gave them a brittle smile, though his eyes were suspicious. "Welcome, Master Amos. Always glad for your business." The tone of his voice said otherwise. The young man dropped coins into the beaten brass pot. "That's for our new friend, Bannon Farmer. He may not know what to do with himself." "I can be taught," Bannon said, still not sure of himself. "I learned to become an expert swordsman after Nathan showed me. There's no call for weapons here in the Pleasure District." The doorman looked dubiously at Sturdy, hanging at Bannon's hip. "You'll be using a different sword tonight, young man." "Sturdy stays with me, to defend us if need be," he said, but the words were beginning to sink in. Pleasure District? From what he could tell of the muted orange lighting, the soft laughter and low conversation inside, he had thought it might be a gambling den. But once they stepped inside, and he saw the lovely women lounging about on divans, he realized what he should have guessed from the beginning. Silk Yaksen are prostitutes? Several women attended to noble male customers, while others stood beatific against the wall, just waiting. This dacha is just a whorehouse? "Keeper's crotch, not just prostitutes," Amos said. "Silk Yaksen are courtesans, specially bred for this precise use." Still feeling the warm thrum of the wine inside his head, Bannon couldn't put together an argument or an excuse. He let his three friends lead him inside. Incense burned in small braziers, adding a scent of cloves and honey and a strangely pungent smoke that wafted about the room. Amos turned back to the doorman. "Melody is available for me." "She is for you, as always. For our new guest, I suggest Kayla. She is beautiful and ready." "Not that it makes much difference," Jed muttered. He walked up to where 5 exceptionally beautiful young women stood against a wall near an incense brazier, where they were bathed in the orange glow. They had vacuous expressions, simply looking to some imaginary object in the middle of the room. Brock said, "Which one of you is Kayla?" A woman with long wavy locks of dark cinnamon hair looked at him. The smile didn't reach the rest of her face. "I am Kayla." Brock yanked her away from the wall and nudged her toward Bannon. She allowed herself to be propelled in his direction. Brock selected the next woman in line, who had similar-colored hair and pale skin. "I like the looks of you tonight." He took her arm like a fisherman hauling in a catch. Jed chose a brunette. He didn't even bother to speak to her, just took her wrist and pulled her toward one of the vacant divans. Kayla stood in front of Bannon, making no conversation, not meeting his gaze. She looked like no more than a doll, but a perfectly formed female doll. She blinked her eyes slowly. She didn't smile. He was reminded of a sheep grazing placidly in a pasture, neither comprehending threat nor showing any interest. Bannon's cheeks burned, and he was glad for the uncertain lighting so no one else could see his embarrassment. He extended a hand politely to Kayla. "My name is Bannon. I'm pleased to meet you." She took his grip. "Thank you. I am pleased to meet you." He lowered his voice to a husky whisper. "What are we supposed to do now?" "Whatever you want to do," she said in a normal voice, so the others could hear. He heard a chuckle from one of the divans, where a husky, middle-aged nobleman was pawing a far younger woman, pulling her gossamer garment off and exposing her breasts for all to see. Bannon swallowed hard and whispered, "Sweet sea-mother." Kayla was indeed beautiful, and her filmy gown showed her generous figure. A tight sash emphasized her narrow waist and the curves of her hips. A slit up the side showed her creamy calf and thigh. I think we should sit down," Bannon said, and stumbled backward to a bench. She dutifully followed. "Where's Melody?" Amos bellowed as he looked around the candlelit room. He raised his voice enough to disturb other men who sat with their chosen silk yaksen. The fire-orange curtains shifted across an alcove off to the side, and a petite blonde-haired woman stepped out. She had large, round eyes that appeared dark in the low light of the dacha. She stepped deliberately to Amos, who did not take a step to meet her, expecting her to come to him. "I am here, and I am for you, Master Amos," she said. "Of course you are." Smiling lasciviously, he took Melody by the arm and dragged her over to join Bannon and Kayla. "These silk yaksen are beautiful and perfect, some of the finest creations of Ildikar." "Yes, they're all beautiful," Bannon agreed. Kayla sat next to him, so close that her leg pressed against his. She slipped her arm around his waist and leaned against his chest, but it seemed to be more for balance than for romance. "The Fleshmancers created monstrous weapons during the ancient wars, but the silk yaksen are their finest achievements, if you ask me." Amos shouted, "Someone bring us more blood wine. I have a guest here. We must impress him." "I'm fine," Bannon said. "Really, Before he could finish his sentence, a less attractive serving girl in drab clothes hurried up with a decanter and poured goblets of red wine, one for Amos and one for Bannon. She offered no wine to the two women. "Silk yaksen are the perfect courtesans, with flawless skin, so warm and silky." Amos nodded to him. "Go on. Reach out and touch it. You'll see." He grabbed Bannon's hand and placed it on Kayla's shoulder. Her skin felt warm and perfectly smooth. She didn't flinch. "But don't expect much conversation. They're just dumb animals, bred for these pleasure dachas where they serve us. As normal yaksen were created as beasts of burden, these women bear a different sort of burden, and they don't mind. Do you, Melody?" He looked at her. She dutifully nodded. "Or you, Kayla?" The cinnamon-haired girl also nodded. Bannon felt unsettled. "You mean they're like cattle in female bodies?" "The Fleshmancers bred them for a specific purpose. They serve that purpose," Amos said. "But don't expect them to go beyond that. In fact, Melody's name here implies that she understands music, or that she can sing." He let out a cool laugh. "I asked her to sing a romantic tune for me once, just because I wanted to think of myself as her lover." He snorted. "But it sounded like a cat caught in a Fleshmancer's cage. Isn't that right?" "Yes, Master Amos," Melody agreed. "Show him," he said with a taunting tone. "Sing for Bannon here." Without a moment's hesitation, Melody began to sing. Her voice was warbling and uncertain, and she missed several notes of a song in a language that Bannon didn't recognize. Before she could finish the first bar, though, Amos slapped her hard across the face, stunning her into silence. Melody cowered. "I don't care what I say. Don't ever sing again," he said, and slapped her once more, knocking her off the bench. Bannon rose. "Stop! You can't do that!" Amos blinked in surprise. Of course I can. They're silk yaksen. That's what they're for. Do you think sex is the only kind of pleasure they can give? You'll discover it soon enough. He drank his wine all in one swallow, then hauled Melody, stumbling and cringing, across the wide room, knocking the hangings aside. He disturbed other couples grappling in the dimness as he took her toward an unoccupied private room in the back. Banning clenched his fists, swallowing hard. The disorientation from the wine burned away. His father had called his mother a whore, accusing her of things that she had never done, finding excuses to beat her senseless. When Bannon was young, he had never understood what a whore was. Only after he'd fled aboard a sailing ship and spent time with experienced seamen had he even learned about prostitutes. For Bannon, his real experience with love had been with the 3 young acolytes, Audrey, Laurel, and Sage, in Cliffwall. Such beautiful and kind women had taught him many things, had given him pleasure, and taken pleasure for themselves, sharing him as he shared them. He still felt dizzy now with those memories, until they cracked and shattered with what those 3 acolytes had become, turned into monsters by life's mistress. From the back room where Amos had dragged Melody, Bannon could hear more slapping sounds as well as whimpering. Jed and Brock had taken their own women into private alcoves, while the husky nobleman seemed unembarrassed to tear the clothes from his silk yaksen right on the divan in the main room. Other customers paused to watch the show. Kayla sat next to him. "Is that what you would like?" Her warm breath was against his cheek, her rich cinnamon hair lustrous in the orange glow. She seemed submissive and willing, unconcerned with what he might do to her. His stomach clenched to think of how others had already harmed her. "No, I don't think so." He stood, leaving his wine untouched. He no longer felt the slightest bit tipsy. I think I'll just find my way back and get a good night's sleep." Kayla didn't try to convince him, didn't react in any way. She just adjusted herself and sat primly on the bench, waiting for someone else to notice her. Bannon's eyes stung with tears as he hurried out of the dacha. He thought there would be mocking jeers as he fled, but the others took no notice of him. The doorman looked at him as he left, giving a small nod with a surprising hint of respect. Bannon wasn't sure how to take that. The man reached into the pot beside the stool and withdrew several coins. "Here, young man, your money back." "But it wasn't my money. Amos paid for me." "Then take his coins. You didn't use what he paid for." Seeing the insistent look, Bannon accepted the coins, knowing he could return them later. He wandered into the winding streets, finding his way, after numerous false starts, to a main thoroughfare with side streets branching off to middle-class homes, merchant shops, tradesmen. He was breathing hard. "Sweet sea mother," he muttered again, unsure about this legendary city. He knew that Nathan needed to come here, that it was a vital part of his getting his gift back. But Bannon hoped they would leave soon. He could see the upper levels of the city and knew that if he just kept climbing the steep streets, he would find the ruling tower and the grand villa and his own rooms. He didn't want to tell anyone what he had done. As he turned a corner, he encountered a dark, brown-robed figure in the shadows of a side street. A hand darted into a sack and pulled out something bright and silvery, a flash that caught a stray light from one of the glowing street lamps. The stranger thrust the jagged object into a crack. Bannon touched the hilt of his sword. "You there! What are you about?" The hooded figure darted away, melting like oil into the deeper shadows. Bannon stepped up to where the figure had been and saw shards of a broken mirror, small reflective bits shoved into the cracks between bricks. He remembered what High Captain Avery had said about the rebels, about someone called Mirror Mask, and he felt queasy again. He hurried back out into the well-lit streets, anxious to get home, though he wasn't sure anywhere would be safe in Ildakar. Chapter 14. Nicci came instantly awake the next morning when she sensed someone in her room. She opened her eyes to see Wizard Commander Maxim looming over her bed. His lips quirked in a thin smile. "I came to greet you, sorceress," he said, looking down at her, wrapped in the slick sheets. "I trust you had a restful and comfortable night, though not nearly as enjoyable as you could have had in a more active bed." On the cusp of lunging, she felt the gift surge within her, ready to attack, but she held it back with great effort. He was a formidable wizard in his own right. "You're lucky I awoke quickly enough to understand where I was. Under other circumstances, I might have killed you before I recognized you." The wizard commander raised his eyebrows. "It is always a good idea to recognize someone before you kill them. That's the best way to be sure." He stroked his goatee. She wore a scant, soft shift that had been among the garments left out in her quarters. She sat up, not bothering to cover herself, unwilling to show him any discomfort. Nicci had never been ashamed of her body. "What are you doing in my room?" "It's actually my room. This is my villa. You are my guest." "Guests deserve certain consideration." "I came to wake you, out of consideration," he said dismissively. "Thora suggested that you and Nathan see the central pyramid, which is an important part of your understanding of Ildikar." Nicci recalled the stair-stepped pyramid. "We saw it when we approached the ruling tower. Is it a temple of some kind?" "A temple?" Maxim laughed. "With all the great powers we possess, why would we need to worship at a temple? We acknowledge the Creator and the Keeper beyond the veil of death, but we don't need to rely on supernatural interventions. As we proved when the army of General Utros came to us, we are impressive powers in our own right." She remained sitting in her bed with the silken sheets pulled across her lap. "Leave. I will dress and then join you." "Has Nathan been informed?" "The Sovrina herself went to wake him. I hope she enjoyed her task as much as I enjoyed mine." He gave her a lilting smile, then walked out of her room, leaving Nicci unsettled. She could easily have summoned fire and scorched him on his way out, but Maxim was the wizard commander. She kept in mind that Nathan needed something from the wizards of Ildikar. After she washed herself and donned her black dress and black boots, Nicci brushed out her golden hair and ate a private breakfast from a platter of fruit, pastries, and cheese that someone had silently delivered to her chamber while she slept. The lack of privacy, the vulnerability, made her uneasy. From now on, she decided she would sleep with both daggers at her side. When she joined Nathan in the main foyer, she saw he had combed out his long white hair and donned his copper-trimmed green wizard's robe again. He seemed to think it looked good on him. He certainly looked more wizard-like than in his black trousers, boots, and ruffled shirt. The wizard commander cheerfully turned to Thora, who stood with them. "I told you Nicci would come." He lowered his voice to a stage whisper. "She seemed quite eager to see the pyramid." "The sorceress was eager?" Nathan asked. "I'm sure you misinterpreted her mood." "He did," Nicci said. "It wasn't the only thing he misinterpreted." Nathan changed his tone, sounding like a careful diplomat. "We have much to learn about each other's cultures. I understand the pyramid is the heart of your city's power, the projector of the Shroud of Eternity. I want to get the details right." He seemed to be already considering how to describe the encounter in his life book, which he carried at his side. "The pyramid is a focal point, a convergence of the lines of magic laid down in intricate spell forms that permeate the streets and buildings of Ildikar," Thora explained. Departing from the grand villa, they walked along a path covered by an arbor that hummed with bees pollinating pink blossoms. With the shroud down, exposing Ildikar to the outside world, the skies were clear and blue. From the top of the plateau, the city all around them seemed pristine, peaceful, untouchable. Ahead rose the imposing structure built of dark gray stone blocks.
The blocks formed a square base, then 7 successively smaller platforms like giant stair steps, leading up to an open platform at the apex. Slashed through the center of the wide levels was a narrower ramp with smaller steps built for human feet. Maxim went forward with a cheerful demeanor, leading them to the steps. "This is the place from which all of our magic emanates. From here, we will perform the magic to activate the Shroud once more." "Maybe that's where I'll need to go in order to have my gift restored," Nathan said. "First, we must find out what is wrong with you," Maxim said. "And I'm sure Andre will relish the challenge." "The pyramid is reserved for the blood-working that creates the Shroud," Thora said. "The power required for that should remain undiluted." Nicci didn't like the sound of blood-working. "It was just a suggestion," Nathan said quickly. "I'm always happy to consider all alternatives." Halfway up the second platform, Maxim turned so that he could look down on Nathan. "All alternatives? Even the possibility that you might never get your gift back? What if you must remain a normal and powerless man for the rest of your life?" "If that's the case," Thora said, "he has no reason to stay here in Ildikar." "We haven't decided to stay in Ildikar either way," Nicci said, climbing the stone steps. Nathan said, "I'll visit Fleshmancer Andre later this morning. Because I am a scholar myself, he and I can pool our knowledge and understand what we have to do. The witch woman predicted this is the place I must be." "So very quaint," Thora mocked. "And your primitive little witch also predicted that the sorceress would save the world. It seems to me more like she was trying to stroke Nicci's ego, rather than give you any useful advice. Are you sure you've found the right sorceress from the prediction?" Nicci refused to rise to the bait, though Nathan looked crestfallen. At the pyramid's top platform, which was cluttered with gleaming, reflective devices, Thora and Maxim stood like the king and queen in a strategy game the Sisters of the Light had often played in the Palace of the Prophets. The stone floor of the top platform was etched with silver-lined channels, prominent troughs laid out in complex spell forms with geometrical angles and loops. Nathan was drawn to the intricate, polished apparatus standing on display, graduated arcs of reflective metal, empty basins that gleamed like huge crucibles to collect the sun. Tall metal poles were mounted on each of the 4 corners, like lightning rods stretching up to the sky. Each pole was capped with a quartz prism. 2 lenses were held within spinning hoops of metal. Nicci stepped into the middle of the patterns and spell forms. She couldn't see the entire pattern, but easily discerned its purpose. The wizards use this pyramid as a focal point when they cast powerful spells. They can draw the power needed to generate your protective shroud. "Usually," Maxim said. "But as time has gone by, the blood-working takes greater and greater effort." He sniffed. "We are still assessing." Thora cut in. "But we have to understand. The Shroud has come down too often over the past 10 years, leaving us unprotected against outside threats." Nathan shaded his eyes and peered out beyond the periphery of the huge city, turning toward the sheer drop-off to the Kilraven River, then in the other direction, back to the plain. He gestured toward the waves upon waves of stone soldiers strewn across the open grasslands. "But you worked your spell long ago. You petrified the army of General Utros, and there is no longer any threat from them. Why maintain the Shroud if it requires so much energy?" "And so much blood," Nicci thought. Thora's expression darkened. "The Shroud was not just to protect the city from Emperor Kurgan's bloodthirsty armies. It was to preserve our society, to prevent contamination from the outside. But now it is fading, and I feel great fear for our continued existence." Her face looked pinched. "Each exposure erodes what we have created." The wizard commander was not so convinced. "On the other hand, my dear,
Opening Ildikar to the outside has allowed an infusion of resources and added new life to our society. Think of all the fresh blood the slavers have brought for us. And how many slaves have escaped out into the wild? She asked. Chuckling at his wife's pained expression, Maxim turned to Nicci and Nathan. As you can see, we've had this argument many times. The world outside has changed greatly in 1500 years, Nicci said, thinking of Richard and Dahara. Lord Rahl put an end to oppression, brought down tyrants, defeated the imperial order. Slavery should be a thing of the past. Thora looked annoyed. And he has decreed this from a throne so far away that no one has ever heard of it? You're being naive. I am following my beliefs, Nicci said. And my beliefs are correct. I have seen the poison of tyranny, and I will have none of it. Even Ildikar can change for the better. We will help. Nathan looked nervous at the tension in her discussion, but Nicci did not back down. Thora narrowed her sea-green eyes. You would come here and change the underpinnings of a society? All by yourself? Ildikar has functioned perfectly well for thousands of years without your help, and without your interference. Perfectly well? That is a matter of some debate, Maxim said. Just as you've lost your deep-seated love for me after all this time, my dear, you've also lost your objectivity. Ildikar has changed. The people are beginning to grow restless, and Mirror Mask is taking advantage of that. Perhaps a small shift in the way we do things would re-establish contentment. Is that not better than waiting for something to explode? I'm not waiting, Thora said, with a stony sneer. We will have nothing to worry about once we exterminate Mirror Mask and put an end to the trouble he's caused. Chapter 15. As thin clouds scudded across the early afternoon sky, Nathan walked up to the Fleshmancer's dwelling, curious, eager, and a little nervous. He counted on this gifted man's abilities, hoping to find a simple and straightforward solution to his lack of magic. Red's commands had led him here. Andre's mansion was easy enough to find, not at the top of the plateau where some of the other Duma members lived, but partway down the layers of the uplifted city, not far from a spectacular outdoor arena and sandstone outcroppings. The Fleshmancer's home was a large and impressive structure, 3 stories high, with several connected wings on spacious grounds. The walls were built from quarried white stone. Tall fluted pillars held up the portico and arched walls in an open-air courtyard. As Nathan walked up the pathway, his boots crunched on the crushed stone that glittered with veins of crystal. The exotic gardens captured his attention like a hunter, seizing a bird and refusing to let go. The lush hedges had an eerie undertone of unreality. The interlaced branches folded, then folded back on themselves as if they had been slowly tortured, broken, then improperly healed. Bright orange flowers looked like hibiscus, though their perfume smelled oddly bitter. The trees in the garden were stunted and malformed, their trunks bent over at improper angles, then twisted back up, like a goose whose neck had been broken in 2 places. Even the repressed fruit trees spilled forth a blizzard of pink blossoms. In a special section of the garden, Nathan paused before shoulder-high flowers with thick stalks and heads as large as his own, like sunflowers with scarlet petals. As he leaned forward for a closer look, Nathan saw that all the seeds in the center glittered and moved, like insect eyes. Nathan felt a chill, but also a fascination. True, these plants seemed different, but he couldn't see anything threatening about them, if one didn't insist on the original patterns the creator had used. In a way, he gave Andre credit for his imagination and originality. Nathan had studied many obscure magical tomes in Cliffwall, searching how he might recover his gift, but he had found no clues there. As each day went by without him being able to do simple things such as lighting a fire or shining a light, Nathan longed to have his gift back. He tried to hide how much he depended on magic, because he was competent enough without the powers of a wizard. By necessity,
He had become a much better swordsman, for example. But he felt hollow. Something was missing inside him, and it didn't reflect who he was. After the star shift unraveled his gift of prophecy, he had lost so much more. And whenever he felt a tiny flicker of his magic coming back, the results were grossly distorted amplifications or ricochets of his intent. He didn't dare attempt to use his magic, nor did he dare to remain helpless. He needed his gift back, badly, and he was betting that someone in Ildikar, Andre, he hoped, would help him. He was willing to do whatever might be necessary to accomplish that.
I see you admiring my garden,
Andre emerged from his villa and stood under an entry arch draped with snake-like vines. He casually leaned against one of the fluted columns. Though startled by his sudden appearance, Nathan showed no reaction other than to give a grateful smile to the man.
The plants are most unusual. Where did you find such strange specimens? Find them?
Andre laughed.
Why, I created them. Most were just flights of fancy, but a few served as practice for other experiments I had in mind.
The Fleshmancer drew down his lips.
I learn a great deal of unique knowledge by tearing living things apart, studying how they work, then reassembling them.
Nathan stepped past the looming red eye flowers.
I hope you can use some of that special knowledge to help me.
The other man tugged on the knot of his braided beard.
Indeed, former wizard, you pose an interesting challenge. I promise I will study your condition in great detail and perform any necessary experiments to discover an answer. Shall we begin,
Nathan followed the man inside a cavernous foyer, supported by tall pillars. He was glad for the Fleshmancer's assistance, even if Andre seemed to be doing it more to satisfy his own curiosity than to assist a fellow wizard. Andre led him into the first wing, which seemed oddly dark even in the bright afternoon. Although the ceilings were mostly open, they had been draped with indigo-dyed cloth, which gave the interior a nighttime feel. Simmering magical pots of light shone in alcoves and corners. In the large, yet somehow claustrophobic room, Nathan saw 3 long, clean tables, each large enough to hold an outstretched man. He heard the sounds of bubbling fluid and the faint hiss of mist escaping from partially closed containers. The air was thick and moist, laced with an undertone of spoiled food and caustic powders. Shelves along the walls held small colored glass bottles or opaque jars full of powders. Aquariums filled with murky liquids held strange, shapeless objects. Nearby, he saw a tank with clearer water and a fish-like thing swimming in it, its jagged fins so long they reminded him of the feathers of a tropical bird. Cautious, yet curious, Nathan walked toward a tank that held clotted swirls of liquid and a shadowy shape that looked something like a severed hand. Standing proudly, Fleshmancer Andre said, "Living forms are like clay. Bone, muscle, flesh, even hair is mutable in a skilled fleshmancer's hand. I am the sculptor. I am the potter. I look at living creatures as raw material from which I can make whatever is necessary, or whatever I wish." Nathan looked around at the 3 empty tables, the numerous unlabeled bottles on the shelves, the oddly shaped but sharp tools in basins or on platters, and his imagination filled in details of what Andre actually did here.
"This is where you conduct your experiments? This is where I do my work."
The Fleshmancer patted Nathan on the shoulder, let his fingers linger on the tall wizard's arm, tracing down the sleeve of the green silk robe.
"And this is where I will study you. My main living quarters are in the back, but I spend the bulk of my time here in this wing, with my various dissection and reassembly chambers, my performance tables, and, of course, the recovery gallery."
With the 3 tables lined up and waiting for patients, or specimens, this place reminded Nathan of an empty battlefield hospital, joined with an abattoir. He pushed back his anxiety, focusing on the goal.
"Let's get on with it. I need to find answers. Thank you for welcoming me into your laboratory." Andre chuckled. My laboratory, hmm? I prefer to think of it as my studio. Fleshmancy is an art, and I have created many masterpieces. I scrutinize my subjects, my specimens. I treat them as raw material, blank canvases, and I imagine how they can be improved. Nathan flinched as the strange fish splashed in the nearby tank, and he cleared his throat. He wanted this too badly. I could be greatly improved if we restore my gift. Then I'd show I am a wizard as powerful as any here in Ildikar. Oh, that would be a thing to see. I'd better inspect you thoroughly first, hmm? Andre faced him. As he absently stroked the braided beard on the point of his chin, the expression went out of his gray eyes, as if the Fleshmancer had stopped seeing the wizard in front of him, but instead saw something else. He tugged on the silken folds of Nathan's robe. Disrobe, so I can have a look at you. Nathan felt awkward. You wish me to stand here naked so you can poke and prod? Yes, I do. Just the night before, the nobles of Ildikar had talked about wild, crowded pleasure parties, where no doubt there would have been enough naked forms on display to last a lifetime. Andre raised his eyebrows. You said you wanted my help. Surprised at his own reticence, Nathan drove back his embarrassment. He was tall, handsome, and well-built, with nothing to be ashamed of. Andre tugged at the sash that held the borrowed wizard's robe closed, and Nathan shrugged out of it, letting the green garment ripple off his shoulders and slither down to the floor. He stepped out of the pool of fabric. Though the chamber was hot and stuffy, Nathan felt a tickle of gooseflesh up and down his sides. My small clothes as well? He asked, already knowing the answer. Andre sniffed. You wanted your magic restored everywhere, didn't you? With a sigh, Nathan submitted and stood completely unclothed before the alarmingly eager Fleshmancer. Andre walked around him, studying the old wizard's well-toned form. He made non-verbal noises, some questioning, some approving. Nathan had been preserved for 1,000 years in the Palace of the Prophets, and since leaving there, he had exercised and maintained his physical appearance. Women had never been disappointed in him. But Andre showed an unhealthy analytical fascination for his body. Standing behind Nathan, Andre ran his flat palm across the other man's back, from shoulder blade to shoulder blade, then down the bumps of his vertebrae. Nathan felt the lingering touch, and a heated flush came to his cheeks. He forced himself to remain motionless for the inspection. Andre came around to the front, humming to himself. He reached out with a finger to touch Nathan's forehead, then traced the side of his face, running the fingertip up to the top again, forming an oval. I sense the lines of Han in you, like scars, but I also see how the tracks have faded, as a scar fades. I don't want my gift to fade, Nathan said. That is what we're trying to fix, hmm? We may have to find your gift elsewhere, and regraft it onto you, assemble you again from your very core, the way I have so successfully put together other specimens for the combat arena. He grinned so widely that Nathan could see all his slightly uneven teeth. Chief Handler Ivan says that my creations have made our arena exhibitions more spectacular than any previously seen in Ildikar's history. I help develop new fighting beasts for precisely that purpose. Fighting beasts? Nathan thought of the horrific monster they had encountered in the scrub oak grove. I think we encountered one of them, a creature that looked like a bear. Andre nodded. Several of our combat bears got loose. They are very difficult to kill, much more terrible than a normal bear. We killed it, Nathan said, but the task was not easy. Ah, that is sad. I worked hard to create such a thing. When the Fleshmancer shrugged, his bony shoulders popped up and down. He bent lower to touch Nathan's chest, then followed some sort of invisible line down his abdomen. but my creatures are designed to fight and kill. And die. I suppose that one served its purpose.
He pressed down on Nathan's stomach and traced his left hip. Nathan shivered and grew more tense. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the courtyard beyond the large arched foyer. Gruff male voices called out, "Fleshmancer, we have materials for you. A practice fight between two of Odessa's warriors left them both nearly dead. We thought you could save them, or use them." Distracted, Andre snapped his attention away from Nathan's naked form.
"Dress yourself. I've seen all I need. Let us go see what wondrous things have come to us."
The Fleshmancer bustled out as Nathan hurriedly donned his green robe and gathered his dignity. Leaving the laboratory room under the dark blue fabrics, they rushed out into the bright sunlight. Waiting at the end of the crushed stone path stood a wooden cart, drawn by a single glum-looking Yaxan. One outflung bloody human arm flopped over the side of the cart. Andre peered eagerly down into the bed. Nathan joined him, and looked at the bodies of two well-muscled men wearing only loincloths, their skin laced with a webwork of old scars, as well as fresh, open wounds that oozed blood. Both were mortally injured, barely clinging to life. One of the two men was shaved bald, but with a round swatch of his skull waxy and pale from a long-healed head wound. Blood bubbled up from his neck, where a blade had cut deep, nearly to the spine.
"The sword practically lopped off his head," said one of the men at the cart. "A blunted sword. It was supposed to be a practice fight."
The second worker had blue-black whiskers that stuck out from his chin like wires. He flashed a strangely excited grin.
"Odessa commands them to fight as if their lives depend on it, and sometimes I think the warriors want to die." "They live only to fight and die," Andre said dismissively. "Now let's see what we can make of these two."
Nathan stood there, feeling flustered and out of place as he heard the dying men groan and gurgle. They both bled from chest wounds, deep sword thrusts to their sides. They had nearly hacked each other to pieces. The bald warrior's foot had been mangled, and his right arm had been lopped off at the elbow.
"Carry them inside to the studio. Better hurry."
Andre's voice was vibrant and animated now. He smiled at Nathan.
"I apologize for the distraction, but this will occupy my attention today."
He bustled behind the two cart workers as they manhandled the dying warriors, lifting the hacked bodies out of the cart and dragging them through Andre's well-manicured garden into the mansion. He led them into the main room under the dark blue fabrics.
"Use two of the clean tables, Adjacent ones. I want the specimens next to each other."
The men did as they were told, showing no hesitation, no queasiness. After they had hauled the victims onto the tables, Andre chased them away.
"Thank Odessa for me, and let Chief Handler Ivan know I may have something interesting to turn loose for an upcoming exhibition."
The two blood-spattered workers were all too happy to depart, without waiting to be paid. Nathan wanted to leave as well, but he felt obligated to remain, though not sure how he could help. He remained in the background, trying not to get in the way, and also reluctant to be splashed with the warrior's blood. He was close enough to hear their sickening groans. Andre circled the tables as he gathered tools, decanters, and powders, flasks filled with bright liquids, packets of dried herbs. Nathan noticed that the perimeter of each table was etched with faint and obscure spell forms, binding labyrinths designed to keep a patient's lifeblood confined while the Fleshmancer did his work. He looked up at Nathan as if he were a colleague.
"These were two well-recognized fighters from the combat pits, trained for years. Very strong. Good specimens."
"They appear to be dying," Nathan said. "And I've seen more dying men than I care to remember."
"Yes, they may be dying, but we can still use them."
Andre moved about frenetically.
"There's not much time. This one here is nearly dead."
He indicated the deep neck wound, the burbling blood.
"With the loss of the arm and the damaged leg, the rest of his body is useless, but his head appears mostly intact. The other one will heal, but perhaps he could benefit from the Han of the first. Two together. They will live to be more than the sum of their parts."
He seemed to be dancing with glee.
"I have never done this before. grafting one man's head onto the shoulders of another. Which brain will be dominant, I wonder?
Nathan was horrified.
Do you really mean to put a second head on the first man's shoulders? Why not? It's perfectly possible with fleshmancy. I will have to split and move the vertebrae in order to create a proper anchor point for the necks.
He spoke faster, like a chef making plans for a large banquet.
I will extrude the nerves and connect them to the brain of the second head. From there, fusing blood vessels and connecting flesh is a simple matter, like a sculptor manipulating clay.
Dear spirits, Nathan muttered.
I don't know what to say. Why would you do such a thing?
Andre blinked at the seemingly absurd question.
Because I can. Because it would be interesting.
Nathan felt deep doubts as to whether this man could help him with his own problem. He wasn't sure he wanted the Fleshmancer to reshape his flesh and his mind, and his own Han.
Andre seemed impatient. Without your gift, you cannot assist me in the operation, Nathan. In fact, your lack of magic may dampen my own abilities. I'd rather you left the studio now. Let me mull over how to restore your gift, but I've seen enough to determine a solution. It is obvious what's wrong with you.
Nathan had begun to retreat, but those words brought him to a stop.
You know what made me lose my magic? The gift is intrinsic to you, but you have lost the heart of a wizard. You need to gain it back. Some spark within you changed with the star shift, but it can be fixed.
How? Nathan asked. The two dying warriors groaned and coughed on the table, bleeding out into the spell-confined troughs. The one with the grievous neck wound fell into an ominous, gurgling silence.
Your heart must be replaced with that of a powerful, gifted man, and then your Han will be whole. You will once again be the great wizard that you always wanted to be.
The Fleshmancer bent over the two bleeding forms in front of him, his attention drawn away from Nathan.
But that cannot be done today. Leave me to do my work before time runs out, and these two poor souls become little more than useless hunks of meat.
Disheartened and sickened, Nathan hurried from Andre's dwelling. Chapter 16. When Verna, prelate of the Sisters of the Light, arrived in Tanamura, she saw that the city had changed dramatically, but not nearly as much as the world had changed. She could hardly believe it herself, but she fought to remain strong, because the sisters depended on her. After Lord Rahl defeated Emperor Sulakan and sent the Omen machine Regula back to the underworld where it belonged, all prophecy was gone. The stars had shifted, and magic had changed throughout the world. Richard Rahl considered that a good thing. But the Sisters of the Light were suddenly like a ship without a rudder, their sails torn by the turbulent storm of changed reality. They had devoted countless centuries and countless lives to studying and interpreting prophecy, and now all that effort was obsolete, useless. Returning to Tanamura was just a poignant reminder to her of how much was now different. Verna had come south with a contingent of soldiers, members of the Daharan army dispatched by Lord Rahl, to help consolidate the empire. She often walked wherever she needed to go, sometimes on long journeys accompanied by her fellow sisters, sometimes traveling in disguise. This time, the prelate had a full military escort and a fine horse to ride. Richard Rahl had taught her how to appreciate her mount during their first journey together, when she had taken him for training in the Palace of the Prophets. Even on horseback, the trip down from the capital of the Daharan Empire took more than 10 days, and the soldiers, especially an eager young captain named Norcross, attended to her needs, which were few enough. Norcross made sure that her tent was erected properly, that her bedroll was soft and dry, that she received the first servings from the camp cook tent. Several days into the journey, Verna learned that the captain's solicitous behavior was in part because his young sister, Amber, was a novice among the Sisters of the Light, joined only recently. Although Verna was prelate of the order, she knew little about the girl. There had been so much turmoil in recent years. Now, with her riding her black mare beside Captain Norcross, they topped a ridge and started down the well-traveled road to the outskirts of Tanamura. She could see the sweep of the city stretching out along the coastline.
the green-blue crescent of the harbor, the numerous ships flitting about on the sea. This wasn't the first time she had returned to Tanamura. In fact, she had spent 20 years away from the Palace of the Prophets, and away from the anti-aging spells woven into the structure of that place, in her original search for Richard. She had finally found him, and then convinced him, coerced him, to come to the palace, where the sisters trained him to use his gift. That had set so many titanic events in motion, exactly to fulfill the prophecy. But now prophecy was no more. "A lovely view, Prelate," said Norcross. "Since I grew up outside of Idendrill, I've never seen the ocean before. How does a ship sail off into that watery emptiness and not get lost?" "Their captains have magic of their own," Verna said, "although some simply call it navigation. You're not due to sail away from here, though, are you, Captain?" "No, we're here to establish the garrison. General Zimmer has already commandeered some large buildings on the waterfront, and he's reinforcing them to hold 500, even 1,000 soldiers who will eventually be stationed here. But that's just the beginning." The sandy-haired captain smiled at her, and she noticed that his left front tooth was a little crooked, giving him a roguish look. "Now that the Imperial Order is defeated, we'll be setting up garrisons down the coastline and throughout the Old World." Verna pressed her lips together. "That is the best way to ensure that no great tyrants rise to power again." Sparse pine trees lined the side of the road, but many of the hills had been cleared for firewood and construction material. The air was warm as they rode onward. She wanted to take a break in the shade to eat a brief midday meal, but she longed to be back in Tanamura, her home. As they rode down the rutted road, she heard the punctuated rumble of other horse hooves as the 100 Daharan soldiers rode along in the column. On the outskirts of town, they came upon paddocks that held sheep and goats, large household gardens, orchards of old apple and pear trees. Farther in, the dwellings became more crowded, some of them poor and ramshackle, while others were well maintained by families who felt that even a shack deserved to be kept clean and well repaired, because it was their home. People emerged to watch as the soldiers rode in under the banners of Dahara. Captain Norcross raised a gauntleted hand, waving at them. Verna sat straight-backed on her black mare, looking at all of the smiling people and feeling out of place. Her brown eyes were still bright, though they showed the beginnings of weariness from her age, and her wavy dark hair was still mostly brown, except for the increasing gray strands she discovered when she studied herself in a mirror. The years were weighing upon her, not just from time, but from the heavy responsibility as well. She knew at least 10 other sisters had come to Tanamura ahead of her, hoping to return to the Palace of the Prophets. Prelate Verna felt the same pull on her heartstrings, but when she gazed around the shoreline to the flat brown expanse of Halsband Island, her heart ached in a different way. Across a bridge from the Kern River, the island had once been home to the truly titanic palace, an ancient structure large enough to rival the Wizard's Keep or the Confessor's Palace in Idendrill. But now it was gone, leveled, when Richard brought down the entire structure by triggering the embedded spell webs. That disaster had destroyed the anti-aging spells, the protective webs, the countless chambers and tunnels, the towers, the libraries, the vaults beneath. The Palace of the Prophets had simply disintegrated. Richard had done it to keep the incredible knowledge stored there from falling into the hands of Jigang, the evil dreamwalker who could have used that lore to crush the world. And in the chaos of the palace's destruction, the prophet Nathan had somehow managed to escape, to break free of the iron collar around his neck, the Radahan, and to fake his own death. He had slipped away with Verna's predecessor, Prelate Anne. Verna wished she could give that responsibility back to the older woman. She had never wanted it. "The island looks so empty," she said. "Has anyone searched the ruins of the palace?" "You'll have to ask General Zimmer," Norcross said. "I haven't been here before, but from what I've heard tell, there are no ruins to search." His smile turned into a frown. "There's just nothing. As they passed through the streets of Tanamura, the horses' hooves clattered on the cobblestones. They rode through squares where children clambered up the sides of buildings to hang pennants of Dahara. From the shelter of alleys, small dogs barked at the long line of soldiers, but the Daharan horses were as well trained as the men, and they did not spook. Norcross continued to wave, calling out to the people, "We bring greetings and good wishes from Lord Rahl." The crowds in the streets waved and shouted, "Lord Rahl! Lord Rahl!" Verna knew that here, far to the south, these people had faced the oppression of the imperial order, and they had good reason to celebrate Richard's victory. But they had escaped the recent war of the soulless half-people raised by Hannes Ark and Emperor Sulikan. When the contingent finally reached the waterfront, Verna smelled the salt air and smiled as she looked out at the busy harbor, where creaking 2- and 3-masted ships filled the piers. Fishmongers, shell sellers, and merchants waving exotic items vied for the attention of passers-by. Painted women in filmy clothes leaned out of brothel windows, flirting with the soldiers, confident that their business would pick up soon. Verna spotted the newly constructed garrison headquarters that had replaced several dockside warehouses, fronted by a stockade built from fresh-scrubbed timber. Captain Norcross informed her that the soldiers had spacious new barracks inside the garrison, but many of the inns and large warehouses had also been pressed into service to accommodate the increased military presence. As the long column of horses rode along the waterfront road, watchmen at the garrison walls blew horns to call the stationed soldiers to order. The new stockade gates opened, and armored men came out to greet them. The horses cantered into the garrison yard while soldiers hurried out to flank them and greet them. Captain Norcross slid off his dappled gray horse and took the halter of Verna's black mare. "I'll help you down, Prelate. General Zimmer will want to see you right away." "You overstate my influence. I am just your guest," she said. "He should be far more concerned with accepting your reinforcements for the garrison." Norcross laughed. "Dear spirits, Prelate, sometimes you say amazing things. Don't you realize how important you are?" Verna held her tongue, thinking about how the foundation of her entire order had turned to quicksand with the end of prophecy, how the palace of the prophets was nothing but a memory, and a few broken scraps of rubble. "I am no longer so important as you might think." Another pang struck her heart as she thought of Warren, once her student, then her beloved husband, whose tragic death had left her devastated. Some days she thought that her identity as a widow was far more consuming than her identity as the prelate of the Sisters of the Light. When Richard had descended into the underworld, trapped on the twilight verge of death, he had spoken with the spirit of Warren, and brought back a message for her that Verna cherished more than any prophecy or proclamation. But it was her message, and she kept it wrapped in pretty bows of memories and stored close to her heart. Now she was alone, but not alone, because she had work to do. She had come back to Tanamura, and that carried certain responsibilities. Among the soldiers milling about to receive the new arrivals, she saw colorful dresses, red and green and blue, worn by the Sisters of the Light, her companions, 10 of whom had arrived ahead of her. One novice sister looked like just a fresh-faced girl, far too young to have any responsibilities or heavy teachings from the sisters. "Amber!" Norcross called out as he hurried forward, laughing. His sister's dark blonde hair hung in ringlets around her face, and long tresses fell below her shoulders. She had sparkling, deep blue eyes that laughed along with her voice. "You took your sweet time riding here, brother. I almost left you to find some other man to cherish me." "There are plenty of men who would be happy to marry you, Amber," he said. "But you're too young yet." "I am a Sister of the Light, and proud of it," the girl said, then suddenly realized that Verna was watching her. She blanched and stammered. "Prelate, I'm very sorry. I did not mean to be so casual and friendly in your presence." Verna gave her a maternal look. "Child, the sisters are not so grim and studious that we don't allow happiness. Enjoy the reunion with your brother." She lowered her voice, talking as much for her own benefit as for the young novices.
Dear spirits, we have enough pain. We should cherish whatever joy we can find. A deep male voice boomed out,
Prelate Verna, I'm glad you kept my soldiers safe on the trip down here.
Verna turned to see General Zimmer, a young man she had first met as a much lower-ranking officer, now only about 30, but because so many military leaders were slaughtered in the recent war, Zimmer had unexpectedly risen in rank far above his expectations. But his heart and his mind were strong, and he accepted the increasing burdens each time one of his superior officers was killed, leaving him in charge. He had dark hair and a thick neck, but when he smiled, Zimmer looked much younger than expected. Striding forward, he extended his arm for her to take and escorted her toward the command office in the two-story headquarters building inside the stockade wall. The structure was built from freshly hewn pine boards, sanded and fitted together, still redolent with a sweet forest scent that reminded her of spring. Workers on the roof were hammering wooden slat shingles into place. Inside the fence near the training ground, rows of canvas sleeping tents had been erected while larger permanent barracks were built. The sounds of sawing and hammering were as loud as the sounds of soldiers drilling. Zimmer led her into his office on the upper level, where he kept the broad windows open to the sea breezes. The raw floorboards creaked as they walked across them, and Verna took the offered wooden chair in front of the general's desk.
I called for tea as soon as I saw you ride up, Prelate, Zimmer said, to refresh yourself and to inspire conversation.
He scratched his cheek, where a dark stubble was already prominent, even though it was barely mid-afternoon. He shouted for his adjutant, who hurried into the room with a steaming pot, 2 porcelain cups, and a small jar of honey.
After the long road, I thought you'd like the amenities.
I don't need to be pampered, General, she said, although she was glad for the tea.
And who's to say that I don't?
He poured a cup for her, and then for himself, and he did not skimp on the honey.
Sometimes hints of civilization remind us what we are fighting for.
She took a sip with a smile. To tea and honey, then, for Dahara.
For Dahara.
Though he had been recruited as a very young soldier, Zimmer already spoke with a solid military demeanor. He got down to business.
You bring reports from the People's Palace? The men have been asking if Lord Rahl intends to visit us here in Tanamura.
I know nothing of Lord Rahl's plans. He has an empire to run, and many urgent matters, I'm sure. The general mused.
He told me once that the Daharan Empire effectively encompasses the entire world. But how are we to know how vast that is? How is he to know? Though my own journey to Tanamura was uneventful, and this garrison is secure, I've seen maps of the coastal cities, and even sketchier reports of the old world beyond. Many cities, the Phantom Coast, and many islands beyond. As the world goes, we may have seen only one grain of sand on a very long beach.
Verna nodded. That could well be true, General. There will be explorers. There will be ambassadors. We can see this world and make sure that Lord Rahl's golden age touches them all. Zimmer smiled as if he had hoped she would make such a comment.
In light of that, Prelate, I have received a report you may find interesting. Nathan Rahl, the wizard and prophet, came through Tanamura some months ago.
Nathan? Verna was surprised. He is no longer a prophet. There is no more prophecy. Zimmer did not seem bothered by her correction.
Even so, a man likes to keep his titles. He was with Nicci. From Tanamura, they both booked passage aboard a 3-masted carrack, the Wavewalker.
Verna was always surprised to hear about the former Sister of the Dark, and how greatly she had changed. Nicci had been with Verna in the Palace of the Prophets for many years, but she had secretly served the Keeper. She had done much to destroy the Order as well as Richard Rahl, but she had changed, and Nicci, who once called herself Death's mistress, was now one of Richard's staunchest allies. Verna's lips curved in a distant smile. I knew Lord Rahl had dispatched them together, but I am surprised Nicci stayed with Nathan. I would not have thought they'd be good traveling companions.
Soldiers do their duty, Zimmer said. Although Nathan and Nicci are not soldiers, they both have the same goal, to see that Lord Rahl's cause succeeds."
"How long have they been gone? Where did they go?" Verna asked.
"They sailed south, and there has been no word from the Wavewalker since. Apparently, they went to explore those empty places in our knowledge, to meet local leaders and tell them about Lord Rahl, perhaps to establish treaties or agreements. They have much work to do."
He poured a second cup of tea for each of them. She added a dab of honey, stirred it, then drank. The tea was surprisingly good for something concocted in a rough-hewn military garrison. Zimmer's face darkened.
"Even though Jagang has been defeated and the Imperial Order disbanded, there is still so much unexplored and ungoverned land. The old world seems to be fertile ground for tyrants."
Verna wrapped her fingers around the cup, feeling its warmth, enjoying the sense of peace as she sat across from this brave military man, smelling the fresh pine wood and seeing the bright sunshine out the window. She said, "If there are a dozen new tyrants out there, I'd still bet my money on Nicci." Chapter 17. The next day, Nicci returned to the ruling tower where the Wizards' Duma was holding session. Sovrina Thora and Wizard Commander Maxim took their ornate seats on the raised platform above the floor of blue marble tiles. Thora wore a shimmering orange and scarlet dress that clung to her shapely body and highlighted her startling sea-green eyes. Her long hair had been done up in a different, intricate pattern of loops and braids, held in place by jeweled clasps. She seemed to radiate power, amplified by her own confidence. Because there was no pressing business, only a few Duma members bothered to attend the meeting: Elsa, Ren, and Quentin. Entering late, the muscular Ivan came from the arena pits. The chief handler was swarthy, sweating, and in a foul mood. He stalked in, grumbling, but the other members paid him no mind. Apparently, Ivan often attended in such a state.
"Had to kill 2 more unruly animals today, a sand panther and a speckled boar. With my gift, I can usually knuckle them under, force them to submit, even if I have to break a few bones or burst some blood vessels. But these 2 beasts kept turning on me. I needed one of my apprentices, Dorbo, to club them into submission."
He twisted his thick lips as if he wanted to spit.
"A waste of time and energy, all of them."
He looked around the room as he approached his seat at the marble table.
"Where's Andre? He creates the things."
"Perhaps he's just giving you a challenge, Chief Handler," said Maxim, lounging back in his chair, amused.
"I have enough damned challenges already."
He slumped heavily in his seat. Nicci had been invited to watch, but not interfere. From where she stood in the observer's alcove near the tall windows overlooking the city, Nicci maintained her silence. She narrowed her intense blue eyes and watched closely, absorbing the interaction among the Duma members. As far as she could tell, the ruling council of Ildikar lacked any compassion for the rest of the city. She couldn't imagine how they had kept Ildikar functioning when it was bottled up under a protective shroud for 15 centuries. If the mirrors mounted defiantly on alley walls were any indication, she suspected a low undercurrent of unrest beneath this supposed utopia. Though Nicci felt skepticism and distaste roiling inside, she reminded herself that she and her companions were only guests here, and she still had her underlying mission to spread the word of the Daharan Empire. She would be quiet for now, but she was strong. These people paid little attention to her, but they didn't know who she really was yet. Nathan had also joined her for the council session, but he remained uncharacteristically quiet. He had looked unsettled since meeting with Fleshmancer Andre the previous day. For the loquacious former prophet to withhold conversation, Nicci could sense that something was wrong. Though she wouldn't overtly offer, she would be ready to assist him if she saw the opportunity. Nathan was convinced he needed the help of these wizards, but maybe he was seeing the cracks under this society as well. Bannon arrived. Instead of the loose finery from the banquet, he wore his durable canvas pants, which had been cleaned and mended, as well as his scuffed traveling boots. But he did don a slick brown Ildikaran shirt. The sleeves were wide and billowing, but tapered to a cuff at his wrists. As always, he kept sturdy, strapped to his side.
and Nathan carried his more ornate sword. No one seemed the least bit uncomfortable that guests would bring deadly blades in their presence, and that told Nicci how confident the council members were in their own magic. When the young redhead entered in the ruling hall, the wizards looked askance at him. Thora frowned, making it plain that she didn't wish the ungifted young man to be there. "Have you no activities with our son and his friends?" Bannon, intentionally, Nicci was sure, missed her mood and shrugged. "I enjoy the company of Amos and the others, but I also like to spend time with my friends Nicci and Nathan. We've traveled a long way together to find your city." "And you're welcome to sit with us, my boy." Nathan indicated the bench beside him. Then he emerged from the observation alcove and cleared his throat, as if Thora's comment had invited open discussion from the floor. "Fleshmancer Andre is hard at work on some massive new project, which consumes his attentions. I'm sure he sends his apologies that he can't attend the Duma meeting today." "He rarely attends Duma meetings," Maxim said with a lilt of sarcasm. "We'll be forced to muddle along without the delight of his company." "Such a pity." Sovrina Thora matched her husband's sarcasm. "He's creating something special for the arena," Ivan said, brushing at a stain on his panther pelt jerkin. His wide mouth broke into a grin. "I'll let him take the time he needs, but he said it would be done soon." When Nicci shot her companion a questioning glance, Nathan looked away. He raised his voice and kept speaking to the Duma. "Before he became preoccupied, though, Andre identified the root cause of my problem. Apparently, through the fundamental changes after the star shift, I somehow lost the heart of a wizard. The Fleshmancer is working on a way to rectify that condition. He has some ideas, but no clear answers as of yet." "At least that means your weakness is not contagious," Wren said with a sigh. "When will he be able to cure you?" "He's finishing my project first," Ivan said, rubbing at a red welt on his exposed biceps, as if trying to remember how he had gotten injured. With some embarrassment, Nathan agreed. "Considering his obvious interest in the challenge, I believe his attention is focused entirely on that." "I hope he doesn't take too long," said the wizard commander. "How it must pain you to be utterly impotent, Nathan, unable to use even the most trivial magic." Nathan flushed. "I wouldn't exactly use the word impotent." "Until you can demonstrate the use of magic, your position among us remains in limbo," Thora said with a sour expression. "For the moment, we extend our courtesy to you as a guest. But if you mean to stay here in Ildikar forever, that will have to change." A fire of surprise pulsed through Nicci's veins. This was the second time they had mentioned the possibility. "We have no intention of remaining here forever." "You may not have a choice if you are inside the walls when the Shroud goes back up permanently," Thora said. "Then we can't let you restore the Shroud yet." Nicci's voice was hard, and the Sovrina looked startled at the defiance. She continued, "We still have work to do here." Richard had explicitly charged her with seeking out tyranny and oppression. She might have to reshape the city's entire ruling structure if she took that mission entirely to heart here. Was Ildikar worth the effort? Though the Sovrina and the wizard commander did not seek to conquer the world, like Jagang, they still posed a threat to freedom. "I don't think you'd want to leave me trapped here." Before Thora could argue, loud footsteps and harsh shouts drifted up from the entry at the base of the tower below. Footsteps came up the waterfall of stairs in a brisk, percussive beat, landing after landing, until a group reached the expansive ruling chamber. Nicci, Nathan, and Bannon turned to see three ominous women leading a scruffy young man in the rough-spun tunic and trousers of a slave. He was barefoot and smudged with dirt, possibly excrement. His unruly mop of hair looked as if it had been cut with a sharpened spoon. His brown eyes darted in defiance from side to side. Fresh bruises were apparent through the dirt smeared on his cheeks. Nicci was surprised to recognize the young Yaxen herder who had caused High Captain Avery such consternation on the day of their arrival. But her main focus was drawn like a lodestone to the 3 whip-thin women who escorted the prisoner. The compact female warriors were composed entirely of muscle, as if some fleshmancer had created them out of coiled wires and metal rods, then covered the framework with feminine flesh. Each of the 3 wore a scant black leather wrap around her waist, and another leather band cinched across her breasts, leaving legs, arms, and midriff bare. They wore metal-shod sandals with black leather wrappings bound high up their calves. Their exposed skin was an overworked canvas, marked not with tattoos, but actual brands, arcane Ildecaran symbols that turned their bodies into walking spellbooks, just like those Nicci had seen on Mura's hide, or the horrific combat bear they had killed. Despite their marred skin, these thinly clad warrior women were hauntingly beautiful. They exuded power and dangerous sexuality. Their hair was cropped short, perhaps as a defense against some enemy grabbing a fistful of locks. Thora leaned forward in her tall chair. "What have you brought us, Odessa? He looks like a dirty slave, not one of your warriors in training."
"Too scrawny for a warrior,"
Chief Handler Ivan muttered.
"Though he might provide some food for my hungry beasts."
The oldest and best muscled of the 3 women came forward. Her short black hair was peppered with highlights of silver, and her dark eyes were bright as a raven's. She might have been beautiful under other circumstances. Odessa delivered her report with military precision. "He is not one of my fighters, nor a trainee from the cells, just a dirty Yaxen herder. But my Morazeth caught him. He supports the rebels." The other 2 black-clad women each took an arm of the struggling captive boy and pushed him across the polished blue marble tiles toward the dais. His hands were tied in front of him at the wrists. Nathan stroked his thumb and forefinger down his chin as he turned to Nicci. "Morazeth? The word sounds similar to Mordsith. They are obviously powerful and dangerous women, and they even have a penchant for wearing leather, though there would not seem to be enough of it to serve as body armor." Nicci studied the women. It may have come from the same root word in ancient times. These Morazeth warrior trainers did indeed remind her of the Mord Sith, women impervious to magic, who wore leather and swore their lives to protect the Lord Rahl. I do not know the origins of the Mord Sith back in Dahara. These may have been an offshoot thousands of years ago, separated back in the days of the Great War. Ildecar has been sealed away for many centuries. These women could have developed independently, followed their own path. Some things may be similar to the Mord Sith, but I expect much will be greatly different. Bannon couldn't stop staring at them. From his seat at the marble table, Ivan called out,
"If he is an unruly slave, why don't we put him in the fighting pits? Get rid of him."
"A slave that can't be controlled is a slave that is no use to Ildecar," Thora agreed.
"I'm not unruly," the defiant young man shouted. "I fight for freedom."
Odessa looked sidelong at the chief handler, but focused her attention on the Sovrina. "We caught him down by the animal cages near the arena pens. He obviously meant to release some of the beasts to create havoc among the good people of the city, as the rebels have done before."
"The animals should be trained to taste the blood of nobles."
The slave struggled unsuccessfully to break free of the hands gripping his arms. "Alas, the beasts will have to be satisfied with bitter-tasting slave meat," Thora said. "Fangs and claws will set you free."
"I am already free," the Yaxen herder insisted.
"Miramask made me free, and he will make us all free." There was grumbling among the Duma members. Elsa looked deeply concerned. Wren, Damon, and Quentin muttered to one another. "Why do they call him Miramask?" Nathan asked. "It's a curious name. Because he wears a mask made of a mirror," Quentin responded. "Obviously." "That doesn't answer the question why," Nicci said. Maxim explained. "It is said his face was horribly disfigured by a fleshmancer. His visage is so appallingly hideous that people prefer to look at the reflection of their own faces, rather than his. Perhaps he wishes to reflect the ugliness around him, Nicci suggested, which earned her an annoyed glare from Thora. Maxim chuckled. Or maybe he just likes to have people tell stories about him. That way he will seem more mysterious and powerful than he really is. He crossed his legs, one slick black pantaloon over the other. Whatever the reason, I wouldn't take his trivial movements seriously. That would give Mirror Mask too much respect. Have you heard his grievances? Nathan asked. Rebels need to rebel against something. Discontent feeds itself. Better just to starve it, Thora said. Nicci stepped forward, focused on the captive. I would like to speak with this boy. A mere Yaxen herder? Not much of a hero or a martyr. It would be best to understand why such a person would show such defiance, knowing it would surely result in his death. That's not necessary at all, my dear sorceress, Maxim said. He rose from his chair and spread both hands out at his sides. We have handled such nonsense before, and I can take care of this quickly. Nicci looked at the defiant but also terrified captive slave. And yet it happened again. You will not interfere, Thora said in a cold voice. Don't you want to see what you can learn from him? Nicci couldn't believe they would waste such an opportunity. Not necessary. Not interested. Maxim curled his fingers as he concentrated, and power circled around him, drawn out of the air like a latent thunderstorm. The wizard commander's short hair lifted slightly, drifting about in a corona of growing energy. Those who would disrupt the perfect order of Ildikar must be dealt with appropriately. I am not only the wizard commander, I am also the city's master sculptor. Odessa and the other two Morazeth stepped away from the prisoner, giving Maxim space to work. The young Yaxen herder struggled with the bindings on his wrists. He straightened his knees, sneered at the Duma members, then at Thora, and finally at Maxim himself. He curled his lips, preparing to spit. Just then the wizard commander released his gift. Shimmers curled through the air like invisible reflections. Twists of wind tightened into even more secure bindings. The slave's filth-stained shirt turned white, as if covered with gypsum powder. His skin hardened, turned gray. His wild and unruly hair crystallized. With a crackling, breathy sound, the slave petrified in his defiant position, and a new statue stood on the floor in the chamber. The petrification spell seemed fundamentally the same as what the insane adjudicator had used against the people of Lockridge, against Nicci. The adjudicator, though, had been corrupted by the magic. Maxim wielded the time-stopping magic with ease and clear intent. Ivan stood up from his stone bench, clenching his fists at his sides. That was a wasted effort, Maxim. We should have taken the boy to the combat pits, where he would have made fine sport. Now what are we supposed to do with him? Thora frowned at her husband, then nodded slowly. Killing him in the arena would have turned the boy into a martyr, and incited more foolishness from Mirror Mask and his rabble. Better that we took care of it like this. And I so rarely get to practice my gift, Maxim said. He looked at Nicci, and the tone of his voice held a clear undertone of braggadocio. She assumed he was trying to impress her, maybe to get her to change her mind the next time he invited her to one of the Ildikaran pleasure parties. I am the master of the petrification magic. I created and controlled the spell that petrified General Utros's entire army, all those centuries ago. Yes, you were the key, Thora said. But the rest of us helped turn the lock. You aren't the only one who can use the magic. I myself took care of Lani when she expressed her insufferable defiance. She looked over at the stone sorceress standing at the side of the ruling chamber. Of course you did, my dear. I would never wish to belittle your abilities. Maxim folded his arms together. He looked satisfied and content after turning the rebellious slave to stone. I suggest we place this new statue in a prominent location. Down in the slave market, perhaps, where it will serve as a fine decoration and a clear warning. After workers had removed the statue of the young Yaxen herder, Thora sat back, regarding the others in the ruling chamber. Chief Handler Ivan is right. It's been too long since we watched a spectacle in the combat arena. Let us arrange one at the earliest opportunity. Ivan, when can you be ready? Fleshmancer Andre entered the tower, hours late for the meeting. His loose white robe carried hints of stains from past work in his studio. He wiped sweat off his brow and spread his arms wide. It appears I arrived just in time, My experiment is finished. The fleshmancy was a complete success. Our new warrior could make his debut in the combat arena as soon as tomorrow. Wizard Commander Maxim looked delighted. Tomorrow it is, then. We shall schedule an exhibition. Chapter 18. Smiling magnanimously, Maxim offered Nicci a seat in the noble's spectator tower above the city's grand arena. Now that Andre had tentatively suggested possibilities as to how Nathan might regain his gift, the other Duma members allowed him to join them in the special seats as well, high above the unwashed and unruly crowd. Amos and his companions had asked Bannon to join them in the secondary tier, close to the combat field, but he preferred to sit with his friends Nicci and Nathan. The wizards were somewhat displeased to have an ungifted young man with them, but they deferred, although with obvious reluctance. When the sun stood at its zenith above Ildikar, crowds gathered in the rings of seats around the combat arena, a broad and deep crater excavated in the sandstone uplift. The fighting field of sand and gravel was surrounded by a sheer wall. The spectator seats for the lower classes ringed the rim, while the gifted nobles observed from tower perches that rose high above the sands. The raised towers gave them an unobstructed vantage as well as improved safety. Nicci guessed that some of the animals in the arena were so dangerous they might escape and rampage into the spectator stands. From visions conveyed via her spell bond, she remembered times Murrah had fought here. From his close seat beside her, Maxim remarked on the black dress she wore, despite the variety of clothes that had been offered to her. Are the styles of Ildikar not to your liking? We have many different dresses, from long gowns to rather abbreviated silken shifts. If you chose to wear such a garment, everyone here would appreciate it, I'm sure. She gave him a stony glance. I choose to wear black for personal reasons. So, that is the answer, Maxim chuckled. I shall assign our city's best tailors to provide you with hundreds of alternatives fashioned out of black cloth. I would be honored to help you try them on and choose one that best suits you. This one suits me just fine. It fits you quite well, too, he admitted, although it still leaves too much to the imagination. Then I hope you have a good imagination. A buzz of anticipation spread among the lower seats, growing louder as the time for the exhibition approached. In an imperious tone, Sovrina Thora called for servers. It is midday. Where is our meal? Or would you rather be fed to the combat creatures? At least then someone would have a meal, the wizard Damon muttered, stroking his drooping mustaches. Wearing drab tunics sashed at the waist, slaves hurried in with a selection of fine foods in petite portions meant to be sampled. There were small roasted songbirds on skewers, coated with honey, crimson cubes of raw Yaxen liver, and paper-thin slices of air-dried Yaxen meat, sugary confections spun like caterpillar cocoons, tart slices of tangerines, dishes of ruby-red pomegranate seeds. Thora served herself first, taking whatever she liked, while Maxim chivalrously offered the food to Nicci. She made selections without particular interest. Nathan was more curious, asking the servers to identify each item. He tasted the morsels, then chose seconds of the ones he liked best. He had no fondness for the raw Yaxen liver, but the fruit pleased him greatly. After the Duma members were fed, Bannon was offered the leftovers. He smiled cheerfully and thanked the servers, who looked uncomfortable, before he remembered to thank his hosts. Equally spaced around the perimeter of the combat arena, tall stone pillars were topped with bronze bowls shaped like flames. Gifted nobles stood at the base of each pillar, and when the fanfare sounded, they touched the stone pillars, released their magic, and ignited dazzling white flames that soared up from the bronze bowls like beacons. The crowd in the stands let out an appreciative cheer. Nicci sat silent and alert, trying to comprehend the type of magic used here. The ancient wizards had laid down spell forms and complex webs throughout the city's architecture, in much the same way the aqueducts distributed water. A stocky man with a shaved head and voluminous yellow robes sat on a high platform above the fighting field. He spoke into a large crystal on a silver stand, and his voice boomed from the magical flames, as if his words had been conjured out of the pillars. "Our beloved champion has remained undefeated for 5 months. He has held his title and held our hearts. Let him emerge into the arena so he can bask in the sun of Ildikar, the cheers of our people, and the blood of another vanquished enemy." An iron gate opened below, and a muscular man strode out onto the ashes and sand, raising a wide-bladed sword to the sky, which summoned the cheers of the observers. He wore brown leather boots, a girded loincloth wrapped around his hips, and a thick belt studded with sharp points. 2 wide straps of leather rose from the belt, crossed over his back and his chest, providing only minimal protection. A full helmet with a nose guard and swooped chin guards masked his face. The champion's pale skin was covered with a network of scars. His muscles were chiseled by years of training. Nicci could see he would be a formidable fighter. His body language exuded joy and confidence, not the fear a gibbering victim might exhibit. He seemed to thrive in his environment. The champion turned slowly from side to side, jabbing his sword in the air to prod more shouts from the audience. They responded as expected. From the private spectator tower, the Duma members watched like analytical observers. Fleshmancer Andre leaned forward with an eager glint in his gray eyes. "The champion has never faced an opponent like our new one." He raised his eyebrows at Nathan. Soon you'll see the results of my fleshmancy." "It better be a fine show," Ivan growled. "I have animals that need practice." "You don't want the champion to kill them all," Andre said. The chief handler was unconvinced. "And what if he kills your new creation?" "I have high confidence in my work. But if that happens, I shall have to improve my design for next time. The announcer continued in his spell-amplified voice. "Our champion faces a new opponent today. Something never before released into the combat arena." The words boomed out through the lighted torches, and the spectators fell into an ominous, anticipatory hush. "Behold, the Fleshmancer's new creation!" Ivan picked up a honey-coated songbird and crunched it, bones and all, but did not take his eyes from the combat field. Andre fidgeted in his seat, barely able to contain his excitement. The champion crouched, holding up his short sword as he faced the barred gate on the opposite side of the crater wall. His cocky verve had faded. Though the helmet obscured his features, Nicci could detect the fighter's intensity of focus. She sensed no touch of the gift within him. The champion's combat skills had been earned through his own prowess. The barred gate opened, and a figure emerged from the shadowy pits beneath the arena. The spectators might have expected some horrific animal, like a combat bear, but the figure lurched forward on 2 feet, stepping into the sunlight to reveal well-muscled thighs, sturdy boots laced to the top of the calf, an armored loincloth, 2 extended hands, each gripping a short sword identical to the one carried by the champion. When the opponent emerged into the light, its true monstrosity was revealed. Seated on the fighter's broad shoulders were 2 heads, the pair of necks spread apart from a bifurcated spine, fused in place. Both faces were snarling and sneering in agony as well as rage. Drool came from the left head's mouth, a bald man with a large round scar on his scalp. The darker skin on the smooth head did not match the shoulder onto which it had been grafted. The legs staggered forward drunkenly, as if receiving conflicting instructions from the rival heads, but each sword arm was held aloft and slashed erratically. The crowd gasped and murmured. The champion recoiled at the sight of his new opponent. Andre chuckled. "Our great champion has never seen anything like that, "He's seen and killed plenty of opponents before," Ivan said. Like a weapon with a single-minded purpose, the two-headed warrior lumbered forward, uttering defiant groans from twin throats. Nathan leaned closer to Andre. "Considering that your new creation has 2 human minds, it seems to have lost its intellect." "It didn't need intellect, just prowess. I was forced to sacrifice some factors to enhance others, just like silk yaksen are created for their beauty, not their wit. This thing will never be admired for its conversation." The two-headed warrior's lurching gait was deceptive, but the champion didn't seem fooled. He darted in, thrusting his short sword like a stinger. The moment he approached within striking distance, the horrific opponent plunged into a blur of motion, sweeping the left sword, then the right, as if it meant to gut the champion twice. The man danced out of the way, scuttling backward so swiftly he tripped on his heels. One of the opponent's blades sliced the champion's upper arm, drawing blood. From hundreds of throats in the crowd, a simultaneous gasp of dismay rumbled through the arena. The champion ducked, showing no sign that he even recognized he had been cut. The two-headed fighter came at him again with both blades, sweeping, stabbing, slashing. The champion parried with a loud clang of his short sword. He ducked back as the monstrosity's other hand swept the second blade toward him. The champion drove in, thrusting with his sword. The two-headed creature spun, so that instead of the blade disemboweling it, the point merely traced a long red line up its rib cage. It roared in pain out of both throats, then brought the left-hand sword down, battering the champion's solid helmet with the pommel. The champion reeled, stunned. Backing off, he adjusted the helmet. The two-headed warrior charged in, and the champion stumbled weakly, staggered, and Nicci recognized what he was doing. He lured the monstrous fighter closer, and just as the right arm swept down with the blade, the champion thrust upward, stabbing through his opponent's bicep, and then yanked down like a butcher slicing out a fine hunk of meat. The monster's right arm was laid bare down to the bone, and the limb hung useless, spasming before dropping the sword. The grafted head on that side roared and rolled its eyes. The left arm reacted, trying to defend by raising its sword. But the wiry champion was full of energy now, no longer feigning any disorientation. He dodged the blow, then gripped his short sword with both hands for a brutal slash. Cutting sideways like a woodcutter felling a tree, he lopped off the warrior's original head, severing it cleanly from its natural neck. Gushing blood from the stump on its shoulder, the horrific creation reeled and wavered, standing on the blood-soaked sand. Like an overripe squash, the severed head dropped to the ground, leaking blood, its expression still distorted with the last flickers of life. The remaining head, the bald one, grafted into place, wailed. Nicci thought the sound was distinctly filled with grief, not pain. The clumsy legs buckled at the knees, dropping to the sand. Dropping the other sword, the thing reached forward with both its good arm and the mangled one, using both hands to pick up and cradle the other head, cooing and moaning in despair. The champion stalked forward with no mercy and no pity. Or perhaps it was a mercy, Nicci thought. With another stroke, he chopped off the second head, which rolled onto the uneven ground next to its companion. The two-headed warrior's body dropped to the sand, like a bull felled by a butcher's sledgehammer. The crowd roared, suddenly released from their sullen anxiety. Now their celebration was genuine glee.
Chief Handler Ivan crossed his massive arms over his vest made from the pelt of a sand panther.
At least it was a good show.
Andre looked frustrated.
The champion has no modifications whatsoever. He is just a man, and should not be able to defeat my creations. That'll keep you on your toes, Maxim said with a smirk. You just need to make better creations.
Thora said, "Listen to the crowd. They are still cheering the champion. I expected them to grow tired of him by now." Elsa leaned forward. "They celebrate the skills of the champion, Savrina, and they would not want to see him defeated by a monstrosity like that. You should make him fight better and better human combatants. The people will only accept another human champion."
For now, let him have his victory,
said Maxim, and then his lips quirked in a smile.
I'm sure Odessa will reward him quite well tonight. She has taken him as her lover already, has she not?
Thora sniffed.
Of course. She takes each champion as her lover.
Below in the arena, standing over the butchered body of the Fleshmancer's creation, the champion raised his bloody sword and turned in circles to receive the adulation of the crowd. When the cheers built to a crescendo, he reached up to grasp his helmet, pulling it off and flinging it free. He threw it far across the bloody sands so that he could smile and bask in the open air. He raised both hands in triumph. Bannon watched the violent combat with trepidation. He had fought and killed many enemies since joining Nicci and Nathan, and he'd felt no remorse when he defended himself against the ferocious Selka or the Life-Drinkers' Dust People. But the very idea of bloody combat for sport displayed a cruelty that he could not understand. He was sure his abusive father would have enjoyed the spectacle. Bannon had hardened since leaving Curia Island. The darkest and ugliest days at home had nearly ruined him, but Bannon clung to and nurtured a spark of optimism and a sense of good in the world despite all the tragedies he had suffered. Now he squirmed uncomfortably at the sound of the cheers, the sight of the bloodshed. That horrific monster didn't deserve to die any more than the distorted combat bear they had encountered. But such monstrosities should not have been created in the first place. They were unnatural and sickening. He struggled with his feelings, but did not understand them. When he watched the champion kill his opponent, though, Bannon acknowledged that it was a battle for survival. He supposed that people under extreme circumstances would do just about anything to stay alive. He himself certainly had. The champion removed his helmet and stood exposed so the audience could see his face. As the victorious warrior turned his head up to stare at the crowd, Bannon froze. He knew that face. He recognized the eyes, the wide cheekbones, the rounded chin, even the grin. He had seen that grin on a young boy's face in times of joy, long ago in a childhood that had ended in violence and slavery. Ian. The champion was his friend Ian, stolen away by Norakai slavers so many years ago. Chapter 19. Thaddeus, the new town leader of Renda Bay, was happy to receive the two young scholars from Cliffwall. "We will help you meet your needs," he told Oliver and Peretta. "For the sorceress Nicci and the wizard Nathan, we'd do anything to show our gratitude. They saved our town." His lips quirked in a smile. "Even the swordsman Bannon defeated more than his share of Norakai slavers. I think he has a genuine vendetta against them." Oliver nodded. "Yes, we watched all three of them fight many impossible enemies. They have many stories to tell." He patted the pouch at his side in which he carried the reports Nicci and Nathan wished to have delivered up to Dahara. "I wouldn't believe them if I hadn't seen myself what they could do." "Aye, we know some of what they endured," Thaddeus said. "Join us for a town feast this evening, and we will share stories." "I can recite our tales accurately," said Peretta, tossing her mop of tight dark ringlets. "I remember every detail." "She really does," Oliver said. and she won't let you forget it." The slender girl huffed as if finding some insult in what Oliver had said. He laughed, because he'd known that would be her exact reaction, but still he enjoyed her company. Then, after she looked at him, Peretta's expression melted. "Oliver and I have been traveling together for too long. Sometimes we know what the other might think." "I would only think the best of you, Peretta," he said with a congenial smile. "We share the same important mission." "Yes, we do, and I suppose your companionship is tolerable." Oliver felt himself blushing, and Peretta snickered at him. In a way, he knew they were much alike. Both of them had been born and raised in Cliffwall, trained among the scholars, and brought up to love the history and lore stored in the books there. Oliver's father was an orchard tender and a beekeeper. When he was young, Oliver had helped him pick the apples and pears, and also set out the beehives so they could carefully harvest the honey. But the boy had been stung too many times because he was simply too distracted, daydreaming about the stories in the books stored up in the great archive. After Oliver could read, his father had let him go up to Cliffwall to be tested by the scholars, and once that dream got into his head, the boy couldn't think of anything else. One day, Oliver accidentally knocked over a beehive, setting loose an angry, buzzing swarm to swoop through the canyon. The boy had only saved himself from countless stings by diving face first into the fast-flowing brook. At the time, he had been lost in ideas about how to catalog the types of spells in the shelves, even though he had only the vaguest idea what sort of spells existed at all. Angry, his father had marched him, still dripping wet from the brook, up the winding cliff path. His father presented him to scholar archivist Simon. "I promise he will be of more use to you than he is to me. He'll be happy here, and his mother and I can come visit him whenever we like." He glanced in dismay at his son. "Read to your heart's content, while I go see if I can fix that hive." Oliver loved his family, but the call of the great library and all its knowledge had always been too strong for him. Even now, though he had volunteered for the mission Nicci requested, he dreamed of being back among the warm and friendly books. But he convinced himself he was learning far more about the world on this journey than he had known in his entire previous life. The vastness of the land, the mountains, the ocean, and now the villagers in Renda Bay. To celebrate the visitors, the people hosted a meal in the town square with a roasted goat, in addition to bushels of boiled mussels in an enormous pot mixed with salty seaweed. Though many villagers engaged them in conversation, Oliver felt embarrassed by all the attention being showered upon them. He thought of the times he had spent alone in the Cliffwall archives, with nothing but books and scrolls as his companions. He sat on a splintered wooden bench next to Peretta, who was far less shy than he was. The gregarious young member chatted with anyone who expressed an interest. Nicci had made it clear that her report should be widely shared, so the people of the old world could draw together and follow the basic rules Lord Rahl set down for the Daharan Empire. For their own part, the villagers embellished the fearsome tale of the Norikai attack, and how the sorceress had driven them back, destroying 3 of their sturdy serpent ships. As full dark set in and the meal wrapped up, Thaddeus introduced a hardy man with a face weathered by too much salt and wind. His long brown hair, parted in the middle, hung past his ears to where it met a bushy brown beard with enough wiry mass to hide a number of small wild animals. "This is Kenneth," said the town leader, "a fisherman with his own boat and a restless heart." Kenneth thrust out a large calloused hand and shook Oliver's with enough force to hurt his elbow. When the fisherman took Peretta's, he was gentler, but his hand was so large it engulfed hers. "Most importantly, I have no real ties to Renda Bay, though I grew up here," Thaddeus explained. "Kenneth means that he is willing to offer his boat and take you north. I've heard of some of the cities up there, but I've never seen them." When Kenneth scratched his beard, his fingers disappeared up to the second knuckle. "I was always waiting for the excuse." "Do you have charts and maps?" Oliver asked. "To know where we're going?" "I haven't the faintest clue. But I imagine that if we follow the coast north long enough, we'll find something." Without consulting her companion, Peretta said, We accept your offer, Kenneth. We'll go with you.
Oliver stammered. We can't pay, though. The sorceress already paid Rendebay enough for a lifetime of favors, Kenneth said. Besides, if I go with you and come back, people will buy me free drinks in the inn for a year. I consider that payment in full.
Kenneth's plate overflowed with the sopping, steaming sea greens and a hunk of roast goat from which a twisted bone protruded. He sat heavily on the bench next to Peretta, though there was plenty of room on the other side. He fell to his meal with great gusto.
Don't often get goat. For a fisherman, every meal tastes like the sea. Red meat has an entirely different flavor.
He filled his mouth, talking as he chewed. Thaddeus stood behind them, proud.
We'll let you take some of the leftover meat for your voyage, Kenneth.
When would we be departing? Oliver asked, looking forward to a night spent in a comfortable bed here in Renda Bay.
Why, tomorrow, of course. First light, Kenneth said. I already have basic supplies aboard my boat, the Daisy. My water casks are full, and we'll fish along the way, so there'll be plenty to eat.
Though he had taken only a few sips of the sour local wine, Oliver felt deeply weary. Kenneth's pronouncement filled him with dismay. We're leaving at dawn?
You said you were in a hurry, the fisherman said.
We are, Peretta added. We are, Oliver agreed, trying to hide the disappointment in his voice, though he had hoped for a longer rest.
Be at the Daisy an hour before dawn, so we can have everything ready before we get underway.
Kenneth finished his large plate of food, then went back to the communal cauldron and ladled up a small mountain of yawning black mussels. As the sun rose over the landmass to the east, spreading a bright orange veil over the rugged lands through which they had trekked, the fishing boat set off from Renda Bay and turned north. Kenneth spread the sail to catch a freshening breeze, and soon they were making good time. When Oliver offered to help with chores, the fisherman just looked the young scholar up and down.
You're so scrawny. I wager the most you've ever lifted is some heavy reading.
Peretta giggled. I think that's true. Kenneth reassured them.
I've been piloting the Daisy alone for so long. I know how to do everything solo. I'll call for help if I need it.
As the day grew warm and the sun beat down on the open water, he pulled off his rough-spun shirt and tossed it into the cabin, standing bare-chested in the wind. Peretta turned away, embarrassed. The bearded man laughed at her reaction.
As I said, I've sailed by myself for so long. I don't see any reason to change just because I have company.
It's perfectly fine, Peretta said in a prim voice. Later in the increasingly warm afternoon, Oliver pulled off his own shirt, and Peretta seemed amused by his rail-thin form. Kenneth gave him an appraising look.
It would be a courtesy if I let you build up your muscles.
He lowered his voice and spoke in a stage whisper, which he knew full well that Peretta could hear.
You're not going to impress the young lady with a physique like that.
I am not trying to impress the young lady. In fact, she knows my scholarly abilities. She should already be impressed. Oliver knew he sounded defensive, but it was only because of his embarrassment. Peretta came to his rescue. I admit that Oliver is a mighty scholar. Kenneth let out a booming laugh.
Then you're a better man than I. I never got around to reading any books. Too much fishing to do.
By the time the sun had lowered to the horizon and the temperature dropped, Oliver felt a chill enhanced by the tingling burn on his skin. He had never been shirtless long enough to get sunburned before. He shivered and put his shirt back on. The Daisy sailed northward for 6 days into uncharted waters, never straying far from shore. During all that time, they saw no other sailing ships, nor any cities, not even small settlements along the way.
That's why the fishing is so good up here. No competition,
Kenneth said, as he hauled up another net of flopping, silvery creatures, which he dumped on the deck. He sorted out only the ones he said were the best tasting and threw the rest back overboard.
If we're hungry, we'll catch more tomorrow.
Kenneth had eaten all of the leftover roast goat in the first 2 days. Though he had offered some to the 2 travelers, Oliver and Peretta knew how much he fancied the delicacy, and so they contented themselves with seafood. which was, to canyon dwellers like themselves, equally exotic. "I suppose this is the Phantom Coast," said Kenneth, after 2 more days of sailing, seeing only empty coastline. "Once we're past it, we'll start seeing cities." One morning they awoke to fog so thick it felt suffocating. Oliver and Peretta stood out on deck, marveling at the mist as if it were the most wondrous thing they had ever seen. Kenneth found their reaction baffling until Oliver explained that fog never occurred in the desert. "Enjoy it while you can," he said. "Right now, it's a damned nuisance. Can't see where we're going." He stood at the Daisy's bow, peering ahead, guiding them slowly. Oliver joined him, squinting for hidden obstacles, but his vision was uncertain in the best of times, so he was little help. Peretta fetched a blanket from the cabin below and wrapped it around her narrow shoulders as she stood next to them. They were all together as the thick mists parted, as if a sculptor were yanking away a veil to reveal his newest creation. Peretta gasped as they saw the silhouette, and then sharper details, of a huge figure that loomed before them. "Sweet sea mother," Kenneth cried, then laughed at his own words. "It truly is." The stone form of a beautiful woman was carved from the living rock of an outcropping that towered above the water. She was enormous and beautiful. Tresses of stone hair flowed like the waves of an outgoing tide, rippling back into the cliff. Seawater crashed among the algae-covered rocks at the base of the bluff, where the sculpture ended. The statue showed the Sea Mother only from the waist up, as if she rose from the tide line, her arms outstretched, hands raised to the sky. Birds flitted around her carved face and rounded breasts. The waves crashed, and the fog continued to clear. Kenneth adjusted course and drove the Daisy onward. "We're almost to Saramundi. That statue is legendary. Never thought I'd see it myself." As the mist dwindled, they spotted other fishing boats and larger sailing ships out in the water. Kenneth stared at the shoreline and the piled buildings in the hills leading from the harbor. "They make big cities here in the north." Oliver squinted, focusing on the tall temples, the great white buildings, impossible stone arches that rose high in the air and spanned the width of 2 different rivers that flowed through Saramundi and spilled into the sea. A gold-topped bell tower was the tallest structure in view. "I have read about many huge cities in ancient times, but nothing prepared me for this." "I thought the Great Library in Cliffwall was the largest building in the world," Peretta said. I was wrong. After traveling with her for so many weeks, Oliver was surprised to hear the young memmer admit her fallibility, but he did not tease her about it. They all stood together and marveled at the glorious sights as Kenneth guided the Daisy into the busy harbor. "Saramundi. I promised I would take you here. This is where you wanted to be." "This is just a start," Peretta said. She drew a deep breath and let it out, but she was smiling, as was Oliver. "We still have a long way to go," he said, but after all they had accomplished, he felt that the journey was no longer so impossible. Chapter 20. When Fleshmancer Andre called him back to his studio, Nathan was more uneasy than excited, but he was determined to find a way to restore his gift. He was convinced that somewhere, somehow, Ildikar held the secret to making him whole again. He was reluctant to tell Nicci about the strangeness he'd seen in the Fleshmancer's laboratory. No matter what Andre said, Nathan could not consider the man an inspired artist, not since witnessing the glee with which he fused the 2 mangled warriors, like a seamstress using scraps of cloth to make a patchwork quilt. But he wasn't required to admire or even like the person who helped him. The Fleshmancer was eccentric, even horrific at times, but he was indeed a powerful wizard. Nathan only hoped Andre wouldn't make him part of some twisted demonstration like the 2-headed warrior he had created. Because he could. If he needed the wizards of Ildikar to restore his gift, he would endure. But he was already planning how soon he and his companions could depart from this place. Despite how entranced he had been by the myths of Ildikar, Nathan now saw the tarnish on what should have been a shining metropolis. Reshaping an entire society was not something the three companions could do alone. He set off for the Fleshmancer's mansion. Perhaps today Andre would have a concrete solution for how to restore Nathan's heart of a wizard. He passed through the distorted gardens, the uniquely shaped hedges, flowers, and stunted trees. As he walked along, Nathan forced a smile, clinging to a hint of optimism. It was something that young Bannon Farmer had taught him. Even before he could announce himself, the Fleshmancer came out to greet him. He had an eager, hungry expression. "Welcome, Nathan, who would be a wizard again." His braided beard stood out like a corn shock on the tip of his chin. "I look forward to continuing our research. After yesterday's unfortunate showing in the combat arena, I am honor-bound to demonstrate my prowess in other ways." He narrowed his glittering eyes. "Let us achieve a resounding success for your problem, shall we? I am willing to do whatever it takes." He leaned closer. "Are you?" A few days ago, before he was more familiar with Ildikar, Nathan would have readily agreed. Now he felt uncomfortable, and he chose his words carefully. "I will work closely with you. It's important to me to restore my gift." "And it is important to Ildikar. Come, we have body maps to make and experiments to perform." Andre led him through the separate wings of the large mansion. In the main laboratory studio, hung with indigo cloths, the tables had been scoured clean, scrubbed of any traces of blood from the two mangled warriors. The air still had a sour, fetid smell. The tanks containing what Andre called ingredients of flesh simmered away, and the exotic, unnatural fish swam in its aquarium. Andre hummed as they walked on a tiled pathway to an isolated courtyard behind the house. "We require open sunlight for our next measurement. I need to construct a map of the gift within you, the tangled paths and the fibers of your being, as well as the scars of residue from when the gift fizzled away. We have to restore them." He stroked his fingers down his knotted beard. "And that may take some doing, Outside, overhanging vines stirred disturbingly without any breezes. Strange scaled palm trees rose tall above the roofline of the mansion. Their drooping fronds had razor edges, and their plated trunks reminded him of the hide of Brahm, the grey dragon who guarded the bones of his kind in Kuloth Vale. Two of the palms stood 6 feet apart, and stretched between them was a vertical square of white fabric as tall as a man, suspended by gossamer white ropes. Beneath the blank fabric was an empty patch of smooth white sand. "Here is the canvas on which we must work, my friend," Andre said. "But it is not just a blank sheet. At the beginning of any project, an artist views the endless potential of his subject." A low table in front of the stretched fabric held glazed clay pots filled with grainy powders of turquoise blue, rust red, brilliant yellow. The Fleshmancer gestured impatiently. "Stand in front of the fabric? How else do you expect me to make the map? "I don't understand this kind of map," Nathan said, stepping forward hesitantly. "How is it created?" "The powders and chemicals are my own proprietary mixture. When I cast them, they capture the lines of your aura. It is a way of marking your Han, tracing the lines of force. I cannot see it with my own eyes, nor can you. But the powders follow it, like iron filings mark out the lines of attraction around a lodestone." Nathan stood uncertainly in the soft sand, facing the blank fabric. "Like this?" Andre crossed his arms over his chest. "You do insist on making things difficult, don't you? No wonder you lost your gift." "What have I done wrong now?" Exasperated, the Fleshmancer waved his hands. "You must be naked, of course. How else can the powder find the tracks of your Han?" "How else indeed," Nathan muttered with a sigh, knowing not to argue. He shrugged out of his wizard's robe and removed his boots, then submitted to the measurement. Mumbling, Andre studied the powders in the jars. He dipped his finger into a pale blue mixture, sniffed it, then tried the yellow substance instead. Nothing. He scooped a handful of the bright powder and stepped up to his subject. Nathan frowned. "What is it that you—" The Fleshmancer hurled the powder, and the spray of dust struck him in the center of his chest. Nathan flinched, recoiled, then sneezed, but when he looked down at his bare chest, none of the powder had stuck to his skin. It was gone. Andre puttered among the jars, picked up the blue powder, and threw some of it, aiming lower. Nathan watched the powder strike him and absorb into his skin. A tingle sizzled throughout his body. Laughing, the Fleshmancer seemed to consider it a game. Another handful, and another. 6 different powders in all. But as each cloud of dust struck him and disappeared, Nathan realized he felt weaker. Something was being sapped from him. Now again. But this time you must try to use your gift. Concentrate. Do something easy. Create a flicker of fire in your hand. Nathan frowned. Yes, that used to be easy. He remembered trying to do that on the deck of the Wave Walker just before the storm and the Selka attack. It had been the first indication that his gift might be waning. But it could backfire. At times, the gift twists and releases magic altogether contradictory to my wishes. I might burn down your villa. The Fleshmancer snickered. Come now. If I couldn't stop that, then I am not much of a wizard myself, He raised his voice to a sharp, startling shout. Use your magic! Nathan reacted, instinctively reaching for his gift to summon fire in his palm. He pushed, stretched his fingers apart, willed flame to ignite there. Andre hurled more dust, emptying an entire pot against Nathan's chest. No magic came, not even a tiny flicker. The villa did not explode into flames, and the only increased heat came from Nathan's straining. A drop of perspiration tingled on his brow, but that was all. Nothing. I'm sorry. Even so, that is all we need. Smiling, the Fleshmancer slapped his palms together, brushing stray dust from them. Now, let us admire our work, He nudged Nathan out of the way. As Nathan stepped away from the white fabric, feeling his knees shake, he turned to look at the formerly blank canvas. Somehow, when Andre threw the powders at him, the essence had passed directly through his body and adhered to the fabric. Lines and swirls of muted colors created an intricate map, like a seaman's chart of currents, or a cartographer's conception of all the streams in a mountain range. But these lines had the vague outline of a man. Nathan. Is that my gift? He asked. All the patterns within me? Andre nodded slowly. It is an interesting suggestion of what should be, but you can see the problem. He turned to the colorful design. Here. Unmindful of his nakedness, Nathan was fascinated by the result, not to mention the fact that the test had required no blood or pain. Andre indicated the center of what seemed to denote Nathan's chest on the diagram. You see how pale this is? The emptiness where your heart should be? That is where your gift has vanished. The Han permeates every blood vessel, every muscle fiber, every inch of skin, every shaft of hair. Except there. You can see what you have lost. Nathan felt a heavy weight inside of him. He did indeed see. The markings of the exotic map were plain. It's gone, then? Gone. Andre snapped lids back on the assorted pots of colorful powders. But that doesn't mean we can't replace it. We just need to find what is missing and put it back. I am, of course, up to the challenge. Andre seemed intrigued. And the other wizards will be pleased to hear that at least it's not contagious, as I suspected. I am pleased to hear that as well, Nathan said. Restoring you is not beyond our abilities. As you know, the wizards of Ildikar have created tremendous things, Nathan tried to keep the uncertainty out of his voice. I've seen some of your work as a Fleshmancer. Some might consider it unorthodox. You call yourself an artist, but now you're trying to heal my problem.
Do you think of yourself as a healer, too?
Andre snorted.
Healers and torturers are both experts in the same art. Both are knowledgeable in pain and endurance, in life and death. I am a master of all aspects.
He waved his hands again.
Now I have something to show you in another wing of my mansion. Dress yourself. I have no interest in seeing a naked old man unless I have to.
Nathan smiled.
I am oddly relieved to hear you say that.
He donned his borrowed wizard's robe again and sat on one of the garden benches to pull on his boots. Andre jabbered as he waited.
In the ancient days of many wars and many enemies, we had to create weapons powerful enough to defend the city and its people. You have already seen how we lifted the plain above the Killraven River. And what could be more impressive than Wizard Commander Maxim's petrification spell that turned the army of General Utros into statues? Or the blood magic that projected the Shroud to wall us off from time?
All of that is indeed impressive, Nathan said, stomping his heel on the ground to seat the foot properly in his boot.
Andre's eyes sparkled. I myself created tremendous warriors, veritable gods of warfare. I'm very proud of them. Would you like to see?
Nathan smoothed down the fabric of his green wizard's robe.
Did these warriors help you win the war? I haven't had a chance to use them yet.
He sounded disappointed.
But they are ready. Always ready. Come, I want to show them to you.
Nathan followed the Fleshmancer through another arch into a high-ceilinged wing of the mansion.
I named them Ixax warriors. Even with all my efforts, all my skills, I could only create 3 of them. But 3 Ixax warriors should be sufficient to save our city against the most terrible enemies.
As they entered the cavernous wing, he pulled back a curtain to reveal 3 giants standing there like motionless titans, 15 feet high. The Ixax warriors were shaped like men, immense in the shoulders, with torsos as large as wagons, their heads the size of a cartwheel. The figures were encased in voluminous armor, like a riveted steel shell covering their swollen biceps, their waists, their tree-like thighs. Each head was encased in a helmet, like a cauldron, flattened against the sides of their cheeks, leaving only a thin slit for a mouth and another slit for the eyes. Large, rounded studs covered their chests. Their hands wore massive gauntlets with spiked knuckles, and a belt encircled their waists. Their boots were enormous, 1 footfall capable of crushing a horse to a pulp. They were motionless, locked in place, arms rigid at their sides, feet anchored to the floor. Andre openly admired them. Behold, my warriors! I made these 3 1,500 years ago when we knew Emperor Kurgan's armies were on the move. After taking 3 human subjects, I used all my magic and pulled together everything that I understood of flesh, of life, and of power. From mere humans, I created these 3 gigantic and indestructible weapons, the most powerful soldiers ever created. 1 Ixax is strong enough to slaughter 5,000 enemy soldiers. That is how I designed them. He lovingly caressed the gauntlet of the nearest figure. The Ixax didn't flinch. They are primed and ready, as they have been for 1,500 years. Nathan was indeed impressed, thinking of such a monstrosity turned loose on an unsuspecting enemy army. They are held in a stasis spell, then? Frozen in time until they are unleashed? Oh no. They are exactly ready. We cannot tolerate any delay if the city were to be threatened, What do you mean? These 3 Ixax warriors have stood awake and aware right here, unable to move, for 15 centuries. Awake? And aware? Nathan looked at them with sudden uneasiness. A simple locking spell keeps them immobile, but they can hear us talking now. And do they sleep? Nathan asked, already dreading the answer. No, they are awake every second of every day. We cannot be unprepared. These weapons may be our last resort. The Ixax have nothing to do but stand here and think about their duty, should it ever arise.
Nathan took a nervous step back, trying to grasp the nightmare of these 3 warriors, whether volunteers or perhaps unwilling subjects. They had been transformed by the Fleshmancer's magic, held immobile, staring for every second of every day for 15 centuries. Nathan felt a chill run down his back. By now, these Ixax warriors must be entirely insane. Through the eye slit in the iron helmet of the nearest warrior, Nathan saw a glint of yellow eyes staring at him. Chapter 21. As Bannon walked the streets of Ildikar, alone with his thoughts, he carried guilt as heavy as a sledge piled with cut stone. His jaw ached from clenching his teeth to hold in his anger and disgust. Ever since seeing that the bloody arena champion was Ian, innocent, carefree, laughing Ian from Kyria Island, Bannon had been so consumed with dark memories that he could barely live with himself. In the morning, after waking from a sleep full of nightmares, he looked at his face in the reflecting basin, then splashed water in his reddened eyes. He saw his drawn expression. After the arena spectacle, he had avoided Nicci and Nathan, even though they knew the painful story of how he had run away from the attack, leaving his best friend to be captured by the raiders. As he emerged from the Grand Villa, not knowing what to do, he found Amos, Jed, and Brock. Dressed in bright colors, laughing, jostling one another, the 3 companions had offered a perfunctory invitation for Bannon to join them in whatever they decided to do that day. Bannon had not felt like their company, though. "No, thank you. I have other plans this morning." They didn't seem to care whether or not he would join them. Shoring up his courage, knowing he had to face one of the most bitter moments of his past, Bannon descended the streets in search of the warrior training pits. Eyes fixed on the path ahead, he spoke to no one, made no overtures to street vendors or craftsmen. He carried Sturdy at his side, letting his fingers rest on the worn, leather-wrapped hilt. He didn't expect to fight, but having the familiar blade at hand gave him the strength for what he would have to do. He was haunted by that day back on Kyria, when he and Ian had gone down to their private cove, where there were tide pools full of shells and crabs and interesting fish. It was a fine place for 2 curious and bright-eyed boys to play, and Bannon considered it a refuge from his father. When he was there with Ian, his best friend, he felt safe, able to imagine a brighter world. But the cove was not safe after all. Norakai slaver ships had cruised around the point, longboats coming to shore, and the vicious, scarred men grabbed Bannon and tried to drag him away to become a slave. But Ian fought back, gave his friend the chance to run, and in doing so, Ian got himself captured. Instead of running back to help him, instead of fighting to save him, Bannon simply ran away. The last thing he remembered after scrambling to the top of the cliffs was looking back at his friend's despairing face as the slavers tumbled him into their longboat and rowed away with him forever. Bannon had never thought to see him again, assumed the boy had died in some sweaty hellhole. Now he knew that Ian had been brought here, sold as a slave, taught to fight. Bannon recalled his own blood fury when he battled the Norakai at Renda Bay. He had killed many of the hideous men when the surge of anger drove him into a frenzy he had never before experienced. Ian must have fought like that every day, sentenced to live and die in the combat arena. Just yesterday, he had stood in the sand before the cheering audience, facing the monstrous 2-headed warrior. This was not a rare battle. It was Ian's life. Bannon felt so sickened that he wrapped an arm over his stomach to contain the roiling acid of emotions there. He had to see his friend, had to speak with him, no matter what it took, how much he needed to beg Amos or the Savrina and Wizard Commander. Bannon would free his friend, although he was many years too late. As he approached the high-walled arena, he passed a menagerie of strange and deadly creatures. A rock wall, an exposed part of the sandstone outcropping on which the city was built, had several tunnel openings leading into dark chambers. From inside, he could hear yowls and snarls, growling noises, and the gruff voice of Chief Handler Ivan as he bellowed at the animals. Wafting out from the opening, the stench was thick and musky, rich with excrement and pain. Bannon peered inside, swallowing hard.
He had been told that one of these large tunnels led to the underground combat pits where the arena warriors were held and trained. Large, barred pens held predatory animals, pacing back and forth, lashing out at any enemy. Bannon gaped at another huge combat bear that smashed itself again and again into the iron bars, which held firm. Gray-green lizards, the size of small dragons, hissed and belched, splashing into a scum-covered pool in the floor of their pen. Inside the wide, torch-lit tunnel, Ivan stood next to a cart piled with bloody chunks of meat, thick bones sawed into pieces, loose, wet entrails. On top of the mound of meat rested two severed Yaxin heads, their slack, dead faces showing oddly human-like expressions of despair. Ivan picked up one of the heads by the matted black hair and tossed it into a barred lair that held 3 sand panthers. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, Bannon watched the felines fight over the piece of meat. He thought of Mura, who had remained outside the city, and his heart sank, realizing now that the cat had known how grim the glorious city was. No wonder she had run off as Amos and his companions approached. Their tan hides were branded with spell symbols, just like the ones on Mura, just like the leather tunic the chief handler wore. Ivan growled at them, sounding much like his own captive beasts. He slammed a broad hand against the bars, making a loud rattling noise. "Tear it apart. Think of that as a victim. You'll have more to eat if you kill anything in the combat arena." The troca of panthers looked at the chief handler, their golden feline eyes glaring with hatred. Ivan curled the fingers of his left hand and concentrated, obviously releasing part of his gift. The panthers cringed as if receiving instructions, and then they attacked one another, fighting over the already shredded head. Ivan laughed. Feeling even more sickened, Bannon ducked out of the menagerie and went instead to the adjacent tunnel in the sandstone outcropping, hoping that this passage must lead to where the captive fighters were held. 2 steps inside the tunnel, just beyond where the slash of sunlight penetrated, one of the Morazeth leaned against the wall, watching him. She didn't seem overly alert, but her very presence was threatening. Bannon supposed that no other guard was necessary. Her close-cropped hair was light brown, her eyes an intense hazel. All the exposed skin on her arms, her midriff, and her thighs sported designs and spell forms scarred into her flesh. As Bannon hesitated, she looked up at him, unimpressed and uninterested. She crossed her arms over the black leather band that covered her breasts. She didn't speak, forcing him to state his business. I need to see the champion." "You wish to fight him?" she said. "I don't think you could handle the champion. We aren't taking volunteer combat today." "No, he's an old friend. His name is Ian. I knew him back when he was young, on Kyria Island. He will remember me." "He's the champion," said the Morazeth. "He needs no other name. And when he is finally defeated and killed, there will be a new champion. Ildikar always has a champion." "But he's my friend," Bannon said. "I just want to talk with him. I was there when—" He swallowed hard. "When the Norakai slavers captured him." The Morazeth snorted. "None of our fighters has a past. Nothing they did before being trained here matters in the least." She looked at him, searching the beseeching expression on his face. He did not retreat, as she seemed to expect him to do. At last, she straightened. "But this is a matter for Edessa. I'll let you talk with her." With a haughty turn, the Morazeth walked into the dark tunnel, expecting him to follow. Bannon hurried after her, seeing that the woman's bare back was also marked with spell designs. She was lean and well-muscled, and the wrap around her waist covered and yet conformed to her tight buttocks. She had an angry sexuality about her as she walked, taunting, tempting. Bannon swallowed hard and forced himself to think about Ian trapped inside these cages, tortured for all those years, forced to fight. What a nightmare it must have been. Bannon's life had been torn apart after he lost his friend, and he had suffered many other deep scars as well. He fled Kyria to seek a new and perfect life out in the world. He could do nothing to save his murdered mother or the drowned kittens, which were a symbol to him of his many losses.
but maybe he could do something to help Ian. The Morizeth led him through the cool sandstone tunnels, finally emerging into a broad, well-lit grotto. Several circular pits in the stone floor were training rings, no doubt. Honeycombed passages in the rock walls led to individual barred cells, separate chambers that served as both homes and prisons for the warriors. "Odessa?" the Morizeth called. "This little whip of flesh wants to see the champion. Claims to be a friend." The stern female trainer emerged from one of the large chambers hollowed out of the stone wall. "The champion has no friends, except for me. I am his trainer. I am his reason for existence." Odessa was older and more seasoned than the young Morizeth guard. The curves in her body were coiled springs rather than feminine softness. Her face was seamed with lines, her dark hair speckled with gray, her brown eyes fixed on him like the points of crossbow bolts aimed by an expert archer. Though he nearly quailed, Bannon found strength within himself. He let his fingers touch Sturdy's hilt, and he faced her. "The champion's name is Ian. He is my friend. He'll remember me." Then he lowered his voice and muttered to himself, "Sweet sea-mother, I hope he remembers me." Odessa looked at him, curious. "I vaguely remember that he said his name was Ian, a long time ago. By the time he came to me, the Norakai had mostly burned that identity out of him. But this might be interesting." Her thin lips pressed together in an implacable line. "Lila, get back to your post. I'll take care of this." The young Morizeth flashed a quick glance back at Bannon, then sauntered back up the tunnel to resume her duty. Odessa led him past the main training grotto to a side tunnel filled with barred chambers. "I've given him the largest cell. It is his due as champion. Merely one of his rewards for being a fighter." Odessa looked at Bannon, then glanced at his sword. "You fancy yourself a fighter?" He squared his shoulders. "I have killed many with my sword, but only when necessary." "Killing is always necessary when fighting is warranted," Odessa said. "I doubt you've been trained properly." "The wizard Nathan Rahl trained me. He is an expert swordsman himself." "I hear he is not even a wizard," Odessa said. "The champion is our best. I am a harsh trainer, but I am proud of him. I have rewarded him in many ways." "Then you can reward him by freeing him," Bannon said, sounding much braver than he felt. "He was captured as a boy on Curia. He's not a slave." The Morizeth trainer's eyes widened with bitter amusement. "You don't understand the meaning of slave. His life is not his own. Ildikar possesses him, and he serves his purpose. I possess him, I train him, I reward him, until he fails me. And then we will have another champion." "His name is Ian," he insisted, then added, "and my name is Bannon. Names are overrated." Odessa stopped in front of a wall of iron bars that blocked a well-lit chamber with a woven mat on the stone floor, a sleeping pallet, a basin of water, a chamber pot. "Champion," Odessa called. "You have a visitor." Bannon's heart nearly broke to see the young man lying on the pallet. He had recognized Ian during the arena combat, but now he saw his friend up close. When the champion sat up on the pallet and looked at him, Bannon saw that Ian was no longer Ian. He was a stranger. "It's me, Bannon," he said in a raspy voice. "Do you remember me from Curia? From home? We were friends as boys." The champion swung himself off the pallet and walked toward the barred doorway. He wore only a loincloth. His body was a landscape of hard muscles and white scars. He didn't speak. "I'm Bannon," he said again. He gripped the bars of the cage, pleading, looking into the face of his friend. "We used to play together. We explored the island. We worked in the cabbage fields. Don't you remember? We would splash in the surf or explore the tide pools. And then that day—" Bannon's throat went dry. He drew a breath. "That day when the slavers came." "Bannon?" the other man said,
as if testing the sound of the word in his mouth. His teeth ground together, and his voice became harder, darker.
Bannon.
Yes. The slavers tried to capture both of us, but you helped me get away, and I... He wasn't sure he could go on. The memory of that day was almost more than he could bear, but he kept talking. I ran, and they took you. I didn't help you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down his face. His chest hitched, and he began to sob. Sweet sea mother, I am so sorry. Ian's face remained an implacable stone mask. He showed no reaction, no recognition. Bannon stared at him through the rippling sheen of tears, sickened to see Ian's transformation. His friend's eyes looked both dead and full of killing. He had been changed from a carefree island boy into a ruthless fighter. I found you again, Bannon said. I came back, and I have friends here in Ildikar. He clenched the iron bars. I'll do whatever I can to free you. I'll get you out of this place. He reached into the cell, imploring.
Bannon,
Ian said. Now a fire kindled behind his eyes, an angry glow.
I remember.
Yes, we were friends, and that day...
You let me be captured.
Quick as a snake, Ian seized Bannon's wrist. Crying out, he tried to pull away, but kept staring into the face of his friend. I'll free you. I promise. I'll try.
I do not want to be freed. I'm the champion. I am a fighter, and I'm here.
He glared at Bannon, but when he looked at Odessa, his features softened into a worshipful expression.
I don't want to be freed.
His other hand darted between the bars and wrapped around Bannon's neck like the jaws of a pit-fighting dog. Bannon gurgled and fought, trying to pull away. Please. Odessa watched for a moment, amused, then whipped out a black-handled cylindrical tool from her hip. It had a thin needle tip, like a shoemaker's awl. She jabbed the tiny point into Ian's forearm, and somehow it set off a burst of pain like a lightning bolt. Ian released his grip and staggered back, dropping to the floor. Bannon collapsed in front of the bars of the cell. Ian. He won't bother you again, champion, Odessa said. Recovering from the surge of pain, Ian climbed back to his feet and stood in his cell, just staring at Bannon. His expression roiled with anger and disgust. Odessa grabbed Bannon by the back of his loose brown shirt, as if she were seizing an animal by the scruff of its neck. I can't let my champion be unsettled. You must go away. She hauled him from the cell. Bannon kept shouting. But Ian, I'm sorry. He wants nothing to do with you, said the Morazeth trainer. Now leave him alone. Chapter 22. As night closed in, Nicci walked alone through the spacious tiled corridors of the grand villa, looking up at the glittering spray of stars visible through the open, vine-framed skylights. In alcoves and corners, she found marble statues representing Ildikarans in various walks of life. A slender young woman carrying a jug of water on her shoulder. A broad-chested huntsman with 2 hares slung at his side. A guard wearing the same short cape, scaled chest armor, and shoulder pauldron as High Captain Avery. Even an old crone with a back bent from a lifetime of labor and a bitter expression of spite, her head turned to one side as if to criticize anyone who walked past. Nicci had never bothered to appreciate art, although when she'd taken Richard as her sham husband to Alter Rang, she had seen him make wondrous carvings in stone, especially the inspired and uplifting statue called Truth, whose artistic power was so undeniable it had sparked a revolution in the oppressed city. These statues in the grand villa, though, did not seem merely decorative. While not as horrific as the abominations Brother Narav had commissioned to show the flaws of mankind, they were still unsettling. Nicci guessed that these had once been actual citizens of Ildikar, petrified in punishment for some perceived misdeeds, like the boy Yaxen herder. Wizard Commander Maxim considered himself Ildikar's master sculptor, though he worked with magic and flesh instead of stone.
Bannon was away from the villa, presumably out with his newfound friends, so Nicci dined privately with Nathan in his room. Noticeably reticent, the wizard reported his work with Andre. "I believe the Fleshmancer may have an answer for me. Today we created a map that showed the lines of my Han, and we could see an obvious flaw. I need to keep working with him to get my gift back." "That is why we came here, wizard." She saw how he brightened when she used the title, regardless of whether he could still touch his magic. "But I don't want to dally. This city makes me uneasy. Although we must spread the news about Lord Rahl, I fear the rot in Ildikar goes deep." In many ways, it reminded her of Alter Rang. Nathan licked his fingers after finishing a honeyed pastry for dessert. "I couldn't agree more. I'm not certain that Ildikar can be saved by one defiant sorceress and her wizard companion, even if I do get my powers back. We need to be away from here before they raise their shroud again and seal the city out of time." Unsettled and fearing she might eventually have to stand against the wizards of Ildikar, Nicci returned to her quarters to consider her original training, the many skills she learned from the Sisters of the Light, as well as the terrible subtractive magic when she became a Sister of the Dark, serving the Keeper. Nicci had an arsenal of spells that surpassed that of most gifted opponents, but the wizards of Ildikar had already proven their extraordinary abilities. They had turned hundreds of thousands of men to stone, and sealed their entire city away from time. Even Nicci couldn't compete with that. Since the star shift, she wasn't convinced that all of the intricate magic she had learned, verification webs, spell forms, actions and consequences and interactions, would work exactly as it once had. Now, alone in her quarters, she stood before the shallow reflecting basin filled with water and studied her intense blue eyes, the blonde hair she had brushed back and fastened with a jeweled Ildikaran pin. Her features were lovely. Countless men had looked upon her with lust, and many men had used her. The one man she loved, though, had never seen her as desirable. Richard Rahl respected her and appreciated her help. He admired her as a companion, advisor, and one of his greatest allies in his quest for peace and freedom throughout the world. But Richard's true devotion was reserved for Kaelin. Love was not measured on the simple scale of human beauty, though. No objective jury could claim that Nicci or Kaelin was more attractive. Both were beautiful women, but Kaelin's beauty was for Richard alone, while Nicci's was her own. Wrapped in her thoughts, she dipped her fingers into the still basin, shattering her perfect reflection. She splashed the water on her face. Nicci had long ago lost her chance to have a warm and compassionate human heart, but now she was stronger, with the proper loyalties, devoted to serving Richard's cause of freedom, even though Nicci wasn't sure she would ever find, or even wish to find, real love. Nevertheless, she knew she was more human than she had ever been. Releasing her gift to snuff out the lights around her room, Nicci lay back on the silky, cool sheets of the bed and sank into sleep and peace and dreams. For the first time in many days, as her consciousness drifted away, she found the spell bond with her sister panther, Mura. Her mind's eye became the cat's eyes. Her body became lean and feline, and she felt the power of her muscles, the sharp danger of her claws as she loped across the grassy plain. Mura had found easy hunting in the wild, fat antelopes, jackrabbits, even ground squirrels. She ate well, but she was restless, waiting for Nicci. Mura had prowled around the ancient stone soldiers for days. With her enhanced feline senses, she could detect no threat in the statues of armored men, but her real attention was directed toward the great city filled with buildings, filled with people, filled with pain. Mura could have gone off into the hills long ago, but she had remained, connected by her spell bond to Nicci, even though the city seethed with uneasiness. The Sand Panther would not leave Nicci, or even the friends Bannon and Nathan who had shown her kindness. Mura wanted to protect them all, but she could do nothing while they were inside the great city. Nicci suffered repeated memory dreams of Mura's captivity, how she had been branded by the chief handler, trained as part of a troika with her two sister panthers, how they had killed opponents in the combat arena,
visions that Nicci now recognized with the crystal-sharp details of her personal experience. Though Nicci felt tense as a guest in Ildikar, she was now free again in her dream, connected to the big cat. Mura experienced life and saw the world through her predatory eyes, ignoring external obligations or politics. She simply existed. She hunted. She ran. She slept. Connected by the spell bond, Mura was no longer content with her solitary feline existence. Nicci was part of her. Now that the link had been re-established, something reawakened inside the panther's mind. She ran across the plain as dry grasses whispered past her. Her tawny fur was the same color, and she would have been invisible to an observer, until she attacked. Now at night, when her vision was sharpest, Mura prowled just outside the city walls, smelling humans, the bitter stink of where they dumped chamber pots over the tall stone barriers. Garbage middens were scattered along the piled stone. Mura explored the perimeter of the great city, avoiding the towering gates, which were closed for the night. She climbed up speckled granite outcroppings, leaped onto a high boulder spattered with lichen that abutted a low section of the defenses. Decades ago, an acorn had fallen into a crack in the rock, and over the years a tall oak had grown, reaching higher, splitting the granite further with twisting roots. Using her claws, Mura scaled the oak, climbing to the uppermost branches. From a high, sturdy bough, the cat stared at the impenetrable wall, assessed the top, which was still more than 15 feet higher than the tree. She coiled her muscles, judging the distance. She did not think, did not hesitate. With strength throbbing in her muscles, she sprang, making a mighty leap through the air. The big cat barely reached the top of the wide wall. She scrabbled with her outstretched claws, gripping the edge of the last stone block, snagging one of the loose vines that grew over the wall. She kicked with her back paws, pulling herself up, thrashing her rope-like tail. With a great heave, Mura pulled her body onto the top of the wall. She panted, tongue lolling as she rested for a moment. Then she began to move, crouching low. She slunk along the top of the wall until she found a nearby rooftop in the lower level of the city. Springing again, Mura landed on the enameled tiles. She knocked several tiles loose, which clinked and clattered down in a cascade. Shouts came from inside the dwelling, but Mura bounded down into a shadowy alley and darted away before a man and his wife emerged, holding up a lantern pot. They called out, challenging the intruder. The panther didn't understand the words, heard only noises, human voices. Mura could smell their fear. She was inside Ildikar now, the hated city, the place of pain, where her sister panther was. Nicci rolled restlessly in her sleep, uneasy, not accustomed to sensing fear from the sand panther. Mura drove away her skittishness and kept moving. She stuck to the shadows. There was much food to eat here, although the hunting would be different. From her trance-like state, Nicci tried to communicate with Mura. "You must hide. Hide. Find a place before dawn comes." Mura kept moving through the lower levels of the city, which were relatively empty in the deep heart of the night. Guards patrolled the streets, and Mura sensed armored soldiers in the distance, many of them walking alone, some in groups of 3 or 4. A few other people were about, night workers who stuck to the main thoroughfares, and some who liked the shadows as much as Mura did. Human hunters. She heard a muffled shout ahead, a scuffle, a fight. Curious but wary, Mura padded along, darting around the corner of an alley to where she could see an open street. 3 brown-robed humans were attacking one of the lone city guardsmen. Nicci saw through the panther's eyes, but also through the filter of Mura's experience. Everything seemed different. The 3 human figures were attacking the guard like a troca of panthers bringing down large prey. The guard fought, but the human predators were stronger. Mura smelled blood. Nicci smelled blood. But it did not make either of them hungry. Instead, the scuffle attracted attention, and Mura melted back into the darkness, concerned only with finding a place to hide before the sun rose. Chapter 23. What remained of the Palace of the Prophets, if anything, called to Verna and repelled her.
The entire island had been devastated, the immense structure wiped out after having served the sisters for 3,000 years. But the possibility of finding some small, valuable remnant had made the prelate embark on her long journey to Tanamura. Ever since the world changed, along with many of the rules the Sisters of the Light had followed, Verna had been searching for answers, or even the right questions. Maybe she would find them here. She reminded herself that she was still the prelate, even though she didn't know exactly what that meant anymore. When she arrived in Tanamura and reported to the garrison, she could have gone immediately to Hallsbend Island to see for herself. But she decided to rest for a day, to re-establish connections with the 10 sisters who had arrived earlier. Certainly they would have already gone to weep at their former home. The soldiers of the Daharan army were busy constructing barracks for the influx of new arrivals, but General Zimmer had already designated one set of barracks for the sisters. Verna appreciated the gesture and accepted her new quarters, but she thought the women might be better off finding someplace in the city. For thousands of years, the sisters had been well respected in Tanamura, and she was sure someone would remember them fondly. On the other hand, the Sisters of the Dark had wrought great havoc on the city, tearing the harbor apart, wrecking ships. And when Richard had triggered the destructive light web integrated throughout the palace, that subtractive magic had unleashed more devastation than the city had ever seen. The island had been empty ever since. But maybe something remained. Maybe. General Zimmer had invited her to be his guest at dinner, but she begged off, knowing that Captain Norcross needed to present his full briefing from the People's Palace, to describe the recovery of Dahara after the end of the recent war in the Dark Lands. It was a time of healing and expansion, and of remembering those who had fallen. After reuniting with the 10 sisters, Verna talked with them late into the night, but the next morning she woke refreshed and restless. The ruins of the palace called to her, and she knew she had to go. Since the other sisters had already gone back to the ruins, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, Verna wanted to explore the rubble on her own, whether or not she found anything. Some of the others tried to discourage her. "We've already searched, Prelate," said Sister Rhoda, and searched. It will only break your heart." "Truly, nothing useful remains," said Sister Eldine, who tied her thick black hair back in a braid. "It will only remind you of all we have lost." "My heart is already broken, and perhaps I need to be reminded of what we have lost." Verna had made up her mind. "Nevertheless, this is something I need to do. I consider it a pilgrimage." But Novice Amber, Norcross's fresh-faced sister, was solicitous, wanting to spend time with the prelate, and Verna decided to take only the girl with her. The company might do her good. "Amber and I will explore," she said. The other sisters nodded in acceptance, though they clearly doubted the prelate would find something they had overlooked. Verna and the young novice left the garrison just after sunrise and made their way across the city, crossing the wide bridges that spanned the fingers of the Kern River as it spilled into the sea. She was too set on her mission to notice the brightly garbed people in the streets, the yellow Daharan flags flying with the stylized R symbol for Lord Rahl. Something about the lovely Amber reminded Verna of her own daughter, Lytus, when she was young. A long, long time ago, the child had been fathered by the wizard Jedediah. So long ago that Lytus had died of old age by now, and Jedediah was dead from his own treachery. And yet Verna went on. She didn't know who she was anymore. Maybe she would find her answers here. The two women passed a weaver's street, a warehouse filled with bolts of cloth, from warm wool to dyed cotton, even expensive silk. Amber looked in all directions, her deep blue eyes wide and excited, but Verna kept moving at a brisk pace. She asked, "Why did you join the sisters, child?" "Because it is what I aspire to, Prelate." The girl straightened, recovering her resolve. "I hope that through hard work and dedication, I can be worthy of the order." "I can already tell that your heart is worthy. But if prophecy is gone and our teachings are no longer valid, I am not sure what the sisters can offer you." our focus was so much on prophecy. They paused at an intersection as a well-dressed man and woman rode by on 2 horses. The man touched the brim of his hat and nodded respectfully at Verna, though she didn't know how he had recognized her. Amber continued. The sisters are revered. I've dreamed of joining you all my life, and now that I'm here, Prelate, I don't want to give up that dream. Maybe it's only a dream, Verna said. The sisters are still real to me, Amber insisted. Verna smiled at the girl, conceding. And we are happy to have you. When they reached the outskirts of the city and the wide stretch of river, Verna could finally see Husband Island close at hand across the open water. Her heart sank with dismay as she stared. I was prepared for this, yet I could never be prepared enough. The bridges that had connected the island to the mainland were wiped out, vaporized in the detonation of the light web that had brought down the palace. The island itself looked as if some great hand had swept across a tabletop, knocking away all debris and leaving only an empty surface. Now a barren stretch of river flowed past, leaving the island isolated. The water, formerly green as it spilled into the ocean, was now clogged with silt. A few large broken rocks thrust above the waterline, creating hazards. Several fishermen in flatboats poled around in the shallow river mud. How will we get across? Amber asked. Verna picked her way down the slope, pushing low shrubs away so she could reach the riverbank. One of those fishermen will take us, she said with confidence. I am still the prelate, after all, and I doubt they would deny my request. On the rocks and sand of the open bank, Verna raised a hand to attract their attention. Amber waved more vigorously and called out, and one young fisherman poled his flatboat over, obviously more interested in the beautiful young novice than in the old prelate. When he brought his boat ashore, Verna could see 4 long catfish lying belly up at his feet. Their heads bashed in, but their whiskers still extended and twitching. You must be anxious for a catfish dinner, coming down to get my catch before I even rode to market, the young man said brightly. How can I help you, dear ladies? It's not fish we're interested in, but a ferryman. We'd like to go to the island. Can you take us? A troubled cloud crossed the young man's tanned face. Nobody goes to the island. Then we shall have it all to ourselves. Skeptically, he turned to Amber. Do you really want to go there? At the bottom of the flatboat, one of the catfish twitched, and the young man snatched up a cudgel in his left hand and bashed it again with a wet smack. Yes, we do, Amber said. I'm with the prelate. We'd like to see what remains of the Palace of the Prophets. Not much. He lowered his voice. I've been there myself once, at night. It's a bad place. It is a place of great historical significance, Verna said, and it is close to my heart. Will you take us? Amber asked. Please? Of course. Verna primly sat balanced on the flatboat's single low bench, and Amber struck up a brief conversation as the young fisherman worked his way across the current, finally reaching the shore of Husband Island. Verna looked across the bleak, rocky surface, seeing nothing. Nothing at all. The young man was worried. Do you want me to drop you off at any particular place? Dear spirits, it doesn't seem to make much difference, Verna said, then sighed. This is fine, right here. She kept her balance as she climbed out of the flatboat, while Amber easily sprang onto the shore. How will we get back? I'll come for you, the young man volunteered. Amber flashed him a flirtatious smile. You would have our gratitude, but how will we contact you? Just come back here when you're ready. I can fish up and down the current nearby, and I'll see you. I'll keep an eye out. An acceptable solution, Verna said, climbing up onto the rocks. Amber followed her, waving a quick goodbye to the young man as he pulled away. Verna set her gaze ahead, trudging forward. Her shoes crunched on the broken rocks. Tears stung her eyes, and she refused to look at Amber, because that might encourage questions from the novice, and Verna didn't have the heart to answer questions. She didn't know if she ever would again. You are much too young to remember this place, The Palace of the Prophets was one of the grandest buildings in the old world, constructed by wizards 3,000 years ago, before the Great War, before the barriers went up. I came here much later, as a novice myself, and eventually I took on my duties of studying, then training. We helped so many gifted young men. Those who didn't know how to cope with their growing magic suffered terrible headaches, and they died if we didn't assist them in time.
Lord Rahl was one of them, wasn't he?
Amber asked. Yes, he was. I spent decades away from the palace searching for him, knowing that he was out there somewhere. She touched her graying hair, felt the fine wrinkles on her skin. I lost so much of my life that way, spent so many of the years I was allotted. She knew that if she had stayed inside the anti-aging spell webs of the palace, she would still look young and healthy. I don't regret it, she whispered.
What did you say, Prelate?
Startled, Verna looked around herself, saw only the glassy shingle, the flattened remnants of what had once been such a magnificent building. Nothing. We should keep searching, see if we can find a way underground. Some catacombs may have been protected from the blast. She drew a deep breath. I know that another secret library existed beneath the palace, a central site. Nathan and Anne once told me of its existence, but too late. If Emperor Jagang had gotten his hands on that knowledge... She shook her head. Maybe it was worth the cost. Even this cost. She let out a shuddering sigh. They combed the rubble, walking over low rises, slipping as unstable rocks and debris tumbled loose, disturbed for the first time in years. Working together, they lifted slabs with surprisingly smooth edges, where the broken stone had half melted. The debris shifted and pattered, dropping into voids beneath the collapse. Amber slipped, her foot dropping into a gap, but Verna caught her arm as the girl let out a gasp. What could have been a broken ankle turned into a mere scrape, and Amber brushed herself off in relief. Somehow, miraculously, a small clay figurine of a toad had survived in a tiny gap where two large blocks had fallen against each other. The figurine's eyes were comically large, its lips smiling, its back glazed green. Verna had never seen it before. She carefully withdrew the object, held it out under the sunlight. Amber beamed.
It's adorable. How do you think it survived? A miracle?
Coincidence and good positioning, Verna said.
Is it a powerful talisman of some sort? Do you think Prelate Anne kept it?
She leaned closer, but did not take the toad from Verna. More likely just a keepsake from one of the sisters. She rubbed her thumb over the green-glazed back of the toad. Though the figurine had no real significance, it meant something to her now, because it had survived the destruction of the palace, as she had survived. They kept walking over the blasted landscape, hoping to find more, but they had very little idea where to look. Verna couldn't even discern the outline of the original towers, the foundations of the main walls. No yawning holes revealed catacombs beneath, just collapsed gullies of settled rubble. Holzbend Island had been flattened. Everything this place had been, all the secrets it had held, were simply crushed in the disintegration. Although Verna had her answers soon after their arrival, they stayed for several hours. She realized that all the countless books hidden for millennia beneath the palace were obsolete studies and explanations of a world that was now irrevocably changed. The pristinely ungifted had departed from the world when Richard gave them a new universe to occupy, and that had solidified the foundations of magic. But now the star shift had changed everything again. While gifted were still prevalent, many of the magical rules were altered in unknown ways, some stronger, some weaker, or perhaps just different and unpredictable. I fear we'll have to discover our knowledge all over again, Verna said. Everything we knew. Amber gave a surprising smile.
Then that means the Sisters of the Light have a strong purpose after all, doesn't it, Prelate?
Verna paused, considering, and felt a weight lift from her chest.
The air smelled a bit fresher as she inhaled. "You may be right, dear girl." Together, they walked through the rubble and back to the shore, where the young man was not far away in his flatboat. "Tonight we will all have catfish for dinner," Verna said. Chapter 24. High Captain Avery looked shaken as he sought out Sovrina Thora the following morning, marching like an executioner's apprentice into the main chamber of the ruling tower. Nicci had decided to watch the wizard's aloof political discussions while she waited for Nathan to finish his consultations with Andre. She felt she might find an opportunity to comment on ways they could better serve their own people, though she doubted they would listen. The ruling council seemed to have no real business to conduct, and their conversation served little purpose. Among the Duma members, only Wren and Quentin were in attendance this time, apparently because they had nothing else to do in the city. The seats reserved for Andre, Ivan, Elsa, and Damon remained empty. The Sovrina sat in her ruling chair, bored, tapping lacquered fingernails on the carved wooden arm. Maxim sat watching a large fly buzz in the air around him. He traced its path with his finger, and then, with a quick grin, he released his gift, and the fly turned to stone, dropping like a small pebble to clink on the blue marble floor. No one paid attention to Nicci. Then Avery and another guard rushed in with a clatter of metal-shod boots, the lapped scales of fine armor jingling on their chests. Their faces were ashen. Avery placed a fist against his heart and took a knee on the blue marble tiles before the two rulers. "Sovrina, Wizard Commander, there has been a murder." Nicci became instantly alert, her blue eyes intense. Wren and Quentin sat up, forgetting their aimless discussion about repairs needed in the city's largest tannery, or the choice of color for roof tiles on one of the silkworm hatcheries. "A murder?" Maxim sounded intrigued rather than horrified. "Tell us." Avery regained his feet and looked at Thora rather than the wizard commander. "One of my guards on evening patrol last night was assaulted in a mid-level square, the one with the fountain of the dancing fishes." "That's a nice fountain," Maxim said. "Silence, husband," Thora snapped. "How was he killed?" "Butchered," said Avery. The second guard said in a quavering voice, "Blood everywhere. Lieutenant Carey was stabbed multiple times. His throat was cut and—" He couldn't seem to find the words. Avery answered for him. "The wounds were made with jagged glass shards." "How do you know this?" Thora asked. "Cuts could have been made with knives." "Because when they were done, the assassins thrust the shards into Carey's eyes and left them there." Avery nodded to the sickened-looking guard next to him. "Captain Trevor here found the body." "It was full daylight by the time anyone sent word," Trevor said. He had a round face, and his pale skin flushed easily. He removed his helmet so that his light brown hair stuck out. "The dead body had been there for hours. Even though people were up and about, no one reported it. Someone should have seen him. There were people, craftsmen, merchants, slaves, going about their morning business. And Carey was just there, dead in the fountain. Blood all over the place." He swallowed hard. "And those glass shards in his eyes." "Now we'll have to drain and clean the fountain," Maxim said. "I liked the dancing fish. One of our best sculptures." "Miramax did it," Wren grumbled from the lower bench, running a finger between his second and third chins. "He and his wretched followers grow more bold every day." "Agreed," said Sovrina Thora. Her face had gone pale with fury. "We must crush them." Nicci knew that Ildecar's oppressive rulers only inspired such unrest. In Alterrang, and in other cities in the south, the people had had enough of the unfair imperial order, and they had eventually torn it down, violently. She spoke up. "If the Duma members offered equality and freedom, then the people would have no need for a mirror mask." She knew these wizards would be deaf to such reasoning. They were as fossilized in their ways as if one of Maxim's petrification spells had backfired into their open minds.
Thora shot her an annoyed glare. The wizards of Ildikar must stand firm. The city has many gifted, but we are the strongest. We have to marshal our resources. She swung her sea-green gaze toward Nicci. Since you are so eager to help, sorceress, we need to understand what we have to work with. Until Andre manages to restore Nathan Rahl's gift, we should find out how you can help us. I'm not afraid to fight for a just cause, Nicci said. But it depends who the true enemy is. Quentin made a rude noise through his plump lips. The enemy is obvious. Those butchers murdered an innocent guard. They thrust glass shards in his eyes. People express their displeasure in different ways, Nicci said. She thought of the horrific tortures Emperor Jagang had inflicted on his captives, his servants, or his lovers if they displeased him. She remembered one balding servant with a fringe of dark hair. The poor man had stumbled while carrying a decanter of Jagang's favorite wine. He slipped in a pool of blood, seeping from the body of a scrawny young woman Jagang had just murdered by bashing her head against the stone corner of a table. Nicci, Death's mistress, had watched it all, immune to Jagang's violent tendencies. He had often taken out his anger on her. The young girl had had such a beautiful face, but when he tore her gown open to rape her, he discovered large dark moles on her breasts, and in disgust, he had killed her. The girl's death had been swift, a response to his rage and displeasure. But moments later, when the unfortunate servant slipped in her blood and spilled the wine, Jagang took more time meting out his punishment. He staked the man on the trampled grass outside his command tent. He had one of his surgeons slit open the man's belly, careful not to kill him. Then he had poured a basket of ravenous rats into his abdominal cavity and sewed it shut again. He left enough gaps to provide air so the rats wouldn't suffocate, giving them time to devour all of the hapless servant's entrails before burrowing their way up to his heart and lungs. No, she couldn't be overly horrified by glass shards in a dead man's eyes. Miramask points out flaws in your society, Nicci said. The murder of the guard and the glass shards in his eyes were to make a point. Maybe if you bother to hear why your people are dissatisfied, you could prevent further murders. We'll prevent the murders once we catch Miramask, Maxim said, then lowered his voice. If that's even possible. Thora rose from her chair and left the dais. Come with me to my sunroom, Nicci. We will discuss your abilities. On the condition that I learn about your abilities as well, Nicci said, seeing the opportunity. The wizards of Ildikar use the gift differently from how I was trained. Maxim bounced up from his high seat and hurried to tag along. I'll join you. Thora's face puckered. And what do you add to the conversation? I can offer my charming company. He waved his hands. Hi, Captain Avery. Go clean up the mess down by the pretty fountain. Send your men to see if you can capture those murderers, though I doubt you'll have more luck than with the past 3 murders. There have been 3 murders? Nicci asked. The wizard commander shrugged. It's a large city. The Savrina's airy sunroom had walls decorated with frescoes of flowers, trees, waterfalls, and peaceful meadows in which cavorted numerous naked and well-endowed men and women. Thora took a moment to tend her cages of larks, nearly 24 birds crowded behind the fine gold wire. Their music is perfect and precious. I draw peace just from watching them. My pets please me, but most of all, they know their place. She turned a quick sidelong glance at Nicci. They live their lives in these cages. They perform well, and they have no further aspirations. How do you know what a songbird thinks? Nicci asked. I can tell from their music. If they were not happy, they wouldn't keep singing. Jagang had enjoyed the screams of his torture victims. Perhaps they merely cry out in misery, she suggested, and you hear it as music. The Savrina scowled. You are our guest. yet you persist in criticizing our ways. I am here out of duty to my friend Nathan. We will leave as soon as the Fleshmancer restores his gift. Maxim came into the room a moment later, followed by servants carrying lunch. A fresh-baked fish stuffed with herbs and covered with a buttery sauce, accompanied by baskets of warm pastries and a bottle of blood wine. The wizard commander served himself first, scooping out the flaky meat of the fish, careful to pick away the bones. He sat by himself eating. Before long, we will raise the shroud again. You don't wish to stay with us? We will be gone by then, Nicci said. The wizard commander made a tisking sound of disappointment. Thora said, when our city is safely hidden again, our customs won't bother your sensibilities anymore. She took a delicate bite of fish. For now, we have to fight against heinous rebels. You said you are able to use wizard's fire? That is not common for a sorceress. What other spells can you unleash? I can unleash whatever magic is warranted in a situation, Nicci said. I acquired many abilities from a wizard I killed, and I also studied among the Sisters of the Light and the Sisters of the Dark. Ah, so subtractive magic then, Maxim said. Most unusual. You served the Keeper, and you complain of our ways? Thora scoffed. I was in error. I now serve Lord Rahl and his new golden age, a world in which all people can choose their own fate and live their own lives. Quaint and impractical. Carrying her plate, Thora tapped the gold wire cages, and the startled larks sang with great intensity. Perhaps you're right. Maybe they sing because they are frightened, but it still sounds like beautiful music to me. Nicci served herself fish and fresh bread, and Maxim poured them each a goblet of the deep red blood wine. He took a long drink of his. Where else did you learn your magic? Other teachers? Other archives? I learned from my life experience, and I have had much experience. With each new challenge, I strengthened my abilities and found new techniques. When I fight a dangerous opponent, I choose my weapons carefully. Her voice became quiet and husky as she thought of poor Thistle and the deadly arrow poisoned with her heart's blood. Sometimes those weapons are terrible. Maxim interjected. Your companion Bannon mentioned something about a great library, an archive of magical lore. Is that true? He called it Cliff Wall, Thora said. An immense archive that was hidden at the time of the Great Wars. Nicci was instantly wary. Bannon spoke of this? He told our son, Maxim said. It sounds wonderful. We shall have to investigate. He raised his voice for any servant within earshot. Someone, send Wren. I need him here, now. Tell him the wizard commander requests it. Nicci heard a bustle of footsteps in the hall as a servant ran down the corridor. Why do you need Wren? She asked. Of all the Duma members, he is our most diligent scholar, and the least useful. I'm certain he will be fascinated to hear about Cliffwall. You must tell him how to find it. Nicci hesitated. It was hidden for a reason. Yes, in the winding canyons on the other side of Col Adair. We know that much, Maxim said. Surely it can't be too hard to find. Thora searched among the rolls, but did not find one she liked. Our histories remember when the ancient wizards secretly tried to preserve the world's knowledge before Emperor Sulakan could destroy it all. Cliffwall was thought to be lost. Maxim said, We'd better find it again and discover what other interesting lore they preserved. Nicci stiffened. The information in Cliffwall is dangerous. Because the untrained scholars there didn't know what they were doing, they almost destroyed the world. Twice, in fact. All the more reason for us to send our expertise. Maxim smiled, just as the wizard Wren bustled in, swirling his maroon robes. He walked with a waddling gait, not because he was overly fat, but because his legs were so short. Thora looked at Maxim, kept her expression cool. It is a rare occurrence, but I agree with my husband. She looked at the befuddled wizard. Wren, We have a mission for you. There is a great archive called Cliffwall, a reservoir of preserved magical knowledge. Put together a party and go find it for us. Nicci will give you the information you need.
Nicci placed her hands at her side. You'll never find it. It remained hidden for millennia. You said yourself that its camouflage shroud is down. I'm sure Wren can discover Cliffwall. Maxim pointed to Wren. It's on the other side of Col Adair. Cross over the mountains, find the desert canyons. It can't be difficult. Wren's mouth opened and closed in astonishment as the wizard was caught between fascination and fear. I would like nothing more than to find a new archive of information. Over the past 15 centuries, I've read every book in the city of Ildikar. But if the archive is outside and far away, he smacked his lips together, well, the journey may be dangerous. Then take an escort. 12 armed guards. Maxim sniffed. In fact, why don't you take that guard we met earlier, Captain... what was his name? Ah, yes, Trevor. He seemed useless here, Thora added. Too sickened by the sight of blood. Have him lead the group. I do not think this is wise, Nicci warned in her louder voice. Thora scowled at her again. You disapprove of much that we do, and yet Ildikar endures. I am the Sovrina, and I make the decisions. She gestured to dismiss Wren. That is my command, and that is your duty as a member of the Duma. Go find Cliffwall, and see what we can use. It belongs to us anyway. She squared her narrow shoulders, then nodded. Much of that lore was taken from Ildikar 3,000 years ago. It is time we had it back. But, Sovrina, Wren said, fluttering his fingers in the air. He brushed sweat from his forehead, then wiped it on his robes. You are about to raise the shroud again. What if you restore it permanently while I am away? Then we will be very disappointed that you haven't brought the Cliffwall records back in time. He poured another goblet of blood wine for himself, topped off Thora's, then frowned when he saw that Nicci hadn't taken so much as a sip. He waved his hand. Go, Wren. You had better hurry. The wizard scurried off. Chapter 25. Sickened by what had happened to Ian, Bannon no longer noticed any of the wonders of Ildikar. He spent the day alone, trying to figure out what he could do to help his friend. His mind churned in a slow whirlpool of regrets and fond memories. He and Ian used to pluck wriggling green caterpillars from the cabbage plants and place them in a jar. They would feed them torn cabbage leaves until the worms shed their skin and hung in a chrysalis on the side of the jar, before emerging as the common white butterflies that fluttered through the fields. Now Bannon's lips curved in a wan smile as he thought of how he and Ian would chase the newborn butterflies down the rows of green cabbage plants. Some days, he and Ian used to toss cabbage heads back and forth as makeshift balls. Bored boys could always find things to amuse them, such as going down to their special isolated cove to play in the tide pools. Then, like a pane of glass shattering, Bannon could only think of the despairing look on Ian's face as Norakai slavers clubbed him and dragged him to the longboat while Bannon fled. He could not imagine the pain and suffering Ian had endured in the years since. The poor boy must have been beaten, abused. Bannon remembered seeing the patterns of scars all over his friend's skin down in the training pits. How many cuts and bruises had he suffered? Broken bones, concussions, injuries that weren't readily visible? A subconscious groan came from deep in his throat. Bannon begged forgiveness from his friend, but he knew he didn't deserve it. That 1 second of hesitation, that one betrayal, had cost him so much in his heart. And it had cost Ian everything. But what circumstances had brought the young man here? What sort of winding obstacle course of events could have taken a Norakai captive from Kyria Island to here in the fabled ancient city, where he fought in their combat arena? How? Sweet Sea Mother, how? And why? I should have been there. I should never have left him. They captured me first.
Now, so long after the fact, and feeling the sharp pain inside, Bannon wished the circumstances had been reversed, that he'd been the one captured after all, that Ian had gotten away to live with his loving family, his mother and father, his little sister Irene. After Bannon ran back to the island village, sounding the alarm and wailing for help, it had been far too late. Ian's family had been destroyed by the loss of their son, and Bannon's father had cuffed him for being such a coward. Bannon endured the abuse, because that time he knew he deserved it. Since his own life had already been filled with so much pain from his drunken father, maybe he should have made the sacrifice, let his friend escape instead. That way, Ian could have grown up in a happy home, married a beautiful island girl, maybe even occasionally raised a toast to his lost friend Bannon. But instead, Bannon had stayed behind and suffered more years of being beaten by his father before trying to save those poor kittens from drowning, and in doing so, leaving his dear mother vulnerable to that abusive man. Bannon had failed on both fronts. And he had failed Ian, too. On top of the plateau, the day was warm and the sun bright. Bannon wandered the streets, deep in thought and already perspiring, and when he finally made his way back to the grand villa, he found Amos, Jed, and Brock lounging about, distracted. "Our friend Bannon looks glum," Amos said. "And we don't have anything to do. Let's cheer him up." "How are we going to do that?" Jed asked. Brock chuckled. "Take him back to the Silk Yaxen, even if he doesn't want to partake." "He could watch me and Melody," Amos said. "I promise I won't make her sing this time." Flushing, Bannon shook his head. "I'm fine. I'll just go back to my room." "No, you won't," Amos said. "Stick with us, and we'll take care of you." Bannon steeled himself, forced an optimistic expression onto his face. "There is something you can do." He drew a breath and nervously stroked his long reddish hair. "I have a favor to request." "A favor?" Amos asked. "Have you earned it?" Bannon furrowed his brow. "I was always taught a favor is something you ask, not earn." "Maybe we're taught differently in Ildikar," Brock said. He began. "Yesterday, I went down to the training pits near the combat arena." The three young men laughed. "Odessa might tumble with you, but that's another thing you'd need to earn, Bannon. You'd have to demonstrate your prowess as a fighter before any of the Morazeth take you seriously." "No, it's not that," he stammered, looking for words. "Sweet sea mother." He shook his head. "I need you to help me free my friend Ian, the champion. You have money and connections. The arena masters would listen to you." "The champion?" Brock asked. "I doubt that." Amos appeared to consider the idea. "We might be able to do it. Just give us time. We'll talk about it later." Bannon couldn't tell if the other young man took the request seriously or if it was a joke. Maybe they were stringing him along. But what other choice did he have? "Later? How much time? If you could just come with me to see him." "Tomorrow," Amos said. "Too much to do today." "I thought you said you didn't have anything to do." "Keeper's crotch, we haven't shown you the river and the bluffs, one of the most amazing parts of Ildikar. You deserve to see it, and there's no better way than if we show you. We can tell you the history." Jed leaned against a marble column while Amos swung himself to his feet, stomping his boots on the fine white gravel. Brock straightened his spotted cape, threw back his shoulders, and rotated his arms as if to limber up for a fight. Amos said, "From the top of the cliffs, you can watch the boats and the cargo come up the river." He cocked an eyebrow at Bannon. "From there, even you can feel like a lord." "Never wanted to be a lord," Bannon said. "I'm just a cabbage farmer at heart, but an adventurer, too. I wanted to see the world." He patted the pommel of Sturdy. "And Ian was taken away." Amos and his companions clearly didn't want to hear about it. The young men moved off with long, bouncing strides, and Bannon followed them down from the top of the plateau and along a curving thoroughfare that took them around the uplift toward the river-facing side. They passed a grocer toiling uphill with a cart filled with limes, lemons, and bunches of dark grapes.
Carpenters carried their tools over their shoulders as they walked to work sites, because Ildikar was always being cleaned, maintained, and built higher. One gifted noblewoman, her long gown made of rose-colored silk, strolled along while a slave walked a plump orange tabby cat on a leash. They passed fountains, where common workers and slaves drew water, washed themselves, and carried jugs back to their homes. Narrow tiled channels drew the water through all parts of the city, and aqueducts ran beneath the streets. When Amos led them to the precipitous drop-off to the Kilraven River, Bannon's stomach grew fluttery as he looked down. The bluff was sheer, the sandstone gnarled and pockmarked. Some agile and daring climber might be able to scale that dangerous cliff, but any slip would mean certain death. Amos stood beside him, gesturing to the sheer drop-off. See what the wizards of Ildikar can do? This was a city right on the edge of the river, on the bank. The Kilraven carved out this great valley, with a plain extending in all directions, but access from the river made us much too tempting a target, much too weak. We were never weak, Jed said. Amos frowned at him for the interruption. The vulnerability was enough to attract invaders like maggots to a corpse. He swept his hands out to either side. So our wizards pulled on the land, uprooted this side of the plain, and lifted it up to create this high, defensible bluff. The wizards intentionally left a single protected port down below, where riverboats could dock. Large vessels also come in from the distant bay far downstream, where the Kilraven drains into the sea. Far below, Bannon saw a complex network of docks and piers that jutted out from the sandstone at the level of the river. There were small boats, fishermen, mud trollers, shell harvesters, reed gatherers. How do they get anything into the city from way down there? Bannon asked. He looked at two flat barges loaded with barrels from other villages upriver. Look closer, Amos said. Bannon leaned over and saw a line of notches in the bluff face that zigzagged dizzyingly up one level, then the next. He remembered climbing the canyon walls to reach the great library buildings in Cliffwall, but this looked far more treacherous. How could anyone do that carrying loads of cargo? We don't want to make it easy to get from the river up to the city. That's the whole point, isn't it? Amos's voice was sharp. Watch how the slaves do their work. Near one of the wooden docks, a fisherman had loaded baskets of fresh catch on a wooden platform connected to ropes that extended up to cantilever arms, pulleys, and counterweights. Another trader had brought in cut stone from a quarry on the other side of the river. When they loaded their goods on the platform, workers at the mid-levels of the bluffs turned large interconnected wheels to tighten the ropes and ratchet the platforms up. People must ascend the stairs, said Amos, but the merchandise can be lifted very conveniently. Convenient, so long as we have enough slaves, Jed said. Bannon wondered why they couldn't just do it with their powerful magic. Far below, the river flowed against the unlikely cliffside, curling green and white. The ancient wizards even changed the current, brought the Kilraven closer, then spread it out down there to the south, making the land beyond the bluffs a large, impassable swamp, which discouraged overland travel. The marshes are a labyrinth of twisted trees and mud pits. Amos's lips quirked in a hungry smile. And our fleshmancers twisted some of the native creatures to create horrific monsters, serpents and lizard dragons that now infest the swamps. No one can get through from that direction. But General Utros came from over the mountains and across the plain, Bannon said. They would have battered down your walls, torn open your gates, and conquered your city. Jed and Brock looked at each other, their expressions troubled. Amos just sniffed. That's why we had to turn them all to stone. Utros failed. Emperor Kurgan's reign collapsed. And Ildikar is still here, as powerful as ever. At the edge of the cliff, several streets away, an ornamental tower stood high and thin, with observation windows around the top. Bannon saw two figures inside the tower, looking toward the river and waving, shouting. The lookout switched the banners flying from the top of the tower, removing one that showed the city's sun and lightning bolt symbol, and replacing it with a blue triangular cloth that flapped in the wind. As other Ildikarans noticed the change and heard the shouts, they picked up the call. What is it? Bannon said. Have they seen something? Amos, Jed, and Brock all peered downstream. "Look! The boats are coming at a good pace." Bannon spotted 2 large, low boats straining against the current. Each had one square, midnight blue sail stretched tight. His blood ran cold. "They must have used a lot of blood to summon a breeze like that," Amos said, his voice critical. "Must be in a hurry to dock." "They've seen Ildikar, so they know the Shroud is down," Jed said. "They want to conduct their business before it's too late." The 2 ships moved rapidly closer. Even though they pushed against the current, they seemed to be guided by a determined magic. Bannon's stomach curdled. He saw the wide beam and the low-lapped hulls. He knew that each prow would bear a monstrous carved serpent. "Those are Norakai ships," he whispered. "Are they coming to attack Ildikar?" He hoped he would watch them be destroyed by whatever magical storm the wizards would rain down upon them. He squeezed his sweaty hand around his sword's hilt. He would fight them himself, if need be. Amos chuckled. "Of course not, you fool. The Norakai are our best trading partners. I wager those 2 ships are bringing another 100, maybe 200 captives. We could use some fresh blood," Brock said. "The slave market will be busy tomorrow." "Slaves?" Bannon asked. "They're raiders. The Norakai capture innocent people in villages." "Like Ian. They bring slaves, which we buy," Amos said, giving him a strange look. "We have to replenish our ranks. A lot of slaves run away, thanks to Mirror Mask, and who knows how much blood magic will be required to raise the Shroud again." Thinking of the torment his friend must have endured, all those scars, all that pain, Bannon saw a black haze of anger form at the edges of his vision. He was deaf to the excitement as the people of Ildikar went to greet the raider ships that docked against the bluffs below the city. Chapter 26. A day after arriving in Saramundi, Oliver and Peretta bade a tearful farewell to the fisherman Kenneth, who had brought them all the way up the coast from Renda Bay. The bearded man had enjoyed the long journey, but he was anxious to get back aboard the Daisy and head home. He squeezed Oliver's narrow shoulder so hard that the young scholar felt 2 of his vertebrae pop. Kenneth gave Peretta an equally enthusiastic but gentler hug. "Don't worry, girl. You look like you break easily. I'll be careful." She frowned at the comment. "I can endure anything that Oliver can." "And you have," Oliver said. "We make a good team, Peretta. We've gone this far." Peretta touched her temple, closed her eyes. "I've stored all the impressions and details in my thoughts." "Since I'm not a member, I wrote down careful notes in my journal," Oliver said. "That way others can read about our journey." Peretta gave him a consoling look, as if he had confessed a weakness. "Even without you 2 aboard the Daisy to help," Kenneth said, "I'll have a nice voyage back south. I always preferred my solitude." He looked up at the creamy white buildings of Saramundi, surrounded by tall cedars that stood like dark green spearheads lining the boulevards and covering the hills. "No one from Renda Bay has ever ventured this far, but now that I've done it, there'll be others. It may be worth the trip now and then." While he was in the large port, Kenneth had loaded his fishing boat with weapons, swords and shields, axes, maces and hammers, manufactured by the renowned weaponsmiths of Saramundi. "We have fletchers and bowmakers back home, but it's hard to get good steel for swords. These will do nicely." He spoke in a conspiratorial fashion as he stood with one boot on the side of his boat and the other on the dock. He swayed to keep his balance. "I even purchased plans for siege towers and defensible walls. There might be some good ideas we can use to defend Renda Bay. We intend to be ready next time the Norakai come. And they will come." "Best of luck to you," Peretta said. "Someone in Saramundi will take us the rest of the way up to the New World," Oliver said. "We'll be all right from here." Kenneth unlashed the ropes and cast off with a shove from his boot. He set sail and drifted out of the bustling harbor. Oliver and Peretta watched him head back toward the towering statue of the Sea Mother, who seemed to emerge from the high cliffs at the mouth of the harbor. "Will we be?" Peretta asked. Oliver blinked.
What do you mean? Will we be all right? He touched her shoulder. We've been just fine so far, you and I. He knew he was no manly warrior who could lead troops, nor a scout who could guide them across uncharted terrain, but their skills were roughly equal. Between the two of us, we'll be fine. You help me as much as I help you. Haven't you memorized a great deal of information about where we're going? Not really. She sounded shy. But I do know about trade routes. Maybe I can draw on that knowledge to find someone who will take us to Tanamura, and from there to Lord Rahl. She closed her eyes and concentrated, sorting the knowledge in her head, while Oliver scanned the other boats in the harbor. Finally, they left the docks and went together into the city. Saramundi was built around the delta of a river that emptied into the sea, with many branches that flowed through the city. The people had tamed the arms of the delta into well-behaved canals. Gondola pilots moved small boats up and down the watery alleys, delivering people to small household docks. The city was filled with busy people wearing colorful garments. Oliver and Beretta listened to the cacophony of voices, music played by sailors from distant lands, the rattle and creak of ropes in pulleys, the sway of wooden crates, the slosh of waves against hulls, and the calls of wine sellers, shell merchants, or corner stall prophets who claimed to tell fortunes. Beretta's dark eyes sparkled with an idea. We should report to the harbor lord. That is a man of power here in Saramundi. Oliver patted the documents he kept in a pouch at his waist. Yes, and we have news for him, about the Wave Walker. Oliver and Beretta sat in the second-story office of the harbor lord, a flat-faced man named Otto with a sincere expression, caramel-colored eyes, and curled locks of dark hair that dropped past his shoulders. He wore a wide-brimmed leather hat, even inside his office. The windows stood wide open, and shrieking gulls outside interrupted their conversation. Brisk, salty breezes stirred the papers on the harbor lord's desk. Oliver removed his pouch and set the journals and documents in front of him, keeping his hand on top of them. He hesitated, knowing he was about to give Otto difficult news. A woman came in carrying a tray of fruit juices and a plate of small, round cookies that sparkled with cane sugar. Harbor Lord Otto looked up and smiled. Ah, my daughter, Shira. She should actually be home tending her children, but she loves working in the office. She is, in fact, my business partner. The woman looked at them, tossed her hair. My own husband is out to sea, and the children can take care of themselves. Shira had long reddish-brown hair combed to a glossy sheen. She had the widening hips of a woman who had borne several children and lived a hard domestic life, but she was still beautiful. Oliver spoke up as Shira approached with the tray of refreshments. We have news from travelers who came inland. 3 people, a sorceress, a wizard, and a young swordsman. They were aboard a ship named the Wave Walker. Shira froze, holding the tray. Oliver didn't notice her sudden, intense silence. Sir, I am sorry to report that the Wave Walker was shipwrecked, attacked by Selka down along the Phantom Coast. As Harbor Lord, you need to know. All hands were lost, except for the 3 I mentioned. With a loud crash and a clatter, Shira dropped the tray of juice and cookies. She stood trembling as if someone had struck her a physical blow. Then she spun away, weeping. I must see the Sea Mother. I must pray. She reached the door and stopped, gripping the jam so hard that her knuckles turned white. Her nails dug into the wood. She heaved several breaths and finally turned back. Tears streaked her cheeks. I must pray for guidance on how to tell my children that their father is lost at sea. Then she fled the office. Otto looked dour and grim. His shoulders lifted, then fell as he let out a sigh that sounded like the wind of an oncoming storm. Captain Corwin was a decent man, an adequate husband and father. Any wife of a sea captain knows she's bound to receive news like this sooner or later. The Wave Walker was gone for much of the year, but the captain fulfilled his contract. He made sure that my daughter and their children had food, had a home. Moving with painful slowness as if he couldn't face what he was doing, the harbor lord opened a desk drawer and withdrew a sheaf of handwritten papers that had turned brown with age, some so old the purple ink was faded. Finally, he pulled out a document, the old marriage certificate. He shook his head. Shira is the daughter of the harbor lord. She and her children will be fine. I will find some other sea captain for her. A marriage under the same terms. Oliver found that heart-achingly sad. From the tales that Nicci, Bannon, and Nathan had told, Captain Eli Corwin had been a good man who fought hard for his ship. Oliver hadn't known about his family. Harbor Lord Otto looked across the desk at them. Thank you for this news. I mean that sincerely. Peretta seemed lost. But we just told you the ship sank. The man is dead. Why would you thank us? The agony of worry is often worse than the dull ache of grief. Better to know for certain than to spend month after month in empty hope. Each day, Shira would come down to check the newly arrived vessels, asking if anyone might have brought news of the Wavewalker. Now she knows. He sighed. We'll make many offerings to the Temple of the Sea Mother, and I will inform the Wish Pearl divers as well. Their training master sent his best 5 aboard the Wavewalker for an extravagant fee, which Captain Corwin was willing to pay. I believe the training master had hoped to send others on later voyages. Now they'll just have to find a different vessel and a new ambitious captain. He spread more documents on his desk, securing them with heavy lumps of dried coral so the sea breezes would not blow them away. We were hoping our news might be worth something to you, Peretta said, for we are on a mission of our own. Saramundi is now part of the Daharan Empire. Lord Rahl has brought freedom to all the cities of the Old World. Otto drew his eyebrows together and straightened his hat. I've heard a story or two, but there's been no change in our daily lives. If Lord Rahl thinks he's our new ruler, I suppose he'll send people down to impose taxes. From what we understand, Oliver said, Lord Rahl is most interested in guaranteeing, rather than imposing, a way of life. The harbor lord grimaced. You mean, like the Imperial Order? Saramundi had to pay lip service to Emperor Jagang, as well as a substantial tithe, just so he would leave us alone. Since Saramundi caused him no trouble, he directed his armies elsewhere. Otto suddenly sat up. In fact, I believe he sent all of his armies northward to fight some upstart leader named Richard Rahl. Yes, that was it, Oliver said. But Lord Rahl doesn't mean to enforce harsh rules like the Imperial Order. He wants all cities and lands to espouse freedom, to let people choose their own destinies, to create their own self-worth, and to depose tyrants. In order to be a part of the Daharan Empire, all lands must simply abide by a set of established rules based on human decency. At least, that was what Nicci and Nathan had said. Otto set another lump of coral on the remaining stack of papers, which he had not yet read. Then Saramundi will get along just fine with the new situation. But what is it you need? We need passage north, said Peretta. We come from Cliffwall, far inland. We have already been traveling for a month. But we must make our way to the New World, and eventually find someone who can deliver our reports to Lord Rahl. I can recite them, if I meet him face to face. And I have them written down. Oliver gathered up his documents, stuffing them back in the leather pouch. We have ships sailing from Saramundi up the coast, and many go as far as Tanamura. We don't require anything fancy, Oliver said, then lowered his voice. Because we can't really pay. In that case, I have something just for you. My brother Jared runs a kraken hunting ship, and he's about to set sail tomorrow. He lost some of his crew in an unfortunate incident on his last run, but he intends to work the waters north of here. If you're willing to lend a hand, and a kraken hunting ship doesn't bother you, I'll have a berth for you right away. We don't know what a kraken hunter is, Oliver said. All the better. I will make the arrangements. Chapter 27. Seeing the tension in Nicci's demeanor as they stood together in the slave market, Nathan said, The legends of Ildikar are better than the reality. This bothers you, sorceress, and I understand why. Slavery bothers me, in all forms, she said. I used to be called the Slave Queen myself, but Richard changed me. Bright colors, sweet-smelling flowers, and excited chatter could not hide the fact that this was a grim and dark place. Anger knotted inside Nicci as she watched. Pretty blooms growing in a pile of manure cannot mask the stench. The slave market was an open plaza with perfectly fitted flagstones and tall white buildings on all sides of the square. They passed a new white statue, the defiant young Yaxin herder, recently petrified. Most pedestrians paid no attention to the statue, but some did, knowing exactly what it meant. Nicci saw tiny glints of broken mirrors around its base, shards that the street crews had not yet cleaned up. People flowed in from side streets and main thoroughfares, eager to see what the Norikai ships had brought. Well-dressed merchants and tradesmen were followed by slave workers in drab tunics and plain sandals. Gifted nobles seemed excessively proud of their silks and furs, their golden necklaces, jeweled amulets, and cloak clasps. Like flowers blooming after a sudden rain in the desert, wine merchant stalls sprang up. Carts arrived with bottles of blood wine and a panoply of clay, pewter, or crystal goblets. Food vendors hurried in to claim a good place just outside the square. Small charcoal braziers roasted sizzling meat, and the vendors bellowed over one another, boasting about their merchandise. Sullen slaves carried bolts of cloth for tailors ready to sell new garments for anyone who purchased the day's slaves and needed them dressed appropriately. In the center of the slave market, a raised rectangular platform stood empty, ready to hold at least 100 people. A wooden arbor towered over the platform, draped with dark green vines that curled around the sport beams, as if the plants meant to strangle the wood. From the trellis slats overhead drooped lush, sweet-smelling flowers, crimson wisterias that looked like gouts of gushing blood. A flustered-looking wizard wren wiped his brow, then adjusted his maroon robes as he hurried past. "I need another dozen slaves, but I'll be gone across the wilderness searching for cliff wall." He shook his head. "Keeper's beard. This is terrible timing for me." Looking harried, he skewered Nicci and Nathan with a gaze. "You kept detailed accounts of your journeys. Tell me how to find this great archive, so my trip can be swift and efficient." Nathan quickly covered his troubled look, and Nicci gave a cool answer. "As I told the Savrina, we must respect their wish to remain isolated." Wren pushed out his lower lip, annoyed. "I expected more cooperation from you. I will just head west over the mountains and search in the canyons. With my gift, I'm sure I can't miss it." He let out a long sigh, looking around the slave market. "For now, this is a lost opportunity." With a snort, Quentin waggled his hands. His cloud of dark gray hair looked like a thunderhead. "Now is the time you need slaves to keep your household together. You can buy them today, and let them manage your residence while you're gone." Wren looked at him in horror. "Untrained slaves? They would burn my villa to the ground." Quentin snorted again. "Then we'd gut them in public and make an example of them." "At the cost of my villa? No, thank you." He fidgeted, then finally gave up in exasperation. "I need to gather my people and supplies. Captain Trevor has his soldiers ready, and we plan to leave the city before sundown. It's a long journey." He turned to look hopefully at Nathan. "It's just over the mountains?" Warily, Nathan just shrugged. "Then I must be going." Wren turned about with a swirl of his robes and left the slave market, exuding disappointment. The matronly Elsa, with her short graying hair and sturdy figure, stopped beside Nathan and said conversationally, "I could use another 4 or 5 household slaves. It's been months since the Norikai came here, with new possibilities, but—" She shrugged, flashed him a faint smile. "I haven't purchased slaves in years. I suppose it's overdue. Many of mine are so old they can barely do their chores.
but I'm fond of them.
In raised stone seats not far from the rectangular platform, prospective buyers showed their sacks of coins, declared their intent, and received bidding status. The Duma members took reserved seats up the stone steps, but guards raised their hands when Nicci and Nathan attempted to join them. "Apologies," said a stony-faced young man with corn silk for a beard. "You two are not citizens of Ildikar, and these seats are for bidders only. Unless you intend to spend money on slaves." "No, we do not," Nicci said sharply. Nathan leaned close, his expression distraught. "Maybe we should, sorceress. If we had enough gold, we could buy a few of the poor wretches, give them a good life, set them free. We could set an example for the city." She looked at her companion, proud of his determination, but thinking him naive. "I applaud the suggestion, but where would you get enough Ildikaran coins to outbid all these nobles?" "If I had my gift, I could create all the gold I might need. It's a useful skill." "And all the other wizards of Ildikar could do the same. No, we have to think much bigger, find a way to overturn the whole problem. Buying 1 or 2 slaves would make no difference." She narrowed her blue eyes, looking around the crowd, seeing the excitement and hunger in their expressions. "It would make a difference to the 1 or 2 slaves we set free," he said in a quiet voice. "In that, you are correct," she admitted. Her mind prowled through possibilities like a hunting cat, tried to find a way to make a difference. She kept her expression neutral, studying the crowd as it continued to swell. "I always thought I was free, but the Imperial Order had me shackled in chains of my own beliefs. I served Jagang, not knowing I was a slave to my own delusions." Nathan stroked his smooth chin. "And as a sister of the dark, you were trapped by your loyalty to the Keeper." She let out a breath slowly to calm herself, but she didn't want to be calm. She just wanted to focus her determination. How could she fight an entire city, a way of life entrenched for thousands of years, and a cadre of powerful wizards whose gift was unknown? "Now I'm free to serve Richard Rahl in a quest to make others free." She looked around the slave market and felt a heaviness in her heart. "But here, I suspect these chains are too thick and too strong." "The sisters kept me a prisoner as well," Nathan pointed out. "A slave to prophecy, locked in their impregnable tower because of my gift. But I broke free, and you managed to throw off the bonds of the Keeper and of Jagang. Let's take heart. Nothing is impossible." Nicci agreed. "Nothing is impossible." Arriving late, the Fleshmancer Andre hurried through the crowd. Grinning, he shot Nathan a quick glance. "Perhaps I can buy test subjects, and then we can experiment to find a way to give you back the heart you need, Because the bidder stands were full by now, Andre had to take one of the lower seats, which made him moody, but he perked up when drums began to pound outside the square. The audience turned, waiting. Bodies shifted, and the crowd split apart like a stream diverting around a stone. The Norakai slavers arrived, a procession that stalked into the square. They moved through the gathered people as if they were no more than air. Nicci bristled. The Norakai were burly men, built to be fighters, made rugged by their windswept islands and their violent lives. Their arms were as thick as any normal man's thigh. They wore a variety of tough vests made of a thick, scaly leather like sharkskin, but the scales were larger. Each one had iron-shod leather boots, black leggings, and a thick armored girdle around his waist and hips. An assortment of double-bladed axes, swords, wicked-looking iron clubs, and knives dangled from their belts. Some sported braided leather whips, the tips of which were splayed, like a horse's tail. The multiple strands would, no doubt, inflict great pain on a victim. Every one of the Norakai had a hideously scarred face. They intentionally sliced their cheeks from the corners of their lips back to the hinge of the jaw, then stitched them up again. Some had tattooed scale designs to make them look more like the powerful serpents carved into the prows of their ships. I remember killing many of them, Nicci said. We saved the people of Renda Bay, Nathan said. He touched the ornate sword at his side. I proved I could be a deadly warrior even without my magic. He flashed his azure eyes at Nicci. But I would much rather have my magic. The Norakai led a procession of more than 100 captive men, women, and children. All were gaunt, dusty, and miserable, wearing only scraps of clothes. Some still wore ragged boots or sandals, while others were barefoot, trailing blood across the flagstones as they stumbled along. Most kept their eyes cast down toward the heels of the person in front of them. When a few saw the broad platform in the center of the slave market, they began to mutter. Nicci's stomach clenched. Her fist opened and closed as anger flared inside her. With a surge, she could release Wizard's fire and kill all of the raiders. But what good would that do? She had been reckless before, fighting for lost causes. But this was a greater battle, and she had to do it properly. A captive woman moaned and sniffed, struggling mightily not to wail. One of the Norakai struck her on the side of the face, his knuckles smashing her temples so that she reeled. As she started to collapse, the slaver grasped her hair and yanked her back up, dragging her along. She stumbled, her legs flopped, and she fought to regain control of her body. One of her fellow slaves took her arm, tried to help her along. Eventually, somehow, the woman found the strength to keep her feet moving. While the slavers were distracted by the stumbling woman, a bedraggled man bolted from the line of prisoners and rushed into the crowd, as if he expected to disappear among them. "What does he think he's doing?" Nathan cried. Nicci straightened, ready to fight in case a brawl broke out. "He's a fool." The desperate man took 4 steps, holding up his hands as if someone from Ildikar might take him under their wing. 2 Norakai broke from their escort line and lunged after him like wolves. One Norakai drew a sword, swept his arm back, and skewered the fleeing man through the ribs. Blood sprouted like a blossom in his side. With a gleeful expression in his eyes, although his slashed and mangled lips could not show a smile, the second Norakai withdrew an iron club studded with metal points at the top, like fangs. He swung the club down on the captive's shoulder, smashing through skin and bone. The desperate man was already collapsing, mortally wounded from the sword thrust. Even so, the second Norakai struck him in the back of the head, caving in his skull. The Ildikaran spectators recoiled to avoid being splashed by the gore, and yet they were fascinated. Another blow smashed the man's face into the paving stones of the square. The first Norakai raised his sword again, stabbed the man in the back, then stabbed him 5 more times, while his companion continued to pound him with the spiked iron club until the victim was no more than a human-shaped stain oozing onto the flagstones. Satisfied, the 2 slavers replaced their weapons and returned to the line. The remaining captives were aghast, sickened, chastened. As if they had expected this to happen, Ildikaran slaves arrived in the square with buckets and brushes and began to clean up the mess. The Norakai leader at the front of the procession had a hooded brow and a high forehead. His face and head were shaved smooth, but on the left side of his skull, above the temple, a sharp triangular tooth was inset, perhaps a shark's tooth. Skin and scar tissue had grown around it so that it looked as if the tooth sprouted from his head. Nathan muttered, "Dear spirits, they find new ways to make themselves more appallingly ugly than the last." Sitting nearby on the row of stone seats, Andre clucked his tongue. "Yes, it is disappointing. Their techniques are so crude. I could easily have reshaped them with my gift, but they seem to enjoy the pain and scars." "No doubt it makes them feel strong and brave," Nicci said. "I've known men like that before." Dressed in business robes, slave merchants gathered on the rectangular platform under the trellis of red flowers, waiting for the captives to arrive. The Norakai leader raised his voice defiantly. His loose, gashed jaw distorted his words, but the power in his voice was unmistakable. "I am Kor, captain of this brace of ships. We've brought 160 to your market. We expect a good price. We will be glad to rid ourselves of this walking meat."
The Norakai herded the captives onto the large platform where the cowed and whimpering men, women, and children stood under the high trellis. The raiders glowered at them, making guttural sounds in their throats, calling up saliva that made their exhalations sound like serpent hisses. Ildikar and slave merchants hurried about, tugging down the lush green vines of the wisterias. When they touched vine tendrils to the captives, like laughably thin ropes to hold them in place, the slaves became docile. Their expressions of terror melted into contented apathy. Even from the bidding benches, Nicci could smell the flower perfume growing thicker, headier. She began to feel dizzy, and she assumed it was some kind of drug, a tranquilizing effect from the flowers, enhanced by the merchant's gift. When all the captives had been tamed, the slave merchants went up and down the rows, ripping the rags, pulling off tunics, scraps of cloth, dresses, and shawls that covered the haggard and abused captives. The merchants took special pleasure in exposing the young women, even fondling their breasts while the audience made comparative notes. The most beautiful girls were brought to the front. One of the slave merchants slapped at their inner thighs, making them spread their legs apart so that all prospective buyers could see their thatches of hair. Young children were herded in another section, also naked, for sale to the more disgusting appetites of Ildikar. The stronger male captives were segregated, as were the middle-aged women, who would be the best domestic servants. The observers talked in a drone of casual conversation, while Nicci simply felt fire in her throat, all of her unspoken words turning to acid. Elsa pointed to the group of middle-aged women and called out, "What is the starting bid for those four?" Chief Handler Ivan growled in his deep voice, "And those men, the front ones, are they combat-trained? Can they fight in the arena?" Captain Core sneered up at the buyers in the stands. "I did not interview them about their skills. I have no need for housekeepers on our serpent ships, so they cowered below decks. During the raids, we killed any man who fought against us, so I would say that these are not the best fighters." He glanced at the captives crowded on the platform and turned back with a withering glare. "You ask questions that do not interest me. These are only walking meat. Norakai are the herdsmen, and, if necessary, the butchers. Buy them, and do with them what you will." Out of the corner of her eye, Nicci saw a young man pushing his way through the crowd. Bannon. He looked sullen, his long ginger hair tied back in a ponytail that fell between his shoulders. He reached Nicci and Nathan, shaking his head. "I was with Amos and the others when we saw the ships come in, but I had to come here. I had to see. All these people." He swallowed hard. "Ian was one of them, years ago." Nicci knew what he was thinking. Very likely his friend had been in the same situation, beaten into submission, starved into weakness, unable to fight, held listless by the vines of the blood-red wisterias. "I'll bid 4 golds for those 4 domestic women," Elsa said. "They look useful, and I'll treat them well." "I care not how you treat them," Core said. 4 golds? Another woman grumbled. "You set the price too high." "If you pay well and treat them well, they serve you well," Elsa said. One fat nobleman touched his fingertips together, like a spider dancing on a mirror. "How much for the 3 little boys, the tender ones?" The boys didn't even flinch. They stood naked at the corner of the dais, touched by the tendrils of the vines. "Enough! This market is over," said a powerful voice. Sovrina Thora emerged from the main thoroughfare on the left, walking alongside Maxim. She still showed no warmth toward her husband, but they seemed united in their purpose now. "We invoke the city privilege," Maxim said. "We'll buy the whole lot." The slave merchants looked surprised. "But we have yet to set a fair price, Wizard Commander." "We have the entire city treasury," he said flippantly. "It'll be a fair price, but we want them all." Quentin said, "You can't call out just a few of them?
This is the first time the Norakai have arrived in months. The whole city has need of slaves. So many have fled once the Shroud started going down, thanks to Mirror Mask helping them escape.
Our own slaves are breeding well enough, Thora said. We require these for the upcoming blood magic to restore the Shroud. That will stop them from fleeing. Elsa looked nervous and disappointed. In the past, you needed only 15 or 20 slaves to erect the Shroud. There are 160 here. Thora sniffed. Perhaps we mean to do a greater blood-working this time. A more permanent spell.
It never hurts to be sure,
Maxim said. He gestured to the stone benches where the disappointed bidders sat squirming.
Elsa has set the price. 4 golds for 4 slaves. I'll have the treasurer settle up with the merchants.
He gave a polite nod to Captain Core.
You'll be paid well enough that I hope you return the next time our Shroud comes down.
If we ever allow it to come down, Thora said. The crowd muttered at having their entertainment cut short. The wine merchants dropped their prices and shouted their specials. Food vendors waved leftover skewers and pastries in the air. Queasy, Bannon shook his head. I do not like this city, he said, looking at Nathan. Do you have any hope Andre will restore your gift soon? There's so much more of the old world to explore. He swallowed. Isn't there? Nathan said, I'm as anxious to be on our way as you are. Nicci, though, was hard and determined. I am reluctant to abandon these people. Ildikar was once a bright and legendary city, but now it is a festering sore. Lord Rahl sent us on our mission. Could there be any more fundamental need than these people have demonstrated? How can we not help them? We must find a way to overthrow this practice and bring freedom, as Richard demands. Nathan looked as if he had swallowed a piece of rotten fruit. I cannot help you fight until I get my gift back. And in order to accomplish that, I have to play along with these people, even though I'm beginning to despise what I see all around me. He looked discouraged, angry at his own helplessness. Sorceress, you can't bring down a city's centuries-old tradition all by yourself. She fastened her blue-eyed gaze upon him. I'm not alone. I have you. Bannon stepped close and touched the hilt of his sword. And me. Chapter 28. That night, the Sovrina and the Wizard Commander hosted another celebratory banquet, this time to welcome the vile Norakai. Nicci, Nathan, and Bannon were invited, though their presence was clearly an afterthought. The brutish slavers were the center of attention. Captain Core and 3 other representatives from the Serpent ships came up to join the Duma members, while the remaining 30 Norakai sailors were turned loose on the city's drinking establishments, restaurants, and silk Yaxin dachas. Despite the honor of the invitation to dine with the city's most important wizards, Core and his burly companions, Lars, Yorick, and Dar, clearly would have preferred to join the rest of their comrades in more hedonistic settings. As brittle as glass, Nicci chose a seat at the far end of the table, next to Nathan, and although Bannon sat with Amos, Jed, and Brock, he looked uncomfortable to be there at all. Nicci had not seen him smile in days, and she understood why. She hadn't smiled either. The Norakai captain sat with his elbows spread, ready to eat with both hands as a huge joint of roast Yaxin was brought in on a spit, slaves carrying it on their shoulders. Younger slaves kept pace, holding a pan beneath the meat to catch the drippings. Servants circled the table, pouring goblets of blood wine, but Core gruffly declared, "This takes too long. Just bring a bottle for me and each of my men." He made a guttural sound that might have been laughter. "In fact, bring 2 bottles for Yorick. Otherwise he will complain." Dar gulped from his goblet, then wiped a forearm across his lips as a dribble of red liquid seeped from the scar at the side of his cheek. "A good vintage." The other Norakai drank and agreed. Core yanked a leather pouch from his waist and tossed it to Dar. It clanked with golden coins.
Here's part of our earnings from today. Find a wine merchant and buy as much as you can to load aboard our ships.
We'll drink it all on the voyage back, Yorick said.
Better keep at least a keg for King Grieve,
Kor said. The other Norakai suddenly looked tense at the mention of the name.
We'll set one aside for him.
Maxim nodded to the pouch of coins. That much gold should buy several kegs.
Good. Then buy some of this meat, too.
Kor used his own knife to cut off a hunk of the roast, while the servants were more delicate as they carved the choicest morsels for the guests. Silent and alert, Nicci watched their movements, studying the Norakai like a predator ready to pounce. The wizards of Ildikar unsettled her, but she hated the Norakai in a different way. As second-tier guests, she and her companions were served last. Nicci ate quietly so as not to draw attention to herself, while Nathan consumed the meat and tubers on his plate, mopping up the juices with fresh bread. Bannon didn't touch his food.
Where are your best silk yaks and whores in the city?
Kor asked.
We'd like to sample several,
said Lars.
But we don't want to waste our time.
Amos interjected. I know the best ones. Sovrina Thora sat at the head of the table, using her jeweled dining implements. She ate as if she were made of lace and gold wire. Yes, my son is well versed in these things. Our friend Bannon may be interested in joining us, Jed said, but it was less of an invitation than a sarcastic barb. We'll take good care of him. Bannon flushed and carefully admitted, the women are very beautiful. The scarred raiders looked at one another and chortled, muttering in a gruff language that sounded like rocks grinding together. Dar said,
Ildikar women are too delicate and break too easily. We prefer the sturdy beauty of Norakai females, said Kor. But your women will do. We have been lonely enough at sea. The slaves were serviceable, but they can only slake so much of a man's thirst.
Wizard Commander Maxim said, because you are welcome trading partners, we would also invite you to one of our pleasure parties. If you prefer noble Ildikaran women, we can make an exception, and it would be an experience you'd not soon forget. With a wicked smile, he gestured toward the Sovrina. My lovely wife would be most willing to accommodate you. She is not choosy about her men. Thora gave him a venomous glare. We will indeed have a pleasure party this evening with many nobles, if that would be something you and your men might enjoy, Captain Kor. She seemed to force the words out of her. The scarred Norakai leered at her. Maxim added, and the sorceress Nicci is welcome, as always. As always, Nicci said. And, as always, I choose to decline. He let out a good-natured chuckle. As you wish. Considering your cool demeanor, some nobles have suggested your nipples are made of ice chips. Fools can suggest whatever they like, Nicci said. Nathan couldn't help but smile as he sat beside her. Maxim laughed again. Adorable. Just adorable. Kor looked from Thora to the prim Duma members and turned back to young Amos, who was helping himself to a second serving of the Yaxen meat. We'd prefer the whorehouses. Noble women talk too much, at a time when talking is unimportant. For the next course, servants brought in platters heaped with small grilled birds, each one no more than a morsel. The wizard Damon perked up, stroking his long mustaches. Ah, delicious. Honey-roasted larks. Are they yours, Serena? She nodded. Yes, their music is sweet, but their flesh is sweeter. I will need to catch more. We have nets strung out across the rooftops. How many more slaves do you need us to bring? Kor interrupted. And when? We have many serpent ships in the estuary, as well as the islands. We'll acquire what you need. Just tell us. Slaves perish, although they do reproduce quickly as well, Ivan said, holding up his empty plate, impatiently waiting for a servant to add more meat. Today's group will serve us well. Thora said. It should allow us to work our spell and restore the shroud for a very long time.
If your shroud is in place, then how can we sell you more slaves?
Ildikar lived beneath the shroud for many centuries, said Maxim. We were a closed system, with no outside commerce, but I much prefer the infusion of outside goods and fresh blood. Believe me, we'll still have to drop the shroud occasionally in order to replenish our resources.
You expect us to just wait in our ships until your city shows itself again? What will happen to our cargo in the meantime?
Kor asked. Bannon stared down at his food, moving it about with his sharpened fork. They're not just cargo, he growled loudly enough for the others to hear. They're people, like my friend Ian. He was a young man with a future ahead of him, until you took him. We're going to get his freedom. He shot a meaningful glance at Amos, who ignored him. The Norakai looked surprised that Bannon had spoken. Andre stroked his thick, braided beard, amused. The non-gifted swordsman has a voice after all? This could be entertaining, hmm? Every person in our perfect society has their function, said Thora. Some of us bear the burden of being leaders. Others simply work. They know their place. Nicci saw that Bannon had gulped his entire goblet of blood wine. He was flushed and angry, and now he spoke more loudly. We've seen how the Norakai attack helpless villages. He stabbed his fork with a clang onto his plate. How you prey upon the innocent. Kor's eyes smoldered. The other Norakai seemed annoyed, but they let their captain speak for them. We don't prey upon the innocent. We prey upon the weak. That is how nature works. We call the herd of humanity. Some die, and others are put to good use as slaves. We are the strong, so we do as we wish. Bannon clearly wanted to start a fight. Fortunately, he had not been allowed to bring his sword to the banquet, or he might have provoked a bloody brawl. Nicci touched her companion's arm, and he froze, though he still looked ready to explode. Turning to the slavers, she used a different weapon. If you are so powerful, Captain Kor, then explain something we found on our journey here to Ildikar. Her blue eyes flashed, and the others paused, waiting to hear what she would say. We encountered 4 Norakai, or at least 4 Norakai heads. They had been skewered on high spikes, left to rot in the road as a warning. Were they weak? Angry mutters rippled around the banquet table like the sound of a distant thunderstorm. Both the Savrina and the wizard commander looked uncomfortable, but they made no excuses. Amos glared at Bannon, who didn't seem to care. Perhaps they were just there as decoration, Nathan said flippantly. Not a very good one. Thora said, Beyond our protective shroud, there are many hazards. Who knows what happened to the other Norakai? Since it was well outside Ildikar, it has nothing to do with us. Yorick gulped another goblet of wine, finishing his first bottle and pouring from the second. High Captain Avery marched into the banquet hall as the final dishes were being taken away. He bent close to Thora. Is there anything you desire, Savrina? Why, yes. She reached up to touch his hand. We have another pleasure party this evening. I would like you to attend as my personal guest. The handsome captain nodded. As you wish, Savrina. I will serve Ildikar in any way I am required. Beside her, Maxim rolled his eyes and turned a hopeful look to Nicci, but she gave him a cool stare from across the table. Nathan said uncertainly to the Fleshmancer, Andre, shall we discuss ideas of how to intensify the Han we mapped out on the chart of my body? I would like to devote more time to the problem. Not tonight, dear Nathan. We must have time to relax and recover, You should rest and gather your strength. The Norakai drank the rest of the blood wine at the table, while Amos and his friends offered to guide the brutish guests to the lower levels of Ildikar. They did not extend the invitation to Bannon again, and he did not seem disappointed.
Chapter 29. Bannon's anger made him see red shadows as he strode out into the darkness. He had no interest in carousing with Amos and his friends, especially if they were with the loathsome Norakai. Amos had promised to help him with Ian for 2 days now, made offhand reassurances, but Bannon had seen no real interest there. Therefore, he would try to do what he could on his own. After having seen what had happened to his poor friend, who was alive but still destroyed, he felt a dangerous restlessness. The Norakai sickened him. They had laughed and snorted during the banquet, gorging themselves on roast yakson and blood wine, and the council members greeted them as welcome visitors, respected merchants. In the slave market, Bannon had watched the battered captives hauled onto the platform for sale. Any one of them might have been Ian as a young man, clubbed and abducted from a peaceful cove on Kyria Island. Bannon blinked hot tears out of his eyes as he stumbled into the middle levels of the city. The boulevards were busy with evening customers. Taverns and restaurants served food and drink, while shopkeepers stayed open late, hawking their wares to nobles out for an evening stroll. Bannon knew where he had to go. He made his way past the large and eerily empty combat arena and went directly to the tunnel opening in the sandstone outcropping that led to the training pits. Torches and iron racks flickered outside the tunnel, but he saw no barred gate, no guard. Bannon drew a breath, focused his hazel eyes, and entered the dark passage. His hand strayed to his hip. He wished he had brought sturdy, but his hosts had insisted he leave the blade in his room. Ildikar was supposedly a perfect society, so why would anyone need weapons to defend themselves? But one of the city guards had recently been murdered, so the streets were indeed dangerous. To certain people, at least. Bannon had sensed the unrest among the people like rot spreading through a barrel of apples. Without his sword, his hand clenched into a fist instead. He walked deeper into the disturbingly dark tunnel toward the warren of warrior cells. If he could get Ian free, then everything would feel all right. He heard a sudden movement and whirled, reacting as a pale figure lunged out of the shadows. Hard muscle slammed into him. A hand grabbed the front of his chest, threw him against the sandstone wall, and another hand seized his long hair, yanked it back. Bannon swung his fist, flailed, and by sheer luck connected with soft flesh. He heard an outburst of pain, a quick exhalation of air. He struck again, but the wiry figure kept attacking him, a dynamo of muscles and swift successive blows. He took a punch to his ribs, followed by a crack to the side of his head, and his skull struck the wall of the tunnel. Stars sparkled in his vision, and he reeled, fighting back. A swift chop to the base of his neck turned his legs to jelly. As Bannon began to slide to the floor, his attacker grabbed him by the back of the shirt and dragged him along. He could hear heavy breathing, but no voice. Nothing beyond the ringing in his ears. He kicked out with his feet, tried to drag the heels of his boots, but nothing slowed his movement. Finally, the darkness grew brighter around him, and he realized he had been hauled to the larger grotto, with sunken fighting pits along with numerous warrior holding cells inside tunnels. Trying to get his wits about him, he saw the young Morazeth with light brown hair standing over him, Lila, wearing only a black leather wrap around her hips and another strip covering her breasts. "Normally I would kill an intruder," she said, "but you sparked my curiosity." He wiped blood from his mouth and struggled to his feet. "Sweet sea-mother, why did you do that?" He shook his head and the ringing began to clear. Lila's thin lips quirked in a smile. "For practice." Her skin was covered with the branded symbols, but she wore them with confidence, like badges of honor rather than scars. "I could have kicked you in the crotch and dropped you like a stone, but then you wouldn't be much for conversation." She placed her hands on her hips. "Now tell me, why did you come here?" "My friend, Ian," he said. "I came for Ian." Lila sniffed. "Are you stupid as well as weak? He doesn't want to see you. He made that clear earlier." "But I want to see him. I want to free him. I'll do anything. Can I pay for his release? Can I arrange for him to be pardoned?" Lila blinked. "Pardoned? He has committed no crime. He is our champion." Ian was taken as a boy, ripped away from his home by Norakai slavers. Who knows what torments he's suffered, and now he's forced to fight in your combat pits." The Morazeth gave him a withering stare. "He was a weak child, with no future other than to be a dirt farmer on a dull island. Now he's been toughened and trained. He has slain 100 opponents. He is the champion of all Ildikar, and Edessa herself has taken him as her lover. By the Keeper, why would he wish to leave all that?" "To be free," Bannon said. Lila sniffed. "No one is free. Every person is bound by chains of one sort or another." "I'm not," Bannon said. "Of course you are. Or you will be. Perhaps your chains are your ignorance of the way the world works." Bannon brushed himself off, wiped more blood from his split lip, and tried to be businesslike. He brought out the gold coins Amos had given him in case he wanted special services from the Silk Yaxen, as well as the additional coins the doorman had given him. "I want to buy his freedom." He held out the coins. "Real gold." She let out a scornful laugh. "A few coins? For the champion? Gold is not enough." "Then what would it take to free him?" Lila seemed amused. "What do you have to offer?" "Anything I have," he said, swelling his chest. She was unimpressed. "Then you have nothing of interest. Can you get a dispensation from the Wizard Commander? Or the Sovrina? Would any member of the Wizard's Duma speak on your behalf to transfer ownership of the champion?" Bannon looked away. "Not yet." He could ask Nicci and Nathan to make his case, but their position here was weak as well. They had used any goodwill to ask the wizards to help Nathan with his gift. His heart ached, and he felt true despair. "I'll think of something." "Then you'd best keep thinking." Lila turned him around and herded him back up the tunnel. Ahead, he discerned a brighter swatch of night, stars and streetlights. "But I want to see Ian again." "I want many things too," Lila responded. "We don't always get what we want. You have much to learn about life, boy." She shoved him out into the open, and he stumbled into the streets. Lila stood at the tunnel opening, slender and fierce, yet disturbingly attractive. Bannon faced her, staring for a long moment, but she didn't even blink. He realized he would have to try something else, find another ally, or else Ian would remain a prisoner forever. Chapter 30. That night, while Nicci slept, restless and alone, she also prowled the dark streets in her mind. Unsettled from the banquet and the Norakai slavers, her mind subconsciously sought out the spell bond with Mura. The big cat moved like a tan shadow in the night, invisible in the winding maze of the great city. Nicci's consciousness drifted, then reunited with her sister panther, but her mind simply observed as she felt the cat's strength. Mura was a mass of enhanced senses, sights and smells exploding into a symphony of after-images. Glowing light from cracks in the windows and distant streetlights provided more than enough illumination for her to see. Each faint odor told some story. The foul splashes of brown water from emptied chamber pots in the tiled gutters, the fresher scent of pure water running through the narrow aqueducts beneath the streets, rat dung and the sharper smell of domestic cats that hunted the back alleys. Decorative flowers exuded a sickly sweet perfume in window boxes above. She leaped onto a decorative stone fence, then, with barely an effort, sprang to the sloping tiles of a high roof and padded along the apex before bounding down to another roof, moving along, exploring. Mura had found a temporary den where she could sleep during the daylight hours, a large grain warehouse filled with comforting shadows. Few people entered there, and she found plenty of rats to eat, although the dust made Mura's whiskers twitch and caused her to sneeze. At night, she was free to explore the great city. She had prowled past where the chief handler tormented the arena animals. Her lips curled back, and a low growl bubbled in her throat. In bed, Nicci flexed her claws, wanting to rip something apart because of dark memories from that long-before time, before her troca had escaped. Mura remembered the pain, the blood, and the fighting. Even now she sensed another troca of sand panthers deep in that nightmarish tunnel. Mara could tell that these cats were abused just as she had been, their thoughts twisted by the cruel gift of the chief handler, whom they also hated. Trained predators, they tore apart victims on the killing sands of the arena, but they wanted to use their claws to rend Ivan instead. Mara felt the same way, and Nicci tasted it in the back of her own throat. The big cat bounded off into the darkness, letting shadows enfold and embrace her. She wanted to come up to the top of the plateau and see her sister panther, but Nicci silently warned the big cat to keep her distance, to stay far from the grand villa. Wait, sister panther, Nicci thought in her blurred sleeping state. Wait. Hours after midnight, she awoke with feline dreams still in her mind. As she stretched her arms and legs, Nicci felt the memory of panther muscles. She was wide awake, alert, and impatient, though the sun would not rise for a long time yet. She donned her black dress and slipped out into the night. Walking in the streets, she thought about the panther prowling out there, but decided it would be too risky for them to meet. Instead, Nicci would glide through the city by herself, not quite a sand panther, but a sorceress. That would be sufficient. She walked down the cobblestoned streets, passing under decorative willows whose drooping fronds shushed with secretive whispers. Glowing spheres emanated blue light from the tops of iron pedestals, illuminating intersections while providing ample shadows elsewhere. Nicci descended past the ornate homes of minor nobles who were desperately trying to show their importance. She saw the bright green eyes of an orange house cat searching for dinner in the streets. The cat darted off without making a sound. Working her way downhill, following a main thoroughfare, Nicci passed the swinging wooden signs of inns and the homes of tradesmen, where people were bedded down for the night. She came upon a silent square with a fountain leaking a mournful trickle of water over a scalloped upper bowl and down into a holding pool. Pennants with the sun and lightning bolt symbol of Ildikar hung limp with the night dampness and still air. She caught a sparkle of light on the wall of a nearby building, a jagged fragment of mirror thrust in the crack between bricks. Another mirror fragment glinted on the opposite wall. With heightened senses, Nicci cautiously walked across the square, finding more broken mirrors scattered around the fountain's edge, like defiant declarations made during the dark safety of the night. Then her eyes caught furtive movement, hooded figures in the alleys. They did not run away, but waited, blending into the inky shadows. Nicci faced them, confident in her own powers to defend herself. She waited for them to make the first move. The strangers, hiding in the darkness, made no noise, did not call out or challenge her. On impulse, Nicci bent down and picked up one of the mirror fragments from the edge of the fountain. She held it between her fingers and lifted it up. Several hooded figures came forward, their faces covered by gauzy black scarves. Each wore a wooden amulet bearing an Ildikaran rune. Looking at their obscured features, Nicci shook her head so that her long blonde hair fell loose. "I do not need to hide who I am." "But we do," said one of the strangers. "We still have much to accomplish to save our city." "I am not from Ildikar," she said. "We know," said another stranger. The hooded figures turned to the deepest black shadows of a side street and raised their hands in a signal. Another person emerged, wearing a flowing robe of thunderstorm gray. When he stepped into the faint light, Nicci saw a confusing jumble of images inside his hood, rather than a face. A mirror. A mirror mask covered his face. "I know you," she said. "Or at least I know of you." "All of Ildikar knows of me," said the man, his voice muffled behind the smooth mirror. There were mere slits for his eyes, another for his mouth. "Every slave and every downtrodden citizen of Ildikar knows who I am. We fight for freedom. Some stand openly for our cause, while others support us with their hearts and minds." "The wizards know of you too," Nicci said. "They want to kill you." "Many have tried, but as you can see, they've not yet succeeded. Meanwhile, my followers free slaves treated badly by the worst masters. We have secret hiding places in the city, and we can slip them out of Ildikar, where they go off into the hills, find other villages and cities, make new lives for themselves. We have to do as much as we can whenever the Shroud is down. If we get rid of enough slaves, then the wizards will never have enough for the full blood working.
Then why don't they all leave? Nicci asked. Why do you stay?
Because the battle is here. I intend to remain until we have swept away the repression, overthrown the Duma. That is my goal.
An admirable goal.
Recalling the grim spectacle of the slave market, she felt her resentment flare to a brighter intensity.
I also support you, as do my companions. We can be a great help, if you have a plan. But the oppression in Ildikar is powerful.
The masked man nodded slowly. Powerful, yes, but not invincible. We have been watching you.
Nicci was surprised. You have followers in the Grand Villa? In the Wizard's Duma?
We have followers everywhere, said Mirror Mask. We can read your heart. You are indeed one of us, Sorceress Nicci.
She held on to a thread of healthy skepticism. Loyal allies are hard to find. Who are you? Is it true you wear that mask because your features were deformed by a fleshmancer?
A strange, muffled chuckle came from behind the mirror covering. Is that what they say? Perhaps it's true. Or perhaps I keep my mask so that people who look at me can reflect on what they might do for the rebellion. This once great city has grown stagnant during the centuries we were trapped under the Shroud. Again the muffled laugh. And Shroud is an appropriate term, because shrouds are used to wrap the dead. His hooded followers muttered and nodded. We do what we can, but you also have great power, Nicci. You can disrupt the equilibrium of this city. We have been watching you.
The disguised followers muttered in agreement. We've been watching you. With a pale, thin hand, Mirror Mask picked up a shard of broken mirror and pressed it into Nicci's palm.
Be ready.
He closed her fingers around the sharp edges. Not enough to cut, but enough for her to feel the razor edge. Reflect on this. He backed away with a swirl of his shadowy gray robes. His followers darted into the darkness, and Mirror Mask disappeared, leaving Nicci holding the mirror fragment. She kept it, glad that she had come out here late at night. Now she felt more hopeful about the future of Ildikar than she had in many days. Nicci knew she had found allies. Chapter 31. The sleeping city remained silent as she made her way back to the upper levels of the plateau. Ahead, not far from the Grand Villa, Nicci could see the imposing pyramid illuminated with magical torches. At the apex, the silvery apparatus captured the diamond scatter of stars that shone through a thin veil of high clouds. Returning to the villa, Nicci slipped through the archways and into the halls, creeping along. Statues stood in the halls, bizarre sculptures that she was convinced must be petrified victims of a wizard's wrath. After the besieging army was turned to stone, the people of Ildikar would have rejoiced, knowing they were free. Yet over the years, the power that saved them had turned into oppression. When she came upon the statue of the angry old woman, Nicci remembered how helpless she had felt when the adjudicator trapped her in stone, forcing her to relive the moment of her greatest guilt. Nicci had been unable to fight that spell, and she was certain Sovrina Thora or any of the Duma members would be far greater foes. She would have to find a different way to fight them. Perhaps Mirror Mask and his uprising might provide an alternative. When she passed Nathan Rahl's quarters, she saw a glow. The wizard was awake, even in the hours before dawn. She hesitated, considering whether or not to disturb him. Through the gift, he could have sensed her there, but having lost his magic, Nathan was effectively blind. When she knocked, he sounded startled. "I'm resting. I'm not interested." "It's Nicci," she said. She heard a surprised sound, and he swung the door open. "Sorceress, I thought you were one of those high nobles, demanding that I join them in their wild pleasure parties." Nicci raised her eyebrows. And have they bothered you this evening? He turned away, stroking his smooth chin between thumb and forefinger. Not exactly, but I was gathering my courage, just in case I needed to turn them down. I do have principles. Nicci slipped into his chamber, where he had spread out papers on the small writing desk. Glowing lanterns shed warm yellow light over the documents. I'm writing in the life book, recording the things we've seen and learned, he explained. Someday we'll take this volume back to Dahara so we can impress Richard with our adventures. He sank into the chair by the writing desk and gestured for her to sit, and Nicci chose the comfortable corner of his bed, brushing down the fabric of her black dress. Nathan closed the leather-bound book the witchwoman had given him. I have no regrets at being an ambassador, and I have seen much more of the world than I expected to. His thin lips quirked in a smile. During all those centuries in the Palace of the Prophets, I dreamed of having adventures, and I longed to explore lands unknown. I concocted stories and wrote them down. Even now, it surprises me how popular some of my tales became. The Adventures of Bonny Day. But now that I've actually become an adventurer myself, there's a part of me, a small part, but it grows larger every day, that would simply like to go back home. An adventurer makes his own home. Nicci brushed a stray lock of hair out of her eyes, tucking it behind her ear. But I'm not on an adventure. I am on a mission for Lord Rahl. He wanted me to make sure that others follow the principles he gave us, that people can aspire to their own dreams and abide by their responsibilities. She lowered her voice, although she knew full well that Nathan was aware of the fact. I love Richard. I have always loved him in one way or another. More important, I gave him my vow. I must fight to help people, to teach them freedom. We must bring down tyrants wherever we find them, including here. I could not agree more, dear sorceress, Nathan said. And if I weren't so helpless, you and I would be leading a charge to take down the ruling council and free the people of Ildikar. We may still do that, Nicci said. We must find a way to overthrow this city's leadership. Nathan pressed his fist against his breastbone and pushed hard, as if to squeeze out power. If only Andre would make me whole again. He shook his head and glanced down at the life book. Nicci saw that he had opened it to the beginning pages, where Red's words had been scrawled. The wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again. And Nicci knew the additional instructions written there, clearly for her. And the sorceress must save the world. What if the Fleshmancer doesn't restore your wizard's heart, Nathan? Nicci said. There could be another answer here in Ildikar. Perhaps what you need to make yourself whole is to make this city whole. And that's also how you plan to save the world, sorceress? I've looked into the eyes of the Duma members, Nicci said. I've told them about Lord Rahl and his vision, and I saw how their thoughts mock me because he is impossibly far away. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. But I am not far away. I am here, and that is what they should fear. Yes, they had come to this city to assist Nathan, but after talking with Miramask, she was no longer so anxious just to leave. Maybe Ildikar was her mission. When she studied the aloof wizards as they sat superior in their ruling tower, she would not just try to understand them. She would search for weaknesses. Nathan looked saddened and uncertain. Again, sorceress, I would vow to help you, but we are not in a position of strength. Nicci narrowed her eyes. When we are doing the right thing, we are always in a position of strength. The ruling council will fall. She rose from the corner of the bed and paced around his room. Beside the reflecting basin in his wall stood a tiny vase with a sprig of herbs, rosemary from the scent. She glanced at her reflection in the water, then turned back to him. Maybe we shouldn't be so eager to leave here. Maybe the most important thing we can do is to stay and make sure this city changes for the better. As a sorceress, I am confident I could stand against any member of the Duma. Maybe I should challenge them, become one of the rulers of Ildikar. Her lips pressed tight in a hard smile. Overthrow them if they do not cooperate. We could change Ildikar that way. We could, dear sorceress, Nathan said, frowning down at the life book. He flipped the pages and found the end of his handwriting. Indeed we could. Chapter 32. Loaded with its smelly cargo, the Kraken hunter ship rode low in the water. The sails and ropes groaned with exhaustion as the vessel finally came into Grafen Harbor. The sailors whooped, flailing their hands and waving caps long before anyone on shore could see them. The ship's sails were patched and drab, gray canvas, brown canvas, and a startling square of clean white fabric. At the rail, Oliver leaned over and retched one more time, though he had long since emptied the contents of his stomach. The seas were calm, and the Kraken hunter ship swayed with the slow swell of the waves. It wasn't so much seasickness that churned Oliver's guts, but the stench that permeated the ship. Next to him, Peretta stood straight-backed, as if someone had lashed a spar to her spine. Her skin was pale, and her lips were drawn back. As a member, I have preserved every moment of our long ordeal on the voyage from Saramundi, she said, then swallowed. Sometimes that gift is a curse. The Krakeners laughed and jostled one another, pleased to come into port. It's the brothels first for me, said one man with a horse-like face that could only be made attractive with sufficient coins, preferably gold ones. A fine meal and too much drink for me first, said another sailor. Then the brothels. A skinny young man no older than Oliver, but whose hands were scarred from hard living, called out, This is Tanamura, lads. Plenty of dockside hospitality houses serve all three, so you don't have to make a choice. The man with the horse face nodded gravely. And if you find yourself too drunk to move, you can stay overnight in the same place for an extra fee. Captain Jared, the brother of the Saramundi harbor lord, strode out on deck, grinning into the freshening breeze. The prices won't be a matter of concern for any of you. We've got such a good haul of Kraken meat, I'll give you each a 5 silver bonus, and another 2 if you come back for the return voyage. Oliver dry-heaved over the rail one more time, swiped the back of his hand across his lips, and said in a rough voice, Peretta and I won't be coming back, I'm afraid. Didn't expect you to, said the captain. Peretta turned to him with pained formality. We have other business in the Daharan Empire. Thank you for the passage. As the ship lumbered into the harbor, heading toward an open dock, the Krakeners donned gloves, while the younger sailors were ordered down into the hold to attach ropes. They also brought cleavers and saws, so they could chop up the slimy, sucker-studded tentacles into easily distributed slices. Fresh Kraken meat is a delicacy for many in Tanamura, Jared said. When salted or pickled, it can be sold all the way up into the Midlands. There's a specialty shop in Idendrill that buys barrels of the stuff. Oliver swallowed hard. It must be an acquired taste. After they had killed the first of the tentacled behemoths, the sailors had feasted on fresh Kraken meat, boiling it in a huge iron pot on the mid-decks. Oliver thought the meat tasted foul, rubbery, stringy, fishy, and oily all at once. They had dumped blobs of offal from the discarded head sack in the wake of their ship, and moments later sharks swarmed in to feast on the remains. Oliver realized that what he had believed to be a fine, shiny varnish on the deckboards was actually layers and layers of hardened slime from previous hunts. Though the passage had been free, thanks to Harbor Lord Otto, the Kraken hunter ship had not sailed a direct course, but wandered the oceans for 2 weeks in search of prey. Captain Jared stood next to his 2 passengers. He was a tall man, with thick muscles and disproportionately wide-set legs that gave him better balance in stormy seas. Now, as the ship headed toward the docks, and all the men worked together like a well-oiled machine, or perhaps well-greased, thanks to the residue from the slaughtered Krakens, the captain watched the approach. So, which will it be for you, then?
he said to Oliver, humor in the back of his voice. A brothel? A meal? Or too much to drink? A bath sounds best to me, Oliver said shyly. He didn't know that he could ever get the fishy stink off of him. He knew he would need to find fresh clothes. I might suggest most of your crew do the same. For me, it'll be a soft bed, Peretta said. Oliver remembered the nauseating sway and lurch as he had tried to doze off on a rope hammock below decks. And me as well. Ah, a soft bed, a warm bed, a large bed. Captain Jared nudged Oliver and Peretta. If you two are together, there's no need for a brothel, is there? Ha ha. Peretta sniffed, while Oliver blushed bright. We are fellow scholars and travelers on an important mission. Of course you are, but one doesn't preclude the other, does it? Then the captain strolled off before they could reply, shouting orders to his men as the low-riding ship drifted to the pier. Harbor workers rushed out to catch the thrown ropes and tie up the creaking, patched vessel. Merchants were already gathering by the time the sailors threw down the rickety gangplank. Oliver and Peretta could not get off the ship quickly enough. It wasn't until they were on solid ground again, and searching for representatives of the Daharan Empire, that Oliver realized they had instinctively taken each other's hands while disembarking. No records have survived in the Palace of the Prophets, Verna said, looking at the concerned expressions on her fellow sisters who had gathered around her and Amber. Nothing whatsoever, not so much as a spell to cure a persistent cough, or an accounting ledger of the palace's last order of cheese. She shook her head, but removed the glazed clay toad figurine. We found only this dear little thing, and it was just an accident. Sister Rhoda grinned. I think that belonged to Sister Armina, a keepsake from her hometown. The other sisters stirred. Is it tainted? Armina was one of the Sisters of the Dark. Verna held it in her palm, looked at the comical eyes of the toad staring back up at her. I sense no magic here, nothing special. I believe she just found it humorous, said Sister Rhoda. A little trinket. Verna could not imagine the grim and businesslike Armina finding anything humorous. She returned the figurine to a pocket of her dress. We could go back and excavate the ruins for years if we wish, but there will be little purpose in it. Even the catacombs below were vaporized. The protection web must have been woven all the way down to bedrock, said young Novice Amber. Lord Rahl's anger must have been quite thorough when he destroyed it. Her voice sounded so musical, so bright. She seemed just a little girl. Verna nodded. Yes. Richard's anger is often quite thorough, and it has saved the world. So we should celebrate, said Sister Eldine, a woman centuries old, but who looked no more than 40 because of the preservation spell that had permeated the Palace of the Prophets. Yes, we should rejoice, Verna said, but the tone of her words said the opposite. She still felt adrift because of all the changes in the world. The Imperial Order had been defeated, as had the bloodthirsty armies of the resurrected Sulikan, but Prelate Verna didn't know what to do. She had hoped to discover a treasure trove of documents locked in secret chambers deep beneath the wreckage of the palace, but that hope had been dashed. She and these sisters were here in Tanamura, housed in a large new garrison built by General Zimmer and his soldiers. All the women agreed that they should move out of the barracks so that the soldiers who arrived every day need not be so crowded. Zimmer had not encouraged them to leave, but Verna could feel the need. Other Sisters of the Light were scattered around the Daharan Empire, many in Eidendril, and some had even ventured to Westland, the original home of Richard Rahl, where he had worked as a skilled woods guide. These 10 women were the core of the remaining sisters, the ones who clung to their teachings and looked to the prelate for guidance. They were busy with morning chores when a sharp knock came on the front door of their barracks. Young Captain Norcross stood on the plank porch, grinning. Travelers just arrived, prelate. They come from far south in the old world, bringing interesting news. You will definitely want to hear what they have to say. Travelers? Verna asked. From one of the coastal cities? Much farther than that, Norcross said with a shy smile for his sister Amber. They have word of the wizard Nathan and the sorceress Nicci. Verna hurried to the door as the other sisters joined her. Has General Zimmer been informed? Norcross nodded with enough vigor to rattle his brain loose. I can take you to his offices right away. Wait here, she told the other sisters. Let me talk with him first. She could never be sure of anything where Nicci and Nathan were concerned. In the general's office, the fresh wood of the new construction smelled sweet and resinous, in stark contrast to the strong fishy odor that clung to the two young visitors. When she entered the room, Zimmer rose to his feet behind his desk. Prelate, I'm glad you're here. These two have much to report. The visitors were both thin and dressed in frayed clothes as if they had been on a very long journey. Neither of the travelers looked older than novice Amber. We've come a long way, said the young man, squinting and blinking. His hair looked tousled, and he needed a shave, although the fine corn silk did little to cover his cheeks. Nicci and Nathan charged us with a mission, to deliver a full report to Lord Rahl. Is he here in Tanamura? I'm afraid not, Zimmer said. He is at least a 2-week ride far to the north in the People's Palace. But he leads a vast empire, so he could well be in the Midlands or Westland or down in Anderith. The general shrugged. It might take a very long time to find him. The two young messengers slumped in their chairs, overwhelmed by the task before them. We have been traveling so long, and we just want to go home, said the girl, whose hair was a mop of dark ringlets. Zimmer brushed a fleck of sawdust from his sleeve. He looked to Verna. Oliver and Peretta brought many documents describing the work that Nicci and Nathan have done since leaving Tanamura. They've created quite an epic story. I'm not surprised, Verna said. I expect that Nicci intends to single-handedly bring freedom and peace to the old world. Yes, Oliver said, blinking quickly. I believe she does. She's made great strides already. And Nathan, one never knows what trouble he might cause, even though he means well. In a rush, taking turns, the two summarized what Nicci and Nathan had done out in the Scar, destroying first the life drinker, and then the wild and uncontrolled life force of Victoria. She saved Cliffwall, said Peretta. The whole archive of knowledge there, and all the people. She saved the entire world, Oliver said. Life's mistress would have overwhelmed the land from the sea to the mountains. Verna's interest was piqued. Great archive? What is Cliffwall? Fascinated, she listened as the two travelers explained about the ancient library hidden in the narrow canyons, preserved since the Great Wizard Wars. Nicci warned us not to attempt any spells or dabble with magic. It is obviously dangerous, Oliver said, sounding cowed. So our scholars are simply cataloging. They have a lot to do. They are the caretakers of knowledge, but they dare not attempt to use it. Peretta scratched her dark ringlets. It is risky. Indeed it is. I'm glad you realize that. Verna's brow furrowed. For thousands of years, the Sisters of the Light have been the teachers of the most powerful magic. I wish we had you in Cliffwall, Oliver said with a sigh. We really needed someone knowledgeable to guide us. Verna's pulse raced, and she turned to Zimmer. General, if that archive is as extensive as they say, not only would it be a powerful resource, but it would be a dangerous weapon should it fall into enemy hands. She pressed her lips together. Perhaps we need to protect it. Help the scholars study the lore? General Zimmer sat back down behind his desk, narrowing his eyes as he considered the possibilities. You have a good point, Prelate. I was sent here to build a garrison. But Tanamura is at peace, and everyone serves Lord Rahl. Thousands more soldiers will be sent here as peacekeepers, and from here we will dispatch them south to other cities. Part of my mission is to establish beachheads throughout the unexplored Old World.
It's not unexplored, Peretta said. Oliver and I know the way.
I made careful notes, the young man agreed.
And she remembers everything.
No one would be better suited to studying all that ancient lore than the Sisters of the Light, Verna pointed out. And you and your army are particularly suited to protect it, so that the archive doesn't fall into the wrong hands. General Zimmer gave a slow nod. It may be wise to take a few hundred soldiers. We could leave the garrison in good hands here, so I've got nothing to worry about. Reinforcements will soon come from the north, and according to plan, they will be dispatched to Larrikin Shores, Karamis, Siramundi, and other cities that no one from Dahara has yet visited. He flexed his large hands, then laced his fingers together as he leaned forward across the desk. For now, we could mount an expeditionary force to Cliffwall, maybe establish other outposts along the way. It would be well within my mission to take these two back home.
Peretta placed her hands on her knees, adjusting the folds of her worn skirt. But we have to find Lord Rahl. Nicci said we need to deliver this report to him. She said it was very important.
Leave that to me, young lady, said Zimmer. I'll send my best riders north to the People's Palace at full speed to deliver these documents directly to Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor.
He glanced to the two young travelers.
We would be much obliged if you'd let us escort you back to Cliffwall, provided you can lead the way.
The messages will be delivered? Oliver asked, wanting to be sure.
You promise? On your honor? Of course. I am a man of my word.
And we get to go home, Peretta said.
Verna rubbed her cheek and realized she was smiling. We will make sure your archive is in good hands.
Chapter 33. The morning after the unpleasant banquet with the Norakai, Amos and his companions donned traveling clothes similar to those they had worn when Bannon first met them out in the foothills. They carried their iron-tipped clubs and looked ready to cause some damage. Amos held an extra club in his left hand, which he tossed to Bannon.
Come with us. We'd better stretch our legs, walk in the open air before it's too late.
Bannon caught the heavy club.
What do you mean, before it's too late?
Now that the Norakai have delivered fresh slaves, my parents will work the blood magic in a few days, Amos said. They'll bring up the Shroud, at least a temporary one.
Then we'll be trapped inside again,
Jed fidgeted, tossing the rod from one hand to the other. Brock raised his club.
Last chance to smash statue soldiers for a while.
Bannon was surprised they wanted him to join them. Amos strode out into the streets, expecting the young man to follow. You might not be gifted, but you can swing a club, right? Bannon held the rod uncertainly.
Yes, I can wield one of these, and I can use my sword, too.
The three young men laughed at his lackluster blade. But I would rather go to the training pits. You promised to help me get Ian released. Won't you come with me? A word from the son of the Sovrina and the wizard commander might be all we need. Amos puffed up his chest. You're probably right, but it's really up to my parents. I already mentioned it to them, and I'll talk with them later. Don't worry. Feeling a spark of hope, perhaps a foolish hope, Bannon hurried after the three young men, holding on to the club, but more reassured by the sword at his side. Amos and his friends talked among themselves, making rude comments about slaves they passed. Their mocking comments embarrassed Bannon as they compared breast sizes of slave women and debated whether or not it was possible for a lowly servant to have perfect breasts. Amos pressed the issue, stopping a mousy young woman who carried a jug of water from one of the fountains. They forced her to put the jug down, and Amos commanded her to open her shift so they could all look at her chest. Horrified, she refused, fumbling her words. Bannon touched the hilt of sturdy. You shouldn't treat people like that. It's a slave, Amos retorted. Impatient, he grabbed the tan fabric of her shift and pulled hard, ripping the garment apart so that she stood exposed and ashamed, but too terrified to run. See? I told you, Amos said. jabbing at a rash on her left breast. Not perfect. Keeper's crotch, you're right, Jed said, and Brock chortled, though he let his gaze linger on the curve of her breasts and the otherwise perfect shape of her nipples. Without another word, Amos flounced off toward the city's lower levels and the outer wall. Bannon gave the slave girl an apologetic look. I'm sorry. But she wouldn't meet his gaze as she gathered the tatters of her clothing and tried to hold her shift together. She picked up the water jug and hurried away. They met High Captain Avery patrolling the streets, and Amos raised his iron-tipped staff in a mock salute. We'll be out with the stone soldiers, continuing the fight for Ildikar. With a smirk, he added, Be sure to guard my mother carefully while we're gone. Bannon saw Avery's expression tighten as the young men sauntered away. Reaching the wall, Bannon followed them through the gate and out onto the remnants of the road that had once led trading caravans to Ildikar. Grasses and tall weeds grew between the paving stones. The ruins of old buildings dotted the plain. Stone foundations, collapsed walls, the last shadows of outlying villages nearly vanished to history. Once the Shroud goes up again, it might be 10 or 15 years in normal time before we can come outside again, Amos said. 10 or 15 years? Bannon cried. Because of the Shroud's powerful magic, time moves differently around Ildikar. Even with the Shroud down, there are some distortions. It's not clear how many weeks or months or centuries have passed beyond our city, but we don't care, Amos said. This is our world. He couldn't believe what he had heard. But so many years? That's half of my life, or more. Amos strolled along, swinging his iron club to smash a large thistle that stood in his way. You may only have seen 20 years, Bannon Farmer, but we've had centuries of youth, and we are not done with it yet. Bannon was baffled. Centuries? But I thought you were my age. They all laughed at him. You have very little in common with us, said Brock. Soon enough they reached the front ranks of General Utros's statue soldiers, the petrified warriors in their intricately tooled armor, thick breastplates, short swords, battle axes, and shields. Jed called attention to a young man who had removed his helmet and held it in one gauntleted hand. His hair was short and bristly, except for a short ponytail at the base of his neck. His frozen expression was twisted in anger. His lips curled back to expose teeth. His eyes narrowed as he delivered a snarl in the direction of Ildikar. My, doesn't this one look defiant? Jed swung his iron-tipped club so hard he chipped off the statue's ear. Laughing, Amos and Brock took turns hammering the defiant soldier's waist, smashing away his plaited skirt until they had turned the man's crotch into a pulp of gray powder. Get yourself some exercise, Bannon, Amos said. What are you waiting for? We're out here to have fun. Bannon looked at the thousands of stone warriors across the plain and up into the foothills. This must have been a fearsome army, intent on destruction. But now they were merely statues, long dead, and his companions insisted on his participation. So Bannon let his anger loose. Imagining the Norakai raiders who had seized Ian, he battered the head of one stone soldier, picturing a scarred mouth and tattooed scales. After 7 blows, he had destroyed the statue warrior's head. Amos, Jed, and Brock cheered him on. Next, he thought of how his father had whipped him, how he had killed the kittens, how he had beaten his mother to death. Bannon swung the club again, finding a surrogate target to pay for that despicable man's crimes. Soon all 4 were whirling their clubs, destroying one petrified soldier after another. The sounds of iron ringing against stone accompanied their shouts and cheers across the otherwise silent plain. There were so many targets to choose from that Bannon did not need to be selective. The petrified enemy ranks seemed endless. He was panting hard, his long ginger hair dripping with sweat. His arms ached, and his wrists were numb from so many blows against unyielding stone. He gasped for breath, not happy, but at least purged. He had extinguished some of his anger, though he wished he could be hurting a worthy enemy rather than old statues. Off to his left, far from where the other 3 were attacking motionless enemies, Bannon heard an unexpected sound. A groan,
and then confused words. A male voice that slowly built to a wail. Bannon looked around, seeing only statue after statue. So many warriors from 15 centuries ago. Then he spotted movement. One figure from the standing stone ranks shifted. The legs moved. The arms raised up. The moan grew louder. Bannon gripped his iron-tipped club in his left hand, while his right strayed to the sword at his side. The statue warrior shifted and moved, then collapsed to his knees. "Oh, what has happened? Oh!" The sound was so plaintive, so desperate that Bannon couldn't stop himself from venturing forward. The ancient warrior had some color in his face, though the flesh tone remained gray and pasty, as if dusted with flour. His armor had been restored to brass and leather. The flame symbol on his shield was bright red. "Oh!" Bannon paused 10 strides away, and his heart beat faster. The strange warrior looked at him through his helmet. They stared at each other, speechless. "You're awake," Bannon finally said. "The spell must have worn off." He looked around in alarm at the countless statue warriors, afraid they might all lurch into motion. But everything else remained still on the plain. The rest of General Utros's warriors were white marble. The confused ancient soldier pulled off his helmet, and Bannon saw a young man no more than 25, a fighter from the days of Emperor Kurgan. The irises of his eyes were gray, but they faded into the whites, as if he was not yet entirely restored from the stone. His short dark hair seemed stiff. He flexed his arms, slowly. "What happened?" His voice had a strange accent, and he looked around at all the statues of his former comrades. "My army, my liege." Bannon came closer as the wakened warrior hunched his shoulders and shook his head, utterly miserable. "What happened?" "It was a spell from a long, long time ago," Bannon said. "Your army came here during a war that's been over for 15 centuries. The warrior removed his gauntlets and bent his fingers, reminding Bannon of a blacksmith bending a strip of iron that wasn't heated enough to be worked. His forearms were also chalky, partially stone. "My name is Bannon Farmer. I'm a traveler too, visiting Ildikar." The warrior's expression tightened. "Ildikar? We are here to conquer Ildikar for Ironfang. General Utros says we must do it because the Emperor commands it." He heaved a deep breath, which whistled through his mouth and nose. His chest crackled, as if his lungs were still full of stone dust. "I am Ulrich, 10th rank foot soldier, and I give my life for Emperor Kurgan." "Emperor Kurgan is just dust, I'm afraid," Bannon said. With a groan, Ulrich stood straighter. Bannon didn't know what to do, but he realized that Nathan would surely want to talk to this man, as would the wizards of Ildikar. "The war is long over. There's no need for you to fight. We can take you back to the city." Amos shouted, "What are you doing over there, Bannon?" Bannon waved. "One of the soldiers woke up. The spell faded for some reason." The 3 young Ildikarans hurried over. "The spell faded? Caper's crotch! How did that happen?" Ulrich raised his arms as if still struggling to believe he was really awake. "I can barely move. Please help me." "We should take him back to the city." Bannon felt sorry for the ancient soldier. He may need medical care, and the historians will want to talk with him. Won't the wizard commander need to understand why the spell wore off? "We'll bring him to the city," Amos said, gesturing. "Come, join us." Bereft and confused, the ancient warrior lumbered after them. "What about my family? My comrades?" "They're all gone," Amos said. "Be thankful that you're awake." "I don't understand," Ulrich said. Bannon reassured him. "We'll figure it out once we get inside Ildikar. We'll find you some food." Perplexed, Ulrich touched his abdomen. "Not hungry. Still feels like stone." They moved at a brisk pace, weaving through the ranks of the statue army back toward the city's towering defensive walls. Ulrich looked at the petrified figures, muttering in despair. "Help me get home." "I doubt your home exists any longer," Bannon said. A lot has changed over the centuries. Nearing the wall, Amos, Jed, and Brock began to shout, waving their iron-tipped clubs. "Ho! Ildikar! We have an emergency! Ildikar!" By the time they reached the gate, soldiers had gathered for an attack, but they saw only the 4 young men and their unexpected companion in the antique armor of the long-defeated troops. Bannon followed Ulrich closely. High Captain Avery arrived at the tall gate, looking at them with a suspicious expression. He adjusted the red pauldron on his shoulder, placed a hand on the hilt of his short sword. Ulrich staggered forward, overwhelmed to be so close to the immense city he had tried to conquer long ago. Bannon said, "High Captain Avery, this is an awakened warrior from the army of Emperor Kurgan." Amos pushed forward. "He is an enemy of Ildikar. Seize him and throw him into the dungeons before he can cause any harm." Ulrich whirled, confused and betrayed. Bannon was taken aback. "Wait! We were going to get him help." Amos sneered. "Don't be a fool. This man wanted to conquer Ildikar." He smiled. "Finally, we can bring one of them to justice. Every person in the city will want to see it done." Ulrich looked betrayed, and Bannon realized that he had been tricked as well. Chapter 34. In the ruling tower, Nicci turned at the shouts and commotion. The Duma members rose in alarm from their benches, and even Maxim stood, curious, while Thora remained ensconced in her chair, as if it would take more than an ordinary crisis to make her stir from her place. High Captain Avery marched in with a leather and steel rustle of his personal armor. 6 city guards escorted a dangerous-looking warrior whose entire body seemed bleached, his armor and skin coated with a whitish film. His dark, close-cropped hair seemed dusted with white powder. The prisoner moved sluggishly, staggering under the burden of heavy chains draped over his shoulders and encircling his chest. Avery stared ahead, his expression grim. Nicci could tell he was afraid. Sovrina Thora finally rose to her feet. "What is this?" Recognizing the stylized flame symbol on the prisoner's breastplate, Nicci guessed what had happened even before the wizards did. Avery marched up to the dais. "Sovrina, wizard commander, one of the petrified warriors awakened. Your son and his friends were among the ranks of stone soldiers when this one came alive again." The strange warrior spoke in a deep, heavily accented voice. "My name is Ulrich." He struggled with the chains. "What have you done to my comrades? What did you do to me?" Maxim's normally cocky expression changed to one of alarm. His face turned nearly as pale as the ancient soldier's. "The spell wore off? How is that possible?" Thora snapped. "What did Amos do? Did our son cause this?" "It seems to have occurred spontaneously, Sovrina," said Avery. "The young men brought him to the city gates, where he was seized." "Wisely," Ivan said. Fleshmancer Andre did not try to control his curiosity, scuttling across the blue-tiled floor. The city guards crowded around the warrior in his antique armor, tense and wary, but Andre showed no hesitation. He poked and prodded the armor, then the man's exposed cheek. Ulrich grimaced, thrashed his head, and snapped his teeth as if trying to bite off the Fleshmancer's fingers, but Andre was nimble and snatched them away. "Skin is stiff and hard, still partially faded." He looked up. "Good news, Wizard Commander. Your spell is only partially faded, "Good news, indeed." Maxim did not sound the least bit pleased. "Let's hope it doesn't happen again." Quentin tapped his fingers on the table, accusing Avery. "You bring a fully armed enemy into the Duma chamber, Captain? Why didn't you strip him bare?" "We could not remove his armor," Avery said. "We took away his shield, helmet, and sword, but other parts are still fused to his skin." "His skin is still partly stone as well." Andre rapped his knuckles against Ulrich's bare arm above the spiked band that wrapped his biceps. "Very interesting. It would make him a very tough enemy to kill." Ulrich flinched, then glared at him, but the Fleshmancer did not seem to notice. Chief Handler Ivan slammed a meaty fist against the stone tabletop in front of him. "He is an enemy of Ildikar. This man intended to overthrow our city, rape our women, torture our children." Damon glanced at the Sovrina with a disrespectful sneer. "I always thought your son and his friends were foolish to go out and vandalize the statues. Now I think I understand. Perhaps we should have them do more of it. Send out entire crews to smash the stone warriors." "Waste of time," Quentin muttered. "There are hundreds of thousands." Still angry, Ivan rose to his feet, his arms bent to show off the bulging muscles beneath his panther hide jerkin. "Turning that army to stone granted us an unprecedented victory, but it failed to give us a modicum of justice. Now we have one of the enemy in our hands." He looked around the chamber, scowling at the confused ancient warrior, who was barely able to stand with the weight of shackles. "Let's throw this one into the combat arena and make him fight. All of Ildikar can watch him be torn to shreds." Nicci spoke up, and they turned to look at her, surprised at the interruption. "Interrogate him first. Find out what he knows of General Utros's plans. This is an unprecedented opportunity. For history, as well as for the city's defense," Nathan said. "Another waste of time," Quentin said. "How could his knowledge possibly be relevant after so many centuries? Emperor Kurgan is long dead. The army is stone." "Besides, he is just a foot soldier," Damon added. "He would know nothing." From her own experience, Nicci knew that foot soldiers often understood many details that others didn't realize. This ancient soldier would have kept one of Jagang's interrogators busy for months, and the questioning would not have been quiet or peaceful. Not only did they need to understand why the spell had dissipated, but she imagined all the intelligence even this mere foot soldier could provide. To discard him seemed a waste of resources to her. "Ildikar is a peaceful city," Maxim said. "We know little of torture and interrogation techniques." He sniffed. "Better that we use him for something else. Like the arena." Ulrich stood in his chains, filled with confusion, his face a knot of anger. "I will fight whatever you throw against me. I will fight all of you in the name of Iron Fang." "At least it would be something, Andre said. "I agree with the suggestion. If the petrification spell is faltering, then we may be in great trouble," Maxim muttered, troubled. He tapped the left corner of his lip as if it helped him think. "We have to eliminate this anomaly and make sure the weakness doesn't spread." He nodded at the Sovrina. "Yes, I agree. Send him into the combat arena for another great exhibition. Chief Handler, do you have something interesting to throw against him?" "I always do." Ivan narrowed his hooded eyes as if the wheels of his mind were turning. Thora agreed. "Summon the citizens. We will give them a spectacle unlike any they have seen before." The hot sun shimmered on the sand of the combat arena. The merchants, tradesmen, gardeners, tailors, and craftsmen dropped their daily work, closed up shops and smithies, and hurried to see the fight. General Utros had nearly destroyed their city centuries ago, and that ancient army was more hated than any other. Now that one of the stone warriors had broken free of the petrification spell, they would have a chance to see justice served. They wanted to watch that enemy soldier defeated, slaughtered. Deadly combat had been part of Ildikaran culture for as long as the city had existed, and the people seemed to enjoy it as a release of their increasing frustrations and anger. Now that Nicci witnessed the tensions brewing among the populace, she wondered if this was the Duma's calculated plan to direct unrest toward a specific target and distract them. Nathan followed her into the noble's observation tower as the crowds gathered with a drone of voices and jostle of bodies. Splashes of colorful fabric and furs among the wealthier patrons stood in contrast to the drab brown garments in the lower seats, clearly delineating the classes of spectators. Through the grace of Maxim, Nicci had been invited to sit on one of the high platforms again. On the other side of the stand, Thora was closely attended by Avery, although not because she needed his protection. Nathan continued his conversation with Andre, but the Fleshmancer seemed preoccupied by this unusual reanimated warrior, no longer thinking about restoring the wizard's gift. "We will work on it, my dear Nathan. There's no hurry, The burly Norikai slavers also came to watch the bloody combat. Kor and his muscular, scarred companions jostled for seats in the lower levels, shoving spectators aside and claiming benches down at the edge of the arena among the lesser workers and unwashed slaves. Sovrina Thora had invited the Norikai to sit among the nobles in the high observation seats, but Kor spurned the offer. "I want to see the sweat, smell the blood, and hear every grunt of pain. We might learn something we can bring back to King Grieve. This is the sort of amusement he might like." Deeply disturbed, Bannon worked his way up to join Nicci and Nathan. "Sweet Sea Mother, it's shameful," he said in a low voice. "When Ulrich awakened, he was lost and confused, and he asked me for help. Amos lured him to the city walls with promises, but as soon as we brought him through the gate, the guards seized him. He's going to be killed." "He is their mortal enemy," Nicci pointed out. "A warrior from the army that tried to destroy Ildikar." "That was 15 centuries ago," Bannon said. "He's no threat anymore." "Maybe not a threat, my boy," Nathan said, his lips turned down in a frown. "But for millennia, the people in this city have been seething over Emperor Kurgan's plans to rule the world. They have seen that army of 500,000 warriors turn to statues. This is their first opportunity for revenge." "It's still not right," Bannon muttered. "No, it is not," Nicci agreed. "There is much about Ildikar that isn't right." Men in sleeveless tunics hammered on gongs with a crashing metallic clamor that drove the spectators into silence. From the top of his high stand, the announcer cried out in a booming voice, amplified by magic. "Today, Ildikar will witness an execution, and not an easy one." The crowd muttered until the speaker drowned them out again. "An enemy from the past shall receive the punishment he deserves, the punishment they all deserve. He will die in our combat arena." The crowd began to cheer, hiss, and boo, venting their emotions, ratcheting up their hatred. Wizard Commander Maxim seemed entertained, while Sovrina Thora was pleased to channel the citizens' anger in an appropriate direction. When the spectators in the lower benches rose up for a better view, the people behind them also had to stand, triggering a ripple of motion throughout the crowd. The Norikai down at the lowest level leaned forward. When one man stood up and got in Dar's way, the raider knocked him off the edge. The man tumbled down into the pit and scrambled back to his feet on the sand. In panic, he gaped at the opening gate and jumped, clawing for the rim, which remained well out of reach. His friends reached down to grab him, hauling him up and out of the way before the ancient warrior emerged. The cheering shifted to grumbles as the reawakened warrior marched onto the combat sands. Ulrich moved sluggishly in his antique lapped armor, which was still dusted with gray from stone that had not yet been restored. He held his curved sword, which had been returned to him for the fight. He strode into the arena, moving uncertainly. He looked up at the crowds, still disoriented. Their mutters turned into a chorus of angry threats. Ulrich stepped to the middle of the sands and turned to stare at the high platform where the wizards sat. He bellowed, "What do you want of me?" "We want you to die, you fool," said Maxim, and then giggled. Elsa sat next to Nathan, primly holding her hands on her purple skirts. He said to her, "Where is Chief Handler Ivan? I would have thought he'd want to watch the combat." "He is down in the arena," she said, "where he can manage the beasts." Remembering the combat bear, Nicci felt a chill. "What beasts?" Down on the sands, Ulrich turned as a second gate opened. Nicci stiffened as she saw 3 tawny and muscular felines. The troca of sand panthers bounded out onto the fighting field, looking much like Mura, their hides branded with spell symbols to make them impervious to magical attacks. The panthers moved forward in a coordinated unit, tails thrashing, lips curled back to expose saber-like fangs. Ulrich planted his booted feet apart and held his curved sword, ready to face the feline attackers. The crowd cheered, energized and titillated. Nicci watched the troca split apart. One sand panther approached the target directly, while the other two cats spread out to each side, assessing their enemy, studying his reactions. Ulrich turned slowly, trying to watch all of them. The flanking panthers circled, then switched sides, while the ancient warrior rotated to protect his back, then swung back to face the closest panther. "Dear spirits, I know Murrah, but I've never seen a troca work together," Nathan said. "Is that what attacked you and poor Thistle in the canyons?" "Yes," Bannon said. "We fought them. We had to." "We killed Murrah's sister panthers, but I healed her," Nicci said. "Her troca must have escaped from the animal pits here." "Just like the combat bear," Bannon said. "Perhaps the animals were intentionally let loose." Nicci thought about Miramask and his rebels, how they meant to instill chaos, how they had also freed other slaves and sent them fleeing into the countryside. Down in the arena, the foremost panther sprang ahead in a frontal attack on the ancient warrior. Ulrich brought up his sword and slashed, but the cat dodged and received only a scratch. A red stripe of blood stood out on her ribs, not a deep wound. The attack had just been a feint. The impact of a second panther struck Ulrich from the side and sent him reeling. The cat lunged in, raking claws down the warrior's biceps. In a normal human, such an attack might have ripped his arm off, but the claws left only white gouges in the grayish skin, which quickly hardened over. The crowd muttered and gasped. Nathan leaned forward, fascinated. "He's still part stone." Bannon said, "I think he's only half recovered from the spell." Even Ulrich seemed surprised at his invulnerability, looking at the wound. With greater anger, he raised his curved sword and brought the pommel down hard on the sand panther's flat skull. The crack of the blow resounded throughout the arena. The people cheered, as if they didn't really know which outcome they preferred. The third panther pounced from behind, slamming into Ulrich and driving him face down in the sand. The cat tried to claw his back, raking white gouges down the armor, which should have been shredded. The second panther bit down on Ulrich's wrist, dragging his sword arm, but the ancient warrior pummeled the cat with a stone-hard fist. The injured cat limped away, obviously wounded. Ulrich heaved himself to his feet again as the other two panthers closed in, but now they were wary. One of the cats lunged, and the warrior slashed viciously with the short sword, leaving a gash in the tawny fur. Ulrich was damaged, too, his armor broken in places, white gouges marking his neck, his arms. But he fought as if he considered himself invincible. The battered sand panthers circled out of his reach. "Such a warrior seems hard to kill," Nathan observed. "Imagine hundreds of thousands of them." The crowd grumbled when the cautious panthers refused to press the attack. The troca circled, made tentative advances, then backed off. Nicci felt sorry for the cats, knowing they had been manipulated by the chief handler to become killing animals. The sister panthers were united, but confused by this unusual opponent. Finally, another figure strode through the barred gate from which the panthers had emerged, a burly man who wore no armor. Chief Handler Ivan. He walked forward as if he had a hurricane in his veins. For a weapon, he carried an enormous war hammer with a thick shaft and a head a foot wide, weighted with stones and capped with iron on each end. Ivan moved without hurry, letting the huge mallet swing like a pendulum at his side. Ulrich turned to his new opponent. The wounded panthers kept circling, but the ancient warrior ignored them, knowing they had been injured physically, defeated psychologically. Ivan let out an animal growl of his own. Without speaking a word, he began to sprint, taking heavy strides, using the giant mallet for momentum. Ulrich raised his curved sword, cocked back his claw-marked arm, but the blade was laughably small. When Ivan swung the giant mallet, the impact struck the hilt of the sword and broke off the ancient warrior's entire forearm at the wrist. Ulrich staggered backward and looked down at his stump. which looked like broken rock that oozed thick strands of red. He roared a hollow, incomprehensible challenge to the chief handler, but Ivan was impatient, not wanting to continue the sport. As the big man ran forward, he drew back the mallet, and when it reached the extent of its swing behind him, he put all of his strength into the weighted warhammer. He lifted it up in a smooth, arcing motion, timed perfectly, so that his last footfalls brought him right up to Ulrich. The massive mallet crashed full into the ancient warrior's chest, and it was as if a mountain had struck him. The mallet shattered Ulrich, broke his torso, splintered his ribs like kindling, plowed through what would have been his heart. He collapsed, a mixture of gore and stone, the rubble of what had been a living being. The audience cheered, but Nicci detected an uneasy undertone in their cries. Ivan did not revel in the adulation of the crowd. He stood with the mallet over the destroyed warrior. Then he raised the huge weapon over his head and brought it down again, obliterating the gray, hardened face of Ulrich into the sand of the arena. The spellbonded panthers were pacing, obviously in pain from their wounds. The chief handler turned from his victim, stretched a hand toward the troika, and released his gift. He manipulated the big cats, nudged them, forced them. All three snarled and resisted, fighting back. One even made a tentative lunge toward Ivan, but the chief handler grimaced with additional effort, twisted his fingers, and released a burst of magic. The rebellious sand panther seemed hobbled, forced away. Ivan drove the three animals back through the barred gate and into the pits beneath the arena. "Quite an exciting combat, hmm?" Andre sounded delighted. He looked to Elsa, Damon, Quentin. "Too bad Wren couldn't be here to see it," Elsa said. "He'd better hurry and get back in time," Maxim said. "Otherwise, we may need to find a new Duma member." He didn't seem dismayed by the prospect. Bannon hunched in his seat, wrestling with grief and anger. Ulrich just wanted help. We don't know why he woke up, why the spell wore off. Nicci looked around the arena, watched the citizens shift and jostle as they departed from the stands. She said in an ominous voice, "And that warrior was only one of many thousands." Chapter 35. Nicci stood at the ruling tower's wide observation windows, peering out at the precipitous drop, which plunged down to the clustered buildings and tangled alleys of the city. The breezes that wandered into the open chamber were cool and crisp. She stood with her back to the gathered Duma members, uninterested in their droning irrelevant nonsense. The muscles in her back twitched and rippled as if some ghostly hand had brushed her. Nicci's blonde hair hung to her shoulders, and her intense blue eyes stared out at Ildikar, focused on what she knew rather than what she saw. The city had not settled down since the previous day's combat exhibition. Sovrina Thora sat on her high throne like an ice queen. Behind her, a pair of silent slaves erected a set of empty songbird cages, while others carried silken nets that held small, struggling captives. The hunters delicately extricated the birds one by one, placing the larks inside the golden cages. They twittered and cheeped in terror, but Thora sat back in her chair with a cool smile. "It is good to be surrounded by music again, although the others were delicious." "Crunchy bones," said the Norkai captain, who wandered about the Duma chamber, looking for something to amuse himself. Kor and his comrades had marched into the ruling tower uninvited. Taking any available seats, the Norkai looked bored. Dar announced he had secured a shipment of wine casks and dried Ildikaran fruits, but he still intended to get some freshly butchered yakson. "Easier cargo than walking meat," he said. The captain grumbled, scratching the implanted shark's tooth on the side of his shaved skull. "But just as expensive." "And yet you keep coming back to Ildikar whenever our shroud is down," Maxim said. "You seem very curious about our city." "King Grieve is curious, and so we come back," Kor said. "But I would rather be home, on our islands." Nicci turned from the wide windows. Every time she thought about the Norkai, she wanted to unleash her gift and incinerate these abhorrent beings. She also wanted to take down the preoccupied and heartless council members and free the people, as Miramask intended. But she had to find a way that would not be a futile gesture. Nicci was confident she would come up with an approach that would free Ildikar. Bannon was off again with his friends, but Nathan joined the group in the ruling chamber for the opportunity to talk with Andre. Fleshmancer, as there are no crucial items on the agenda, couldn't we perhaps go back to your studio? Keep working to restore my gift? Andre brushed him aside as if he were a persistent fly. Right now, it's imperative that I study the fragments of the Deadstone Warrior. What if the Wizard Commander's entire spell is fading? We must be concerned. My spell is not fading, Maxim said. Something has changed in the underpinnings of the world. Nicci stepped away from the window. We told you that already. Lord Rahl caused the star shift and sealed the underworld for all time. You can see the difference in the night sky. Thank you for your information, Thora said, her words as sharp as the edges of broken glass. But our solution is obvious. Nathan unconsciously brushed the green silk of his sleeves. I'm afraid it's not obvious to me, Savrina. What solution did you have in mind? We will work our magic from the pyramid. The Norakai have delivered enough slaves to us, so we should raise the Shroud again with all due haste, even if it is just a temporary measure, as before. Then our beloved city will be safe from that great army, even if it should awaken. An army of statues might not be the worst threat you have to worry about, Nicci said quietly. Elsa and Quentin looked up, surprised. Chief Handler Ivan picked at his fingernails with a stubby dagger. What threat is that? Uninterested in the discussion, Captain Kor said, Just keep your damned shroud down until our ships are away. We plan to stay a few more days. Preparations will take time, Maxim said. You have plenty of opportunity to cause trouble in Ildikar before you sail back downriver. Kors, Lars, Yorick, and Dar chuckled mischievously at the invitation. We'll still go home with plenty of gold, Kor said. And an extra barrel of blood wine for King Grieve, Dar added. Nicci looked at Nathan, knowing that neither of them wanted to be bottled up in Ildikar for years, but they each still had important work to do here. Interrupting the malaise of the meeting, one of the city guards burst into the main council chamber with a clatter of footsteps. There's been another killing. Savrina, it's... He fell silent, sickened. Maxim brushed lint from his black pantaloons. Murder? Is it those vile malcontents again? Tears streamed from the breathless guard's eyes. Savrina, I ran to tell you, but they are just behind me. A procession hurried up the stairs, marched into the open chamber. Uniformed guards carried a body wrapped in cloaks. Patches of blood were already soaking through the silken cloaks that covered the body. The men were somber and shaken. Thora stood tall in front of her throne. Maxim hurried across the blue marble tiles, curious rather than horrified. And what have we here? He pulled one of the cloaks away to reveal a stained red shoulder pauldron. The first guard's face was flushed from exertion and fear. It is High Captain Avery. He was out on night patrol, and we found his body this morning. It was hoisted up in the slave market and left on display. He choked out his words as Thora stepped down from the dais, visibly shaking. He was stabbed repeatedly with mirror shards. Horrified, Thora turned white and removed the silken cloak from the corpse's face. She stared at Avery's handsome features, now marred by gashes and dried blood. His eyes had been gouged out, and long crystalline shards had been thrust into his chest, his throat, his mouth, left there to reflect the pain of his dying. Thora let out a keening wail. No! Her immaculately coiffed hair wafted, and her skin seemed to crackle as her fury summoned the magic within her. Those savages must be eradicated. Grief struck. She backed away. covering her face. Maxim was flippant. "You will find other lovers, my dear." He intercepted the guard procession before they could set the body on the marble floor. He shooed them away. "You will not leave him here, and we will not let his body lie in state as an honored, gifted noble." "But he was the High Captain," said the lead guard. Maxim gave the man a withering frown. "Any guard captain who would let himself be killed by street rabble is worthless." Nicci stepped forward, even though she knew they didn't want to hear her speak up. "This is a sign of dangerous unrest in your city. You should do something about it. Understand why the people would react this way. Let me and my companions help, and maybe we can release the pressure before it's too late. Avery should be the last guard who needs to die." "Avery didn't need to die!" the Sovrina shrieked. Maxim seemed more amused than horrified. "Ildikar has been a fine and stable place for many centuries." Nathan continued to look at the bloody body wrapped in cloaks. "It doesn't appear to be entirely fine and stable." Thora wasn't listening. She shook her head, closed her eyes, and retreated to her raised chair, where she collapsed, weeping. Maxim shot a glance at Chief Handler Ivan. "Feed the body to the arena animals. That way he can at least serve some small purpose, other than as a sexual plaything for the Sovrina." He made a vehement gesture, and the unsettled guards hurried out with their bloody burden. Ivan cracked his knuckles. "An excellent suggestion, Wizard Commander. I can use it for training purposes." As he followed them out, the body left a trail of blood on the polished blue marble floor. The visiting Norikai looked after the murdered guard captain and seemed to find the entire scene amusing. Chapter 36. After watching Ulrich slaughtered in the combat arena, Bannon was angry. As he sat in the gathering darkness outside the villa, he remembered how distraught and confused the ancient stone warrior had looked upon awakening after 15 centuries. Bannon had tried to help him, as he always tried to help those in need. But Ulrich was tricked and betrayed. How the audience in the combat arena had cheered! Just as they had cheered when Ian, the champion, also fought for his life in front of the crowd. And the same people had watched so eagerly when the Norikai dragged in scores of abused captives to the slave market. Bannon did not belong here in this city. He knew that in his heart. He didn't understand the people of Ildikar, and he just wanted to go away. This was not the adventure he had been seeking, but he had to stay here until Nathan got the assistance he needed, and until Bannon found a way to free Ian from his long nightmare. Despite promises and reassurances, Amos had done nothing to gain Ian his freedom. He didn't seem to care, but Bannon didn't know what else to do. "You look so glum, my friend." Amos clapped him hard on the shoulder, startling him as he sat outside the villa on a stone bench. "It's nighttime, when the pleasures of Ildikar come alive." He flashed a bright grin. His 2 ever-present companions also came up behind him, dressed in fine fur-trimmed silks of blue, green, and orange. "Come with us," said Jed. "We'll distract you." "I'm not in the mood," Bannon said. "I'd rather stay in my quarters for tonight." "You have quarters here because we allow it," Amos replied sourly, with a hint of a threat. "You tell brave stories of your great battles, but you're afraid to join your new friends? Come, we're going back to the Silk Yakson. Now that you know what to expect, maybe you'll have a better time at the dacha." "Sweet sea mother," Bannon muttered to himself. "I told you that isn't something I'd like to participate in. You go ahead." "At least accompany us," Brock prodded. "Look at the beautiful ladies if you don't want to touch them. There's no requirement for what you have to do." "But you promised you'd help my friend Ian." Amos grimaced at the reminder. "We will, but not tonight. He's been here for years, so there's no hurry. Now come with us." Bannon felt trapped, but he felt trapped by many things in Ildikar. He longed for when he, Nicci, and Nathan could travel the open countryside again, with Mura loping beside them. Ildikar seemed so crowded, with small spaces, tiny dwellings, narrow streets. Now he felt pressure from the 3 young men staring at him. Maybe he would have a chance to talk more about Ian. "All right, I'll go with you." Laughing, the young men led the way. Now that they had coerced Bannon to join them, they barely bothered to notice him. He let his thoughts wander as they went down the winding streets. He imagined somehow breaking Ian free from the training pits and escaping from the city. The 2 of them could survive out in the hills, find some of the towns or cities not far from Ildikar. Or Ian could travel with their group and explore the vast old world, have wondrous adventures, and Ian and Bannon would have a chance to recover their friendship. Brock blurted out, "Maybe we should try a different dacha this time, Amos. There are plenty of silk yaksen in the city. Don't you get tired of the same one?" "The women are bred to be perfect. Why would I tire of perfection? Besides, Melody understands me." His lips quirked in a sarcastic smile. "As much as the stupid girl understands anything." Bannon followed them past the crackling blue street lights and through the labyrinth of cul-de-sacs and blooming orchards. The hum of crickets provided a low, soothing background. Night moths flitted around, circling the glow of the streetlights. Amos's steps grew more jaunty as they approached his favorite dacha. The same doorman regarded them from his stool. His pot of coins was more than half full. Without a word, he extended the pot so that Amos, Jed, and Brock could each drop a gold coin with a clink into the pile. Bannon fumbled for his money, but the doorman lifted a hand. "No charge for you, lad." Amos sniffed. "You turn away paying customers?" "I'm not turning him away. I just know this one won't do anything that requires payment." Bannon looked awkwardly from the doorman to Amos. "I don't want an argument." Amos chuckled. "He thinks so little of you." They pushed their way inside, while Bannon hung back. "Why did you do that?" The doorman scratched his unkempt beard. "The ladies get paid when customers do things that no one else would want to do. You don't seem the type, young man. But if you spend much more time with those 3, I'll have to charge you soon enough." His words sounded sour and disappointed. Wrestling with his knotted stomach, Bannon ducked and went inside. The glowing scarlet lanterns and orange braziers made the place look ominous rather than romantic. His gaze moved past the divans, the laughing customers, and the fawning but oddly silent women. He saw a hideous scarred face. 2 of the Norakai stretched out on the divans, pawing at their chosen women, tearing their garments and grabbing breasts without bothering to find a private chamber. They drank from goblets of blood wine. The women, the victims, made low, non-committal noises that the scarred slavers seemed to interpret as moans of pleasure. Bannon recognized Yorick. "You like that?" the slaver asked the dull-eyed woman, squeezing the breast hard, then tweaked the nipple viciously. The girl whimpered, but her face wore a frozen smile. Yorick turned to one side and spat. "You don't even know what you like." Amos strolled forward with a solicitous smile. "I see you found one of my favorites. This dacha has the best women, just as I told you on your first night." "They're adequate," said the big Norakai. He emptied his goblet, and instead of refilling it, simply took the bottle and poured the rest of the wine down his throat. "They don't fight enough. I like some exercise with my sex. These silk yaksen are so docile, it's like servicing myself with a corpse." The comment elicited a round of laughter, though Bannon found nothing funny about it. Lars, the other Norakai, sneered at him. "Look, it's the little cheeping bird who complains about the innocent and the weak." Bannon tensed, ready to fight. He wished he had brought Sturdy, because he would have decapitated these 2 in a single sweep. Before Bannon could burst out in an angry retort, Amos interjected. "And where's Melody, my favorite?" he called to the other dull-eyed silk yaksen, who were busy with their customers. One curly-haired brunette sidled up to Bannon, clinging to him like a kitten seeking affection, and he felt a chill. "She's with Captain Core in a private alcove." said Yorick. "You can have her when he's done." Lars laughed. "But you might have a long wait. Unlike the people of Ildikar, we Norakai don't finish so quickly." Kor heard his name through the curtain blocking off one of the bedroom alcoves. "Stupid, clumsy whore!" he roared. "Enough! Leave me alone!" Bannon heard a slap of flesh against flesh, a scream, then a whimper. The curtains crashed aside, and beautiful Melody, Amos's favorite, tumbled out and sprawled on the floor. She tried to catch herself, but landed roughly against a table, knocking goblets over. The other customers scattered. Kor marched out of the privacy alcove, ripping down the hanging curtains. He had left his clothes behind, and he was naked and limp, but didn't seem to mind being exposed. His body looked like knotted wood, lined with white scars. Melody scrambled away from him on her hands and knees, but the Norakai captain was coming for her. "Here now, Kor," Amos said, hesitant. The Norakai reached down and grabbed Melody by the throat, lifting her up. She bit off a scream and fought, struggling, squirming. "That's more like it, but not good enough," Kor said. "Like pleasuring myself with a cow." "A Yaxen," Amos said, but prettier. The burly slaver struck Melody across the face, spraying blood from her lips and probably knocking teeth loose. "Stop that!" Bannon cried, but his shout was drowned out by the roar of cheers and catcalls. Kor dropped her roughly onto the table, casting her aside. "Waste of money and time." He ducked back into the alcove, grabbed his garments, and strode naked out of the brothel. The other two Norakai looked at the docile women they were fondling. Lars slapped his female companion for good measure, before he and Yorick followed their captain out. Bannon rushed to Melody, bending down next to her. She was shuddering and sobbing. "Are you all right?" He touched her face, which was puffy, covered with blood. She would be a mass of bruises, and her throat was an angry red from Kor's stranglehold. Her filmy dress was torn. "It's all right. Nothing more will happen to you." She looked up at him, but her eyes were flat, holding no recognition. When she spotted Amos, though, she lit up, slid off the table, and crawled toward him. She let out a wordless moan, begging him to comfort her. But Amos just stood there. He looked down, planted his foot against her shoulder, and kicked her away with a disgusted sound. "Now you're all bruised. Next time I want you, it better be very dark in here, so I can't see how ugly you are." Jed and Brock looked disappointed. "There are other Silk Yaxen. We'll find different ones. Come on, Amos. Stay here," Brock said. "Keeper's crotch. We don't want to waste our evening, too." Shaking with anger and hatred, Bannon stood. He had Melody's blood on his hands, and he flexed his fingers, appalled by what he had seen, not just from the disgusting Norakai, but from his supposed friends as well. Bile rose in his throat, and tears stung his eyes. Melody didn't seem to care. For years, his own father had abused both him and his mother, had stolen the money Bannon had saved so he could escape from Kyria Island. That man had drowned helpless kittens just to hurt his son, and had beaten Bannon's mother to death. Those memories nearly blinded Bannon as he staggered outside past the doorman and lurched into the darkened streets. He had heard tales of the ruthless Emperor Jagang and Sulakan and Darkin Rahl. In his mind, all abusers were hateful and evil, just to varying degrees. Chapter 37. The beasts came in a variety of forms, a full range of killing machines. Chief Handler Ivan admired the creatures even as he twisted them, tortured them, trained them. Wearing his jerkin made from the pelt of a sand panther he had been forced to kill during a session 5 years earlier, he inhaled the rich, musky smell of the pens. All of Ivan's animals were kept near the training pits, in barred cave alcoves, or exterior cages. In one breath, he could smell their fur and their hatred. One large swamp lizard spotted him, Its golden eyes slitted, and a forked black tongue flicked in and out of its fanged jaws. As Ivan stopped to stare at it, the lizard released a pool of urine across the bottom of its cage. Reaching out with his gift, Ivan felt the hateful intent there, the spite this creature held for him. Good. Such things could be developed, nurtured. Releasing a barbed stinger of magic, he slashed pain into the reptile's tiny brain, making the thing snarl and writhe. It released even more urine, involuntarily this time. Ivan smiled at the reaction. That was what his gift as chief handler was meant to do. These beasts had to be kept under control, his control. But their violence and anger needed to be banked and kept hot, like the fire in a blacksmith's forge. Ivan was good at that, better than any of his 3 apprentices. He pulled his bloody cart through the wide tunnel between the cages and barred pens. The wheels creaked and wobbled, slightly out of round, jostling the contents so that the fresh smell of torn meat and dripping blood wafted into the air. He grabbed a strip of raw red muscle peeled from a rib cage and tossed it to the brutish swamp lizard. Forgetting about the pain Ivan had just inflicted upon it, the reptile scuttled forward and snapped up the morsel. Feeding time was legitimately the work of his lowliest apprentices, but Ivan enjoyed the routine. He used it as an important method of provocation, reward, and deprivation. Every act was reinforced by a bolt of pain from his gift, a prodding jab that pushed against their sensitive nerves to make them understand who was their master. He pulled the rendering cart to the next cage, gauging how much meat he still had to distribute. He had left the preparation work to slaves. They had stripped the garments from High Captain Avery's body and returned the armor to the guard headquarters so the blood could be scrubbed off the metal scales and leather before the armor was given to some other recruit. Then the renderers had chopped up the man's body, using axes and cleavers to break the limbs from the joints, to cut off hands and feet, legs, arms, head. They had piled the internal organs into separate buckets, which Ivan would use as special treats for the pets that impressed him most. With a rumbling growl, a huge black-furred beast slammed into the cage in front of him with such force that the bars rattled and the hinges groaned. Raising itself 10 feet tall, a combat bear rose up, reaching a paw through the bars. The beast had a square face, with close-set obsidian eyes. It opened its jaws, and ribbons of silvery drool poured out. Parts of its body wore armor shells grafted on to protect its vital organs. The combat bear's enhanced claws scraped down the bars of its cage, striking sparks. Ivan stood within inches of the beast's grasp and laughed. "You're daring. You hate me, don't you?" He moved just within reach. The bear snarled, its eyes focused on him like sparks in a forge. "I'm right here." Ivan stepped even closer. Just as the bear lunged toward him, he released his gift, sent a shockwave down the monster's spine. The combat bear roared and retracted its arms, reeling backward. Surprisingly, it fought the pain and slammed into the bars, again swiping at him. Ivan had to dance out of the way. "Good, good." As a special reward, he removed Avery's liver and tossed the purplish-red handful at the bear. With one last glower at its tormentor, the beast devoured the bloody organ. Ivan went to the other cages, selecting portions of the dead guard captain, a thigh, an arm. He tossed the head into a cage where 5 starving, spiny wolves fought over the handsome man's head, ripping it to pieces. Ivan enjoyed the days when he could give his pets treats to prepare them for the combat arena. It ensured that they all had a taste for human flesh, which would make them better attackers in front of a cheering audience. Last, saving some of the choicest meat and the heart, Ivan stopped in front of the pen that contained his troca of spell-bonded panthers. The 3 female cats did not approach the bars, but kept their distance and watched him from the back of the lair. The low growls sounded almost like purrs in their throats. Their tails thrashed. They looked at him with clear malice in their eyes. These panthers were still sore from the fight against Ulrich, he could tell. When they fought the partially petrified warrior, they had been injured, but worse, they had been defeated for all to see. Ivan was disappointed in them, and he had punished them afterward by jabbing their brains with his gift, finding and pressing their pain centers. Somehow, though, the more he used his power in an attempt to hurt them, shape them, control them, the more the troika seemed to resist. The three spell-bonded panthers had a link that made them feel one another's pain, share one another's thoughts. When he poked one with a burst of pain, all three felt it. But the troika found a way to distribute the agony to allow them to endure more. They could share their strength. Ivan was troubled. He could not allow this to spread. He did not want his gift to fade away like that of the impotent wizard who had come from the outside. He could smell their hatred, their anger, but no fear. Even after all the pain he had inflicted, the cats did not cringe when they saw him. Instead, they sat defiant, refusing to come closer, despite the smell of the fresh meat. They were wary, but not intimidated. Ivan was worried, but could not let it show. He lifted the last pieces of High Captain Avery, the haunch and the red copper-smelling heart. "Regain your strength. You'll need to fight soon." He tossed the offerings into the cage, but all three panthers remained at the rear, not moving. Ivan frowned. He had never seen such behavior before. "Eat!" he roared, and the panthers roared back at him, sending a chill down his spine. He took a step backward, staring at them, and they stared back. He felt the gift whipping and twisting inside him like a night-crawler exposed after a downpour. The cats didn't move toward the meat. Ivan stepped close to the bars. "If you don't want it, then you can starve. I'll take it back." When he reached for the lock on the cage door, he saw all three sand panthers coil slightly, tense and ready. Their golden eyes flashed, fixed on him, and he froze. Was this their plan? Did they mean to trick him into opening the cage door so they could tear him apart the moment he entered? Ivan had always controlled them before, but considering the way they resisted, maybe they would not be deterred this time. Maybe they would resist his control just long enough to drive him to the ground, rake their claws across his throat, dig their curved fangs into his gut, and tear him open. He stood at the bars for a long moment, not moving, assessing. The sand panthers kept staring, and Ivan slowly backed away. "Not this time," he said. "I am your master. Don't you forget it." He stalked away, pulling the empty rendering cart with its squeaky wooden wheels behind him. Chapter 38. Anxious for answers, Nathan followed the Fleshmancer, wanting to be done with his weakness, ready to do anything so he could have his gift back, if only to fight alongside Nicci in rebuilding Ildikar. Failing that, at least he would have achieved his reason for coming here, to be made whole again. And Andre seemed to be his best source for solving the problem. Originally, the Fleshmancer had been intrigued by the loss of Nathan's gift, yet he was easily distractible and left many things half-finished. Now, instead of heading to his laboratory studio, the Fleshmancer led him through the beautiful garden streets toward the towering pyramid at the top of the plateau. "We are going to join the Sovrina and the wizard commander in their preparations," Andre said. "It is almost time to raise the shroud again." Nathan felt queasy as he walked along. As usual, he wore the copper-trimmed green robes Ildikar had given him, though he might have felt more comfortable in his travel clothes, tight black breeches, ruffled shirt, and a cape thrown across his shoulders so that he cut a dashing figure. Reaching the base of the pyramid, Andre climbed the stone stairs with a jaunty step, one level after another, calling back to Nathan, "Better hurry. Thora and Maxim tend to be impatient, One level below the top, the platform held a new fenced area, flimsy barricades of metal crossbars. "That looks like a corral," Nathan remarked. For wild beasts or livestock? Sacrificial animals, he assumed. Andre raised his eyebrows. Livestock. Yes, I suppose so. How else would we work the blood magic to protect the Shroud? I don't know, Nathan said, then muttered, Dear spirits, I may not wish to know. The wizard commander and the Savrina toiled together under the bright morning sunlight. Perfect prisms stood erect on silver poles, shattering sunlight into rainbows. Maxim adjusted the crystals, rotating them so that the multicolored rays fell upon a huge mirrored bowl turned toward the sky. Thora glanced up at them as they arrived. Her face was drawn, her eyes shadowed with grief after the recent murder of High Captain Avery. Maxim seemed cheery, though. Much work to do. We could use your help. We are here, Andre said. Simply guide us. What is this blood magic about? Nathan asked. I am willing to help protect Ildikar, but what is the cost, and how can I help you accomplish it? The Savrina's face turned brittle. You have no gift, Nathan Rahl. You cannot help us in any way. Now, I want him to observe what we do, Andre said. He was once a great wizard. It can be an intellectual exercise for him, If nothing else, he can assist in the manual labor. I suppose we could use a slave or two, Maxim said. And our real slaves refuse to do it, because they know what the blood working entails. Nathan knew he had to walk a fine line. He couldn't offend these people if he expected them to help him regain the heart of a wizard. Unless the way to make himself whole again was through another means. Maybe the witch woman's declaration meant that he had to fight to defend the innocent and downtrodden here in Ildikar, as Nicci suggested. But first, he had to be sure. Tell me more about the process, Nathan said. How do you raise the Shroud? It is blood magic. Thora sounded exasperated. How can you claim to be a wizard and not know about blood magic? The methods of magic are different where I come from, Nathan said guardedly. I was taught by the Sisters of the Light. The gift is the gift, and my Han is my own. Ildikar seems to have another approach to things. Right now, you have no Han whatsoever, Maxim said with a capricious snicker. But we will use your help if we can find a way. Perhaps when it is time, we'll have you corral the new arrivals. Nathan glanced down from the top of the pyramid, saw the empty, spell-inscribed corrals on the platform below. You mean the slaves? We may as well use the new ones, Thora said. We will need only a dozen or so to work the traditional spell and restore the Shroud temporarily, Maxim said. That's all we require for now. The major working will take much more preparation, but there's no need to be rash. 12 of the new slaves? The answer pounded in front of Nathan's mind, but he refused to accept it. You intend to sacrifice them? Maxim peered down into the rune-etched mirror bowl that rested in an armillary stand in the middle of the pyramid platform. Magic comes at a cost, and blood pays the price. We will use the lives of those expendable people to preserve our city. Why do you object, Andre asked. We may as well use raw slaves instead of well-established workers. Why waste time and effort training them? We'll shed their blood and pour it into the rune cauldron, which will reflect its magic in a spiraling web of Han that creates our Shroud. Nathan's nostrils flared. So, in order to camouflage your city, you must slay innocent people. Only a dozen for now, and they aren't even citizens of Ildikar. Maxim gave him a wistful smile. You should have seen the terrible cost when we petrified Utros's army. We had to sacrifice nearly a third of our citizenry, virtually all of the lower classes. It took centuries to rebuild the population to a stable level. He cracked his knuckles. But it worked. Ildikar is preserved, while the horrendous enemy army is nothing more than statues. Except for Ulrich, Nathan muttered. The wizard commander dismissed it. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers out there, we can accept one or two exceptions without growing too concerned. As he looked at the apparatus, Nathan thought he now understood the purpose of the basins and the coated troughs that fed into spell forms, patterns woven into the pyramid itself. And is it necessary? The Fleshmancer frowned. I have worked hard on your behalf, Nathan. You asked me to understand your problem, and you begged me to learn how to restore your gift. He narrowed his eyes. Are you going to be afraid of that cost, too? Nathan felt torn as a chill ran down his spine. In order to regain his gift, what exactly would he be willing to sacrifice? The magic had defined him for so long. His gift of prophecy had led to his imprisonment by the sisters for 1,000 years, but the magic was even more a part of him. He had learned how to live his life, to be the person he wanted to be before his gift had unraveled. Was Nathan willing to sacrifice the core of his being in order to have that again? After the Selka attack aboard the Wave Walker, when the gift had abandoned him, Nathan had discovered how to defend himself, how to be himself. Was it so important to go back to something he had already learned how to live without? Andre blew air through his lips. Don't look so disturbed, Nathan. I simply meant to give you food for thought. I am confident you'll soon have your powers back, and you'll be a true wizard of Ildikar. He grinned, showing off his bright teeth. The Shroud will cover the city, and everything will once again be right with the world. Chapter 39. Bannon had nothing in common with Amos and his companions. He realized that now, and he doubted they would ever follow through on their assurances of helping Ian. He thought of the bright and heady times on Kyria Island with his childhood friend. And yes, he truly meant friend. He and Ian had so much laughter together, so much fun, until the day the Norakai had taken him captive in their secret cove. Ian, even the scarred and embittered champion in the combat pits, still must have that spark of friendship deep within the young man's heart, if Bannon could just find it. But for that, he needed help from important people in Ildikar. Neither Nicci nor Nathan could demand the freedom of a slave, particularly not a renowned champion. Bannon had to keep trying. And that brought him back to Amos, Jed, and Brock. He felt as trapped as any of the prisoners in the training pits. Looking at Bannon, Amos quirked his dark lips in an unpleasant smile. If you need our help with the champion, come with us. We're going to find Chief Handler Ivan. He'll be delighted to hear your request. Bannon felt a thrill of unrealistic hope. Truly? He knew not to believe Amos's motives. But for someone with no hope whatsoever, even a false hope was worth clinging to. He remembered his bright image of the world, his dream of a place where people helped one another, where bloodshed and darkness were washed away by kindness and good hearts. A false and ridiculous picture, he knew. Nicci had made that very clear when she forced him to see that his nostalgia was merely a scab that covered festering memories. But now he had scars instead of wounds, and he had become a much stronger person. He needed that strength now. For Ian. Yes, I'll go with you. Ivan intimidated him, but he would make his case. You won't be disappointed, Jed said, and his two companions reflected the same sharp smile. Bannon was aware that, as an ungifted swordsman, he would always be the butt of their jokes. They had no respect for him, and he had little respect for them. But for the same reasons that Nathan was forced to spend time with Fleshmancer Andre, Bannon needed these three, at least until he found more worthy friends. They descended to the lower levels of the city, ignoring the bustle of business in the streets, the slaves and merchants who brought goods up to where the gifted nobles lived. Are we going back to the combat arena? He asked. I've seen the cages where the chief handler's animals are held. No, today he'll be in the market, Jed said. Just follow us. Bannon pictured a colorful and vibrant bazaar in one of the numerous squares with fountains and performance stands, unlike the slave market that seemed stained with years of blood and pain. He imagined farmers who harvested their crops from the dense terrace gardens, using every scrap of fertile land in Ilbekar. He pictured vintners offering bottles of wine, olive sellers with great clay urns mounded high with black and green olives, glistening with brine. But that was not at all where they took him. Instead, chatting among themselves and snickering about things that meant nothing to Bannon, they made their way toward open areas with warehouse-sized buildings and large corrals. He heard the miserable lowing and animal groans even before he smelled the stench. The air was thick with the clotted smells of manure, urine, buckets of shed blood, and bestial fear. "Chief Handler Ivan always comes to the Yaxen butcher yards at midweek," Amos explained. "He gets a good price for the entrails and the waste scraps for his animals, before the rest is rendered down and fed to the slaves." Bannon felt ill. Drivers led plodding Yaxen down the wide streets toward the corrals. The big shaggy animals shuffled along in misery. He could hear the panicked cries of the beasts as they were led into the butcher houses. The Yaxen looked at him with eerily human-like faces, sagging mouths and stubby horns protruding from their foreheads. Their large dark eyes were wet with terror. He felt they were begging him to save them, but he could do nothing. From inside a wooden building the size of a barn, he heard the sounds of slaughter, the wet, hard thump of mallets, then the hacking of blades and saws. The wooden planks of the butcher house walls had numerous gaps and knotholes that allowed glimpses of the death inside. A burly, shirtless man wearing a blood-spattered apron over his large stomach strolled out of the doorway. The scarf across his mouth was covered with red speckles. In his left hand, he held a heavy iron-tipped mallet. He strode into the corral, grabbed one of the Yaxen, and tugged it by the horns. The beast struggled, but the butcher's biceps bulged as he hauled the animal inside the dark doorway to its noisy and hopeless death. Bannon saw Chief Handler Ivan standing at the outer corral fence, wearing his distinctive panther skin jerkin. He dickered with a clerk, who wore the business robes of an esteemed nobleman, though his clothes were likewise spattered with fresh blood. After Ivan handed coins to the man, slaves came forward, wrestling barrels full of glistening organs, entrails, and scraps of fatty hide. Ivan directed the sullen slaves toward a cart, careful not to approach the mess. He chastised them as they jostled one of the overfull barrels. "Don't soil my garment. I don't want to kill another sand panther so I can have a replacement hide." A rope of Yaxen tripe flopped out against the slats. Bannon winced as he heard a loud, wet crack from inside the butcher house, followed by a sound like something heavy being tumbled to the ground. Then more terrified sounds filled the silence. Amos waved. "Chief Handler, we've come to see you on behalf of our friend." Ivan turned away from the clerk with a dismissive gesture. When he noticed Bannon, his expression showed little interest, only a frown. "I've seen him before. Why does he interest me?" I think maybe you can help me," Bannon said. "Help you?" The chief handler laughed with all the humor of a cruel man seeing an old woman trip and fall. "You have to convince me you're not worthless before I'd consider even listening to you. Maybe you can play with my animals." He smiled as the idea occurred to him. "Can you fight? You could work with my apprentice handlers." "I can fight," Bannon said defiantly. He wished he had brought Sturdy with him. "But I'm here to talk to you about the combat arena. My friend Ian, the champion. We grew up together, but he was captured by—" As he saw 3 hideous figures approaching, the words dried up in Bannon's throat, like delicate blossoms in a drought. Captain Core and 2 Norikai companions strolled to the slaughter area, wearing their gray-scaled vests. Bannon's lips curled, and he muttered, "Sweet sea-mother! Why would those inhuman creatures come here?" He snorted. No doubt drawn by the smell of blood. Ivan inhaled a deep breath and threw back his shoulders. "Yes, exhilarating, isn't it?" Core strode over, scratching the scar on his left cheek, accompanied by Yorick and Lars. By comparison, Chief Handler Ivan looked almost handsome. "So this is the source of that delicious meat," said the Norikai captain. I'm here to purchase fresh slabs to bring with us when we sail away. We'll depart soon.
Bannon knew they would come back before long with more slaves. He felt heat throbbing in his face as he flushed with anger. The blood-spattered clerk bustled forward, intercepting the Norikai. "I can facilitate that, Captain. As you see, the meat is very fresh, and we have gifted butchers who can work preservation spells, so the meat will be fresh and juicy when you cook it back in your Norikai Islands." Lars and Yorick nodded, and their expressions seemed eager, though their true feelings were difficult to read due to the scars on their faces.
"If we pay extra, could we slaughter them ourselves?"
"Why, of course," said the clerk. "We have an assortment of slaughtering tools."
"We have our own weapons,"
Kor said.
"And we need more kegs of blood wine,"
Yorick interjected.
"I don't know what happened to Dar. He was supposed to arrange for the shipment."
Kor turned his needle gaze back to Ivan.
"Our companion Dar has not been seen in the past day. He vanished in your city, and we have to find him before we sail off."
As he watched these men, Bannon felt the hatred inside him coming to a boil like a thick and poisonous stew. If they hadn't stolen Ian as a boy, then Bannon wouldn't be here begging to get him released. All those years his friend had suffered. He clenched his hands, ignored Amos and his companions. Bannon loathed the Norikai for what they had done, not just to his friend, but to all the other slaves dragged into the Ildikar market, as well as the even fresher wound of seeing how Kor had abused Melody at the Silk Yaxen dacha. As emotions boiled up within him, before he could stop himself, Bannon blurted with a provocative sneer, "Your friend can't be hard to find. The Norikai are so ugly." The three slavers turned toward him, surprised at the insult. Bannon's rage sharpened his words like a whetstone. "Or maybe someone killed him and threw him off the cliffs into the river. We could test the waters for poison and see if his body is down there contaminating the swamps." Yorick and Lars bunched their arms, reaching for their weapons. Kor snorted and looked at Amos.
"Why do you tolerate this insulting weakling? Is this the hospitality we receive from Ildikar after we brought you a valuable cargo?"
Amos said quickly.
"He doesn't speak for the Wizard's Duma. He is also a guest here."
"He's an unworthy guest,"
Lars said.
"I am more worthy than your whole nation combined,"
Bannon said, feeling the red anger controlling him, just like when he went into his maddened fighting state.
"I have more honor than any Norikai could imagine. You are leeches."
His right hand twitched, longing for his sword, which wasn't there. Yorick spat a long stream of saliva coupled with a glob of phlegm that struck Bannon full in the face. Like a crossbow bolt being released, Bannon threw himself forward, unleashing his pent-up anger. He was on Yorick, pummeling the man's ugly face, but the Norikai drew back his well-muscled arm and punched Bannon hard on the side of the head. He reeled back, and Yorick slugged him on the chin. Bannon lost himself in the fight, attacking the slaver again. Captain Kor and Lars both got into the brawl, all three of them piling on Bannon, beating him so hard that his ears rang. Though he fought and clawed, the Norikai overpowered him, threw him to the ground. His outcries were louder even than the miserable Yaxen being led to slaughter. With heavy boots, they kicked him in the side, and he felt his ribs crack. The wind whooshed out of him, but he kept fighting. From the ground, he lashed out at their legs. In the back of his mind, he thought of how a group of thugs had robbed him in the alleys of Tanamura. They'd knocked him senseless before Nicci rescued him. But the beautiful sorceress wasn't going to rescue him this time. Bannon kept thrashing, and the Norikai pounded him, bruised him, made blood spray out of his nose and mouth. Eventually, his supposed friends, Amos, Jed, and Brock, pulled the Norikai away. Chief Handler Ivan glared down at Bannon, who could only see through swollen eyes in a fog of blood and anger.
"This man has insulted the proud Norikai,"
said Kor.
"He must be punished."
"He looks punished enough," Brock said. "Or would you like to have a few more minutes with him?" Amos said.
On behalf of the Wizard Commander and the Savrina, I promise we'll take care of this matter. Bannon Farmer is a guest, but the Norakai are far more important. We'll think of something to do with him."
Ivan grunted. "He said he was a fighter. Let me take him to the combat pits. Odessa will want him, to give her warriors practice, if nothing else. If that fails, we can feed him to my animals."
Ivan yelled for slaves, and Bannon was dimly aware of several bodies clustering around him, reaching down to grab his arms and legs, lashing them together so that he couldn't struggle. The broken glass pain was so great he could barely move. "No," he groaned as they lifted him off the ground. He blinked, twisted his head, and his gaze met a smug-looking Amos. "Help me!" The other young man remained unmoved. Bannon cried out again, his voice no louder than a croak. "Tell Nicci and Nathan. Let them know. They'll help." Amos crossed his arms over his chest. "Of course we will, my friend. Don't worry about it. We'll resolve the problem." Bannon fought with the last shreds of his consciousness, and he lost the battle. As he drifted into blackness, he saw Amos and his companions turn away, flashing a smirk and a nod toward the chief handler. Chapter 40. As clouds scuttered across the sky, the wizards of Ildikar began to make preparations in earnest to raise their protective shroud. Their ritual would take place within 2 days, and at least a dozen of the new slaves delivered by the Norakai would be killed. Nicci intended to discover a way to stop it before it was too late. Nathan returned from Andre's twisted studio, disheartened while the Fleshmancer was simply matter-of-fact.
"You need the heart of a wizard, but I have none to give you," Andre said. "Be patient. There will come a time. Plenty of time,
"But you intend to raise the shroud again," Nathan said. "We'll be trapped inside." Andre's bald forehead furrowed with surprise.
"Trapped? We would consider it protected. You have a very dark view of the world, my friend. Under our shroud of eternity, you need not feel threatened by the outside world."
Nicci accompanied the two men as they entered the ruling chamber, caught in her own thoughts. The night before, she had slipped out into the dark streets again, seeking Miramask's representatives, but found no one to talk to. She felt tensions brewing in the city, a simmering undercurrent of anger. She was sure the rebels would attempt something soon, and she wanted to participate. With her gift, she would be a powerful ally to their cause. Miramask and his representatives must be watching her, but they made no contact. Jagang had been willing to sacrifice countless thousands of foot soldiers, using sheer numbers to score tiny victories, until those small victories added up to complete conquest. Seeing the strength of the Shroud spell, as well as the petrification magic that had frozen the army of General Utros, she knew how powerful were the wizards of Ildikar, but no one was truly invincible. She herself had killed Emperor Jagang. If Nicci played her hand right, and if Miramask was the positive leader she hoped, Ildikar would see the error of its ways. Jostling one another, paying no attention to the guards in the tower, Captain Kor and his 2 Norakai companions pushed their way forward into the ruling chamber. Kor made no bow of respect or other recognition of Ildikaran authority.
"We intend to depart. The cargo we purchased has been delivered by platform down the bluff face and stowed aboard our serpent ships. Our crew is restless and ready to go downriver to the estuary and back to the open sea. Your city is too fine and decadent. We can feel ourselves growing softer each day."
"We thank you for your business," Maxim said, "and we welcome open trade should you return." Thora cut him off. "Ildikar may not be here. Once we raise the shroud, we will search for ways to make it permanent, in order to be at peace again. Corruption from the outside has caused much damage to our pristine society. With the shroud in place, and everyone where they can be accountable, we'll have centuries to hunt down Miramask and exterminate every one of his followers, like beetles under an overturned rock." Kor, Lars, and Yorick chuckled gruffly.
We wouldn't miss you either if you were to vanish forever. Though we have told King Grieve about this city, and he wishes to see it.
Then he'd best live long, Thora said. Kor stepped forward, the shark's tooth sticking out on his shaven scalp.
Before our ships depart, one of our men is missing. Dar disappeared 2 days ago. Where is he?
Keeper's beard, Maxim said in disgust. Why should we keep account of your men? We hear he frequented the Silk Yaxen. Have you searched the dachas? Maybe you'll find him drunk in an alley. He certainly had a fondness for blood wine at our banquets.
Or maybe he had his throat slit, accosted by robbers in the darkness,
Kor accused. Thora's porcelain face flushed with pinpricks of red. I am offended by your suggestion. Such a thing could never happen in our fine city. We have no crime here, no robbery. Everyone is happy here and content. Despite the seriousness of the charge, the 3 Norikai chuckled with sarcastic laughter.
Perhaps you've never set foot in your own city, Savrina. Every place has its element of malcontents who must be put in their places.
Not Ildikar. Thora bit off her words as viciously as if she were tearing roasted flesh from a bone. I'm sure dear Captain Avery might disagree, Maxim said. Nicci spoke up in a chill voice. If your Mandar was so weak he could be accosted by street rabble, then perhaps he was no Norikai, after all. Captain Kor spun to look at her with a dead black gaze, and then pounded the center of his chest, as if to cough loose a trapped morsel of food. He laughed. The other 2 Norikai laughed with him, their loose jaws clacking together.
The pretty sorceress has a point,
Kor snorted.
Very well. Enough about the man. He can be replaced.
The Norikai turned, adjusting their weapons at their waists.
Our boats are loaded, and it's time to go downriver. Maybe we'll see Ildikar again.
He glanced at the wizard commander and the Savrina, then passed his gaze over the Duma members.
Or maybe we will not. I won't mourn either way.
At the end of the day, Nicci and Nathan went to the edge of the steep bluffs, high above the Kilraven River. She had not seen Bannon since the previous day, and assumed he was with his friends. They watched the setting sun spill a crimson afterglow on the wide river, as the Norikai serpent ships raised their midnight blue sails and moved downriver, leaving Ildikar alone, but not at peace.